I'm wondering if we should listen to Destiny court updates, because I was listening to them before I went live. I was gonna go live first, and then he went live. So, just so you guys know, can you hear me, by the way? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Just so you guys know, I was gonna go live, and then Destiny stole my spot. So, just saying, I was gonna go live, and then he decided to steal my spot. And yeah, you know. So. Exactly. People riot. Actually. True. Listening to another stream, but here to boost for engagement. Well, thank you. Thank you. Let me just do a real quick test here. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, that's just so you know, he stole my spot, okay? I was gonna go live, and then he went live. And he totally, absolutely knew that, and absolutely 100% knew that, and just completely yanked it, okay? So. Oh, you're a Kino Casino person, huh? Okay. YouTube chat still working? Are we here? Before we get started, I'll play some music, okay? Because I have to finish my makeup. So. Somehow I keep getting free subscription, Lamau. Hell yeah, dude. That's what you want, though, isn't it? Right? Like. My war against Jeremy's censorship got me here. Hell yeah, dude. Anytime that you like, gonna give you my heart to break. Angel eyes, tell me lies, gonna give you my heart to break. One look at you, I'm powerless. I feel my body saying yes. Where's my self-control? And when you touch me, I'm a fool. This game I know I'm bound to lose. It makes me want you more. Remind me to turn my audio gates back on when we get started here. I just turned it off because I know when I have like music on and I have my mic on at the same time, it fucks things up, so. I am also on Kick. I'm also on Kick. Hard to break. Makes you know goodbye. Goodbye, so you don't have to be the one who cries. Choose goodbye.
The feeling's so specific. Wanna punch you every other minute of. You used to love my ass, now baby you won't see it anymore. Just give it 3 weeks, buddy. Gonna wake up from your coma, honey. And that's when you'll be holding hooky flowers standing at my door. But I'll say, arrivederci, au revoir, forgive my French, but fuck you, ta-ta.
Goodbye.
Means that you're losing me for life. Can't call it love and call it quits, can't shoot me
Down and shoot the shit. Did you forget that it was you who said goodbye? So you don't get to be the one who cries. Choose goodbye.
Sayonara, adios. On the flip side, cheerio. Por siempre te amo. Wait, no. Shit, when did you get here? Go put on some clothes. Goodbye means that you're losing me for life. Can't call it love and call it quits. Can't shoot me down and shoot the shit. Did you forget that it was
You who said goodbye. So you don't get to be the one who cries. Load up some guarantor Netanyahu for Star? What? Ooh, you're so vicious. Love me, then pretend you didn't. Put my heart and wreck my image. Why you gotta be so? I'm finishing my makeup. I'll be on shortly. Me and you for life. Now you're gonna act like I died. You're so vicious. Love me, then pretend you didn't. Why you gotta be so? Ooh, you're so vicious. Me, then pretend you didn't. you gotta be so? You're so vicious. Somewhere listening. Snarking? What are you snarking? Hi. Hi, Ruby. Long time no see. Hi, baby bird. I have a new baby bird, by the way. How are the birds? They're good. I noticed that Gojo was getting really lonely. So, I got him a friend. Because Egghead and Here hang out all the time. And Gojo really only has... Fuck. He only has, like... Him and Egghead really only hang out at night. Like, they cuddle at night when they're sleeping. But, like, during the day, like, he's by himself most of the time, you know? So... I felt bad for him, so I got him a friend. The new bird's name is Inky. Budgies are basically hyperactive toddlers with personality issues, I swear. That is basically how I view them, yeah, so. I want someone else to buy them right now. Need all of your attention. Give me summer in the Hamptons. with you. With you. I'm my clothes designer. I want someone else buying. All of your attention. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Number one, you're so cute, yeah, you're so fun. With you. With you. I don't know that I trust you, Moon000. I'm pretty sure you're a snarker. All of your attention. It's too much. I want someone else to buy it. Damn nice color choice. Thank you. Thank you. Anyways, hi, I'm back. As you know, I was like away for a few days last week. Do I like the way my hair is right now? Maybe not. I don't know. Stardust, I heard you have a new bird. Do we get to see it, please? Yeah, I'm just gonna ban this guy first before I show you guys the bird. Actually, I'll send a picture. You can go to my Discord if you're in the Discord. I already posted a couple of pictures of him. I think it's a boy. I'm naming him Inky.
Yeah, aren't you a good boy? Are you a baby? You a baby bird?
Do you guys remember when I started talking to J-Stock like he was one of my birds? So it was a good thing. We are at war, I see. Yeah, that moon person, I'm pretty sure, is a snarker. I think I've seen them say some pretty unhinged things, so I just was like not about it. Anyways, yeah. So I was away for a few days. That was fun. I went to Austin. Right, let me turn my gate back on. That would be useful, right? Hello. Yeah, I went to Austin for a few days. Now I'm back with my work schedule and my streaming. It is very hard to balance the two. So I was going to stream yesterday evening, but I was just so exhausted by the time I was finally done. So What channel burb? I think it's in general. And so that was fun. Basically, yeah, I mean, let's go over some updates, right? I was thinking I'll probably go over whatever Destiny is updating people with his court case right now. We can go over that later. We'll probably cover Zugami talking to Pisco. I thought that was a really good conversation she had. Tomorrow I will be going live pretty early in the day to do an IRL stream in DC. I'll be live basically all day, like all 8 hours. So you guys should tune into that. October 15th, I'll be flying to Las Vegas if there's anybody in Vegas who wants to meet up. I'll be debating somebody there I'll be debating somebody on the Great Replacement Theory. So we'll probably do some research on the Great Replacement Theory at some point. November 16th, I'm going to be debating Stefan Molyneux on feminism. So we'll see how that goes. And then I also have to plan the second part of the duck protest, basically the vigil or the funeral or whatever. So I have to plan ahead for that. And I'm thinking if I plan at least a month or two in advance, I think I can make something really good. Are they pro Great Replacement? They believe that it is real. That is what I will be debating them on. Star lust for Stardust, allegedly. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you lusting for me? Ooh. We have to keep it professional, chat, okay? We have to keep it professional. We can't, come on. Like, we have to keep it professional, okay? My brain has fizzled out of my ears like soda. It's almost gone flat. Damn. Onto it. 1 second. Let me check my phone. My bestie is texting me. How can it be real when there's no ethnic birthright claim to the country in the first place? What are you talking about? Are you talking about are you talking about the Great Replacement? The theory behind the Great Replacement is not that there's a birthright necessarily, though they do think that there should be one. The Great Replacement, the theory behind it is that there's an active effort to replace white people in the West with people of color, and that like Jewish people are orchestrating it all, basically. So, though they probably do think that there should be an ethnic component to like birthright, but go live in Italy or go live in like fucking France then if you want that. Come on, dude. I know the theory, I just mean it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous theory. It is. But, you know, I love debating fringe topics and stuff. So, what can I say? What can I say? Yeah. Also, I'm going to be rebooting like channel memberships on YouTube, probably putting some exclusive content up there. Members will get access to edited videos before everybody else. So if you want to do that. And then let's see what else. What else is going on? I mean, chatters in my chat are not, where are my Discord people? Hello. And on YouTube. I should probably tweet out that I'm live as well. I want all of your attention. If I cannot get it right now. Okay. Dude, I love Avi. He's great. Chat was like, Discord chat wanted to talk to me about stuff, and now they're not here. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, what's new with you, chat? What's new with you? I would like to know what's new with you while I pull this up. Did you guys see that John Pork blocked me? How was work today? Sorry, I didn't have work today. I just had errands to run today. Okay, I'm gonna tweet out. Let's see here. Wait, where's my camera? Where's my camera? It would be useful, right? If I can type correctly today, that would be great. Hidden gem spots to grab a bite in your area. Maybe we'll go to some tomorrow. Cute.
Hi, baby bird. I see you.
John Pork? Dude, John Pork fucking blocked me. Did you see? Did you see John Pork fucking blocked me? I can't believe he actually blocked me after everything. Then, of course, Lav decided to fucking chime in here, as if I'm asking you for your fucking opinion, ma'am. Okay? She's like, oh, you should really not comment on other people's appearances. Have you seen what you've looked like? Glass houses. I'm like, one, okay? I wasn't the one who started with the physical appearances, okay? It was not me. It was J-Stock, and it was Queeman, and it was that whole group of people. So, awesome. Thank you, Lav. Secondly, she like replies with like this unflattering photo of me or whatever. I don't know where it is. I guess she deleted it or whatever. I don't know. Wait, where is it? It's on my profile, I'm pretty sure. So I just like, I did this, and then she replied with this like really unflattering photo, which I'm not embarrassed by. Like, we all have blurry photos, and I was like sweaty and blurry, okay? So, and I'm sure she has equivalent things. I'm just not going to go looking for it, you know? And then she's like, oh, I would cool it. Much love to you and do not like to be cruel to women. Yes, you do. Stop lying, Lav. About the way they look, but you may want to go a different route with your shit talk. J-Stock is a cool guy, and if you were less desperate for online clout or attention, you would feel similar. Okay, I'm sorry. J-Stock has taken the cake every time for being a dick with me, okay? And like, one, you're like, oh, I don't like being cruel to women over their looks. Yes, you do. You've always been cruel to me over my looks. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You've always been cruel. I get it, okay? Good for you. You've made a living off of your body and off of the way that you look, right? Good for you. I didn't do that. I didn't sell my body online. I'm sorry. I don't do that. Sure. To be fair, you almost called J-Stock a little rat fuck. He is a little rat fuck. He is a little rat fuck. I'm not gonna stop myself from saying that. Are you kidding me? But anyways, like, I don't know, dude. Just the audacity for somebody who has consistently been cruel to me, has watched people be cruel to me for like years, and like just be like, oh, I don't like being cruel to women. Yes, you do. You're not a feminist. You've always been especially mean to women, and especially mean to me. And I don't take any word that you say seriously because you sold your body online. Like, you think I don't know what I look like? Yeah, I'm aware, okay? We all have bad pictures. Jesus Christ. Rat Jones? No, John Pork. John Pork. So, I mean, yeah, whatever. Okay. Bad hair, bad. I was at a party, whatever. I maybe am a little misogynist myself, but I support Star. Look, I'm not gonna lie, that picture's pretty rough, but like, what am I gonna do, you know? I have plenty of good pictures too. I have plenty of good days, so. It's just, you know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm like finally hitting back and people like it and you're upset about it. J-Stock, isn't J-Stock a penguin too? Yeah, he is, yeah. I'm about to quote tweet this and just be like, I'm not typing that. I'm not gonna do that. Sorry, I am not a... I might just go there. I might just go there. Is it mean? Maybe. Maybe. How is this? Why does this keep going into run it by Claude for suggest? I'm not running it by shit by AI, dude. I do not like to be cruel to women about the way they look. Yes, you do. So does J-Stock, Queeman, that entire crowd. Which is why you get along. Sorry, I'm not a whore. Jesus Christ. Okay, I went there. Sorry. I went there. Oh, I shouldn't be looking at my DMs. Anyways. Sorry, that was really mean. I shouldn't have done that. But anyways. Ben Shapiro just called Matt Walsh a moron. Okay, yeah, there's like this whole debate that's come out because there's this very public trial happening with this woman who had postpartum psychosis and killed her children. And Matt Walsh, I guess, was tweeting out that there's no such thing as postpartum depression, which is just stupid, right? Just stupid. So
This doesn't cause people to do According to her, voices were telling her to murder her children. So please, don't conflate these things because that's stupid. And for any men and a few women who are saying that postpartum depression generally is somehow lack of willpower, or that postpartum psychosis doesn't cause people to do violent things, or that postpartum depression is because of the selfishness of modern women or something, please, 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 stop being a moron.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben Shapiro. I wish you didn't vote for Trump, and I wish you didn't dick suck for Trump, but you do say some decent things sometimes. Okay, so now there's drama between this Gremlo guy and Mike from PA. OBS desktop audio is set up wrong. Are you serious? I don't think that's true. I think that's just Ben Shapiro's audio there. It's not mine, okay? Anyways, the statement will be entirely focused on the actions of Mike from PA, aka Central Committee, the night of Sunday, August 16th, 2026. I do not place any blame or condemnation on all of the Oliver Larkin campaign. It's pretty low. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll turn it up. Let me turn up the browser audio. Oh, this was grand. I read this. I don't even know what happened here. Okay. It might be wrong. Oh, yeah, no, it was just the audio. Whoever posted that video posted, like, the audio. They didn't screen record. They recorded with their phone, so. Anyways, this statement will be entirely focused on the actions of Mike from PA, aka Central Committee, the night of Sunday, August 16th, 2026. I do not place any blame or condemnation on the Oliver Larkin campaign, Zach, campaign director, Oliver, or anyone affiliated with the campaign organizing effort. I coordinated with the Larkin campaign to provide on-the-ground coverage of the campaign's final days, canvassing, door knocking, and election day. I landed in Fort Lauderdale on Sunday, thanks to a community member who generously offered me a flight so I can make this happen. I spent 3 hours knocking doors in Miami-Dade County alongside local volunteers, some that traveled from as far as NYC to push for Larkin to win FL 25. I took my group of door-knocking volunteers out to dinner where they received a call from the campaign director that there was a final fundraiser for a $50K advertising budget. After all the success Larkin's campaign had on Twitch, 125,000 calls and $50K raised just on Hassan's stream alone, it wasn't even a question that we should reach out one last time to all the streamers who supported him for one last fundraising effort. I got on the phone with the campaign director within minutes to offer these exact words. I can fundraise during my on-the-ground coverage. We should boost this goal via all the supportive streamers, including Hassan Piker and Mike from PA. We can get this done before lunch tomorrow. Despite all of my distaste for Mike and his actions over the last year, this race was more important than my personal feelings, and I wanted to get the surest pathway to raising these funds, even if I had to associate with someone who I do not want to associate with. I would rather swallow my pride for a day to have a chance at helping the folks I met while knocking doors. Within minutes after leaving dinner, the campaign director called us back saying that Mike was apprehensive of doing the fundraiser with us because of my proximity to it. I told the CD that whatever Mike's feelings are towards me, we have a race to win, and was told that they would work it out and I would make preparations to follow the campaign live in the morning as planned. At 6:06 a.m., I received this text from the campaign director. Hey Austin, sorry for the early text. Really stuck trying to figure this out. Mike is insistent that we don't stream with you. I don't really understand the situation between y'all and would prefer to keep Oliver out of drama as much as possible. From your point of view, is there a possibility of making amends? Me. I can only speak for myself, and like I said last night, we have a race to win, and as much exposure as possible with as much time with eyes on the campaign and pushes for donations makes it more likely to reach that goal. If Mike can't put himself aside for people here, then I can take a backseat because I know his viewers will donate faster since there's more of them. On Monday night, I spoke to the campaign director and asked what happened with Mike's involvement. I was told Mike was insistent they not work with me and would refuse to work with them if they did, because according to him, I, along with other streamers I've roomed with at TwitchCon 2025, engaged in a mass harassment campaign alongside Destiny to cause an old clip of him saying Jews were a demonic ethnicity to resurface and ultimately to get him banned, so that we, the streamers mentioned, and myself, could take his place as the second top politics streamers behind Hassan Piker. These lies have persisted for 10 months, and it has never been more false. I told this to the campaign director, they apologized for putting me in this position, and offered to make things right by putting together a stream with the candidate the following day, to which I am grateful for, and thank them for allowing me to give my side of this. Here we arrive at why I wrote this. Mike from PA put his personal vendetta against me above the opportunity to raise funds, offer media coverage, and inform the public about the congressional race and its last few days. That sounds like Mike from PA. It sounds very Mike from PA. Sounds exactly like something he'd do. To which, in a selfish and ego-driven manner that can only be described as wrecker behavior. Yeah, it's wrecker behavior. I write this in hopes that those who have ignored this very public hate campaign towards me in favor of not rocking the boat or engaging in some perceived leftist infighting will consider the actions of a person who chose to center his feelings towards me instead of the larger fight. I do not want Mike to receive any harassment or retaliation from anyone. I don't want him silenced or banished from Twitch. I want to share how an attempt 10 months ago to ask leftist streamers to be better after a bad clip resurfaced turned into a consistent harassment campaign that materially affects me. I ask for charitability and solidarity, and if that is too much to ask of them, then I ask once again, leave me and my friends alone. Leave our names out of your mouths. Leave the people in districts like FL25 out of your childish and petty crusade against me. Oh boy. So apparently more happened, I guess, and he follows it with this. I don't particularly like this Gremlo guy, by the way. He is pretty insufferable. Oh, here.
We'll be reading this once, and I will be addressing it no further.
Is the audio better in this, by the way? Let me know if the audio is good, okay?
The reason that I am reading this out will be explained within reading it, and I hope that people themselves read through this as I post it to understand why I feel this is necessary. I'd like to begin this statement by saying I do not place any blame or intend this to be a condemnation of the Oliver Larkin campaign, Zach, the campaign director, Oliver himself, or anyone affiliated with the campaign organizing effort. This will be entirely focused on the actions of Mike from PA, aka Central Committee, on the night of Sunday, August 16th, 2026. Sunday, I landed in Fort Lauderdale after coordinating with the campaign that I would be on the ground covering the final days of the campaign, the canvassing, door knocking, and finally, election.
We already read this, but apparently he adds more to this statement afterwards, so.
Day. I was not able to pay my way to Florida and was generously offered a flight by a member of my community so that I could make this happen. I spent 3 hours knocking doors in Miami-Dade County alongside local volunteers and some that traveled from as far as New York City to push for Larkin to win Florida 25. Afterwards, I offered to buy dinner for the 3 volunteers that I knocked doors with, during which one of the volunteers was notified by the campaign director that the campaign needed to do a final fundraiser for $50,000 for advertising. It was not even a question for us that after phone banks and fundraisers on streams like Hassan's, to the tune of 125,000 calls and $50,000 raised, that the streamers on Twitch that have hosted Larkin for interviews and fundraising would be able to help in the effort. I got on the phone with the campaign director within minutes to offer these exact words, quote, "I'm here on the ground, let's do an IRL stream following the final day of the campaign and fundraise on the trail. Let's get the comms teams to put together graphics to share on socials. Contact Hassan Piker to boost it and bring in Mike from PA to fundraise. We can get this done before lunch tomorrow. Despite all of my distaste for Mike and his actions over the last year, this race was above that, and I wanted to get the surest pathway to raising these funds, even if I had to associate with someone who I do not want to associate with. I would rather swallow my pride for a day to have a chance at helping the people that I knocked on the doors of. Within minutes after leaving dinner, the campaign director called us back saying that Mike was apprehensive of doing this with us because of my proximity to it. I told the CD, campaign director, that, quote, whatever Mike's feelings towards me are, we have a race to win, unquote. And was told that they would work it out and I would make preparations to follow the campaign live in the morning. At 6:06 a.m. the following day, I received this text from the campaign director, quote, hey Austin, sorry for the early text, really stuck trying to figure this one out. Mike is insistent that we don't stream with you. I don't really understand the situation between y'all and would prefer to keep Oliver out of drama as much as possible. From your point of view, is there a possibility of making amends? I reply, I can only speak for myself, and like I said last night, we have a race to win and as much exposure as possible, with as much time with eyes on the campaign and pushes for donations makes it more likely to reach that goal. If Mike can't put himself aside for the people here, then I can take a back seat because I know his viewers will donate faster since there's more of them, unquote. On Monday night, I spoke to the campaign director and asked directly what they were told was reason enough to put Mike's feelings above my participation in the campaign coverage and fundraiser. I was told Mike was insistent they not work with me and would not work with them if they did, according to him. According to him, comma, I need to put that there. According to him, I, along with other streamers that I roomed with at TwitchCon in 2025, quote, this is what I was told, engaged in a mass harassment campaign alongside Destiny to cause an old clip of him saying, quote, Jews were a demonic ethnicity, and ultimately get him banned so that we, the streamers mentioned, and myself could take his place as the second top politics streamers beside Hassan Piker, or behind Hassan Piker.
That's kind of an elaborate, that's fucking elaborate as like, this is like, we've entered schizo territory with this, like, if that's what you think is happening here. Also, hi, Liz Catherine, how's it going? Mike is insane. He is. Well, I mean, yeah, he is absolutely
These
insane.
lies have persisted for 10 months.
I need my tinfoil hat for this one. Yeah, definitely.
And it has never been more false. I told this to the campaign director. They apologized for putting me in this position, and
Hi, Aspiring Devil.
They offered to make things right by putting together a stream with the candidate the following day.
Hi, sorry, so I switched over to YouTube. It's Lissy. I used a different name. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, by the way, hope your day is going good. Thank you. Hope yours is as well.
To which I am grateful for, and thank them for allowing me to give my side of this. Here we arrive at why I wrote this. Mike from PA put his personal vendetta against myself above the opportunity to raise funds, offer media coverage, and inform the public about the congressional race in a selfish and ego-driven manner that can only be described as wrecker behavior. I write this in hopes that those who have ignored this very public hate campaign in favor of not rocking the boat or engaging in some perceived leftist infighting will speak out against the actions of a person that has used his community against what are supposed to be allies.
This is like WWE kayfabe. I love it. I mean, I don't think they're faking their beef with each other. Like, leftists are notorious for infighting because they're always doing purity spirals, but like... And also Mike from PA is genuinely crazy, but...
For the perceived slight against his position. Not for Mike to receive harassment or retaliation from anyone. I ask for charitability and solidarity, and if that is too much to ask of them, then I ask once again, leave me and my friends alone. Leave our names out of your mouths. Leave the people in districts like Florida 25 out of your childish and petty crusade against me. I want to make this very clear. This was using the threat of not fundraising in order to facilitate what is effectively access media. That's what that is.
His voice reminds me of
Something that
GPS in
we
a
are
kind way, I promise. He's kind of an insufferable guy himself, but yeah, Mike is certainly more insufferable.
Supposed to be principally against in an independent media space. That is not at all what this is supposed to be. Not at all. And finally, admitting to the campaign director that all of this was because you felt threatened because other people in this space, your peers, were growing their audience and you felt threatened.
Ooh,
Let me make this part clear too.
Yikes.
I don't care about the fake rankings of who is the top, who is second, who is third, who is fourth. I don't care about that. And that is more important than what this goal here is. It's made it clear that our goals are not the same. That's been very clear. This will be the only time I am addressing this today. I'm certain that I'm going to get questions. I'm certain that I'm going to get harassment. I'm certainly that I'm going to get more of it. But it's already been like that for almost a year now. And the only people that have ever spoken out against this are the people that have been victim to it.
Welcome to what everybody else has been dealing with online, Gremlo. Like anybody who's a liberal creator. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness.
Because we have this idea that we can't rock the boat.
Wait till you get on the bad side of Hassan. Wait until you get on the bad side of Hassan. What happens then? What happens then?
Cross that thin
I just love that it took him having Mike from PA interfering with his shit for him to say anything. Yeah, your side of the internet is filled with harassers and people who just straight up slander people. And it took you falling out with a guy for a pretty reasonable clip, for a reasonable justification to actually see it. Oh, okay. Wow.
purple line and call in our peers before we call them out. But considering that I can't even go into certain spaces on this platform, I can't have my name invoked, I can't have a clip of mine shown on a stream.
Welcome to the club.
Without being called a Klansman, without being called a pedophile defender, without being called a Nazi, without being called a misogynist, without being called a racist. Falsely, slanderously. That's the kind of shit that I would expect in corporate media. That's the kind of shit that I would expect in environments that we are not working for, which is the whole reason we are working here on an independent platform. Because this kind of shit does happen behind the scenes of local news outlets, national news outlets? It definitely does. But you think that people aren't talking shit about Greg Gutfeld in the break room at Fox News? You think they aren't doing that? You think that they aren't undercutting each other for certain like stories that they want to cover? Yeah, they certainly are. And I thought we were independent on this platform so that we don't have to deal with that.
Is that why you're independent? Or we're a bunch of content creators, dude, but okay.
Using your clout, using your ability to fundraise, which is notable and good, but using that as a threat that you won't do it if they associate with somebody who is literally there to cover their campaign on the ground. I think it speaks for itself. I'll be posting this statement today on socials. I'll be posting this clip on socials because I have not made a public statement beyond on this stream. I have not cut one together for my YouTube channel. I have not made it on on Twitter, because I would like this to stop and I don't want to add more fuel to it. And if this is the only way that I can make this known to the public that this is the kind of shit that happens, then that's all the options I have left.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
That's all I got. You know?
It's like you will never know how bad it can be until you've been, I don't know, like people who are relatively innocent are being completely crucified for their, very normal takes online by your side, by your people. Hello, Megapite 64. Hello, Undular Inquest. How's it going? So I was going to go over, I guess Destiny was covering his court updates, I guess. So we could go over that a little bit. Hello, Uwu Swarm. Welcome. We could go over that. I also am going to be going over Zoog's conversation with Pisco. So that should be good. Hi, how's it going, Zoog? But anyways, yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I love you too. Before we get to that, I do kind of want to go over, we have to eat our vegetables before we go over that, okay? Before we go over the Destiny lawsuit updates, we have to eat our vegetables. I think this is pretty despicable. The way that Hegseth is treating our military members is absolutely despicable. USS Lincoln wasn't resupplied because Hegseth hid that Iran destroyed main US base.
Outright dismissing concern. There are a couple different ways you could look at the war right now. You could accept the White House's version. Donald Trump insists that Iran wants a deal and that the U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, says that negotiations with Iran are robust, and Trump is outright dismissing concerns about conditions on the USS Lincoln as fake news. On the other hand, you could choose not to accept the White House's version, which they're offering no facts to back up their views. Reports overnight say a ship was hit on the Strait of Hormuz, damaging the engine room and causing a crew casualty. The Wall Street Journal says American officials are worried Oman could help broker a nuclear deal that is more favorable to Tehran. That is on top of its reporting that Iran is looking to now expand the war, as Trump says Tehran should put up the white flag of surrender. And the Pentagon is now admitting that a Navy destroyer was without power for 4 days last month, leaving the crew without drinkable water, meals, running toilets, or air conditioning during that period of time. Joining me now to discuss, David Rode, MS Now senior national security reporter, and Peter Baker still here.
I'm sure you guys have been hearing about the USS Lincoln. They finally, the USS Lincoln finally arrived, I think. Wait, did it? Yeah. No, they're still actually, they're still in the thing. I know that there is another aircraft carrier that is supposed to be taking over, but it's just fucked up. It's absolutely fucked. I will read the article next regarding this, but this is just despicable. Hegseth is actively making our military worse and weaker. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting.
Okay, David, day after day, the president keeps saying things like the Strait of Hormuz, it's open, everything is great, the U.S. is in control. And now we have another ship hit overnight and a crew member dies.
It is not open. The Trump effort to reopen it has failed. And then the other strait here, this is how the war is widening, is in the Red Sea. There's fighting there. It's another Wall Street Journal story about traffic being slowed down there. 4 sailors were killed on a ship in the Red Sea last week. So the president's narrative, according to the sources I'm talking to, and just basic fact, is false.
Peter, right now Oman is negotiating with Iran over the strait. And in the midst of that, we talked about it yesterday, the president threatened to bomb the you-know-what out of Oman, a U.S. military ally, for almost 50 years. I don't know how else to look at this, but that the United States is trapped in this war, and everything the president is saying and doing just isn't rooted in fact.
Yeah, it's so striking. You're right to point that out. We've gotten so inured to a president who is willing to say and sometimes do almost anything that somehow we've lost the capacity for shock. But in fact, to sit there and just sort of randomly, almost cavalierly threaten war against a country with which we have friendly relations is, in fact, a striking moment. And it tells us something that he wants to be belligerent with the countries that have been friendly to us. At the same time, he's once again talking about how he has such great respect for Kim Jong-un and North Korea, and he wants to stop military exercises because it's so mean to North Korea, which, by the way, has something like 60 nuclear warheads compared to 0 right now in Iran. And he says the whole point of the Iran war was to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. Well, on his watch and on President Biden's watch, North Korea has expanded its nuclear arsenal substantially without any kind of action or, consequence from the United States. You have a president who seems to think that Kim Jong-un is his friend and Oman is not.
Okay, we've been talking about this for days. We've been covering this story on this network for weeks. We now have the families of sailors on board the Lincoln furious that the president is dismissing their concerns about the condition.
Yeah, basically this ship was deployed and it was not meant to be out that long. It was not meant to be out that long. It was deployed for 272 days. I believe that they were not meant to be out that long. There have been multiple crew members who have tried to go overboard, who've tried basically to kill themselves because of the conditions on the ship. They did, I believe they did like 250 days, consecutive days at sea with minimal port visits, which is like a U.S. carrier record. And like these families are hearing about their children literally trying to kill themselves, and the Trump administration is downplaying it. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. So the Lincoln, not only were they deployed for 272 days, they went 4 days without any resupplies, any power, no end in sight.
On the ship saying it's fake news. And now we learned that a destroyer was without power for 4 days. What is the American public supposed to make of this?
That the U.S. Navy is under tremendous strain, that previous administrations maybe didn't build enough ships, to be fair. But this is just an unforced political error by President Trump. There's no need to belittle these
going
sailors.
To war?
Well, there's the strategic error.
Yeah, it's one thing to go to war, right? It's another thing to completely belittle service members who like are active service members on this this carrier.
But the
Also
political,
an unforced political
correct.
error.
And
Yes.
sorry, just on Oman, they're angry at the Omani foreign minister. I interviewed him right before the war started.
We have the strongest like military in the world. I believe that the Trump administration doesn't know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to the military. Hegseth took power and fired a bunch of senior officials in various military like departments. Started doing all this anti-DEI bullshit. Stopped promoting, like he didn't promote any female officers this year, I believe, which is huge, which is insane, right? So he's fired a record number of senior officials. Like, what did they think was going to happen? He's actively making our military worse and making it weaker and making us less safe, and then putting young service members in harm's way and like contributing to their mental strain, like how overwhelmed they are. I'm just like, it's appalling. It really is.
He said the Iranians are willing to negotiate, and the administration rejected that advice. This was February 27th. I interviewed.
If it were any other administration, I think that they would have been able to go in and go out, you know, and we wouldn't be stuck in this situation. But now the Strait, we're negotiating the Strait when we weren't negotiating the Strait before. What was our situation before this war? The Strait was open. What do you think is going to happen when you fire a bunch of senior officials in the military?
The Omani foreign minister, he was leading the talks. February 28th, President Trump chose to bomb. So that's why they're mad at Oman. But it is a basic political error to belittle the families of sailors and belittle sailors who are out on these boats for 12 months at a time, and we are unable to resupply them. Why? Because Pete Hegseth hid the fact that Iran destroyed the main resupply base that the United States has in the Gulf. He did not make that public in press conference after press conference, and that is, again, the way that they have mishandled this war. But just
so it's like I've been watching some of this stuff happen over the past few months, and it's just insane. You let your pride get in the way. You're talking about renaming the Department of Defense to the Department of War. You're talking about, you know, having a high T, military or whatever. You're like talking about being like making the military strong. Meanwhile, you can't own up to a US base being destroyed to help active service members who were in the line of fire.
why would the president belittle our service members and their families? It just makes no sense to me politically. It's astounding. All right, Peter, new but related topic. Jared Kushner, who we just need to remind our audience again, is not.
This part is so fucking funny. Dude, Jared Kushner, man. Before we go there, okay, I have to highlight how insane it is that Hegseth is, and the Trump administration are going after any trans service members. There was a trans service member recently who was let go. I think she did a really good interview with the Bulwark, actually. You guys should go check it out. What's her name? So there was recently a trans a trans CIA agent who was, a former CIA official was fired after a far-right personality threatened to out her as transgender. There was also a U.S. Air Force member who was forced into early retirement because she was trans. Meanwhile, Hegseth is basically doing advertising that they're going to start testing everybody's testosterone in the military and giving them tea if they need it. It's literally it's a clown show. It is a clown show. So we're halting gender affirming care for service members who, pretty high up service members, by the way, who've been in the military for 20 plus years. I know one of them was at least in the military for 20 plus years, and she was forced to retire. And then, meanwhile, you're going to do gender affirming care for men. So, okay. Fun. We love it.
A government employee just met with both Hamas and Netanyahu about the Gaza peace deal. Is there any...
Do you really want to be going after people in the CIA? Those aren't exactly stupid people. Yeah, firing a person because they happen to be trans? A CIA officer because they happen to be trans? It's like, okay, I think Hegseth is the worst thing that might have happened to our military. He's fired so many top military officials. And now getting rid of, like, you know, trans veterans just because they're trans. And then now the Trump administration fired a trans CIA agent. Like, already the dismissals of all these, like, senior military members is insane. And what did you think was going to happen? You have nobody who knows what they're doing on that level. I think the Trump administration is just completely retarded when it comes to strategy. And of course they were going to fuck up what happened with Iran. I hope they use their expertise to be a constant pain in the ass of this dogshit administration on God. Yeah, the one service member, I forgot her name. I think it was a general? Maybe it wasn't a general. Oh, Bree Fram, that's who it was. She was a military officer. She was, she served in the military for 20 years. She worked as an astronautical engineer and lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force until 2023. She served as an active duty officer in the United States Space Force at the Pentagon, becoming a colonel January 2024. One of the highest ranking out transgender officers in the United States military, and the highest ranking transgender member of the United States Department of Defense. On June 6, 2025, she announced she had been placed on administrative leave, pending separation under the Defense Department's new ban on transgender service members. And then she later announced that, per the president's executive order, she was being forced to retire from the military. She did an interview recently, and it was really good. And she talks about, like, how they completely bumbled the entire Iran situation. There's also a few people running for political office that were fired by Hegseth. Be sure to donate to their campaigns. Yeah. I would agree with that. There are a lot of Democrat, like, female candidates who were previous members of the Department of Defense who are running, I believe. So I do hope that they're a thorn in the side of the administration. It's just unacceptable. Like, you're making our military worse and weaker. So there was that one CIA dude that resigned when Trump attacked Iran without warning the CIA. How the girls' school got bombed. Jesus. Okay, look at this. This is so cute. Look at this. It's a chinchilla, I think. Look at it. It's smiling. It's smiling. Oh, so cute. By the way, if you're in the melting pot, there are, let's see here. In the melting pot, they have like a Stardust roll now. Like, you can get a Stardust roll. It's really cute. You should get it. What community are you from primarily? Yeah, and then you'll get like a little heart with like the sparkles. It's like a broken heart with the sparkles next to it. I think I don't know. I like that. It's very cute. If you're in the melting pot server. Anyways. Let's see. Here is, okay. Destiny talking about his court stuff, because we had that recent update. So let's take a look at it, okay?
To come in and fight. Calling about.
That's a different question. Why did you delete your YouTube channel? I didn't delete my YouTube channel. The person who ran the YouTube channel that posted my stuff.
How do I get a roll in the pot? Zugami, you should, sorry. Yeah, no, the fucking social stream ninja is fucking up for me. You message, oh, what's his name? Radiant. You message Radiant. Yeah. Sorry.
They got rid of it because they're concerned about these people doxing and harassing. Yeah. So
I think that's
I have
bullshit.
to figure out.
I think you've got this. None of this proves they did anything to compel you. Well, no shit. They never filed any motion.
Okay, let's, yeah. Sorry, rewind a little bit.
That's a different question. Why did you delete? That's a different question. Why did you delete your YouTube channel? I didn't delete my YouTube channel. The person who ran the YouTube channel that.
By the way, I'm just saying you should boost this tweet, okay? I'm just saying you should boost this tweet. I'm just saying you should boost this tweet, okay? You should boost it, okay?
Posted my stuff. They got rid of it because they're concerned about these people doxing and harassing. Yeah. So I have to figure out.
I think you've got this. None of this proves they did anything to compel you. Well, no shit. They never filed any motions to compel ever. I don't know. I'll read it off stream because I have to.
Chat, did you know I worship Stardust? Chat, did you know I worship Zugami? Actually? Actually? Why am I getting tagged and stuff? Just a second. Who's tagging me? Who's tagging me? Who tagged me? Oh, I don't know who tagged me. Okay, never mind. Forget it. Anyways. Right, what was I saying? Okay, back to this.
We're gonna probably have to email my legal people a lot just to make sure we're 100% rock tight or rock solid, airtight and everything. But if they had anything strong, they probably would have brought it to the hearing. I am just so upset that you guys will never understand. Even when the transcript gets released, you will never understand how fucking awkward that hearing was. It was actually so unreal to watch people be so unprepared and to just have no idea what the fuck they were arguing. And it felt like one of the worries that I keep saying is that that the judge is just not going to know much about my case because there's so much other shit going on. She remembered a lot. I was surprised. And she remembered shit from the last hearing too, because they would try to say things that that she said the opposite of. And yeah, it was embarrassing. These people have no shame. They have no shame.
I missed the Pisco talk. Where can I watch the VOD? We're going to watch it together. We're going to watch it together, Ties and Wine. Don't worry, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it together. Zug did a great job.
Hey, I heard they had a hearing recently.
Yeah, what a joke.
I have to say, I really like
About it
Kafka.
and I said, those hearings
I really like Kafka. He's cool.
Things are really important for people to see, like before they become lawyers or like when they're early on as lawyers, because it scares the shit out of you so that it never happens to you. Because I have sat through a very similar one to what you describe, and like, yes, it is like, oh, haha, the other
Baby
side, this is
bird?
funny, fuck you, you are getting, owned by the judge right now. But then at the same time, you're like watching this thing, you're like, oh, fuck, like, I don't ever want that to happen to me. Because like, yeah, so the one thing that I think, I think you might have actually come to this conclusion too, but a lot of people were really upset because of, like they get another 24 hours or whatever, right? And clearly they've just uploaded everything to defeat you.
Publicly posting those RFPs are hilarious too. And I'm so glad the judge called them out. They were like, so it says here, you requested every single document, written, video, produced otherwise, that the defendant has ever said about the plaintiff here. And she's like, well, this is obviously ridiculous. And it was just so funny listening to her read through, because they were like, oh, no, well, we asked for it here. And she's
Jesus
like,
Christ.
it's literally the broadest RFP you could ever write. Like, it's meaningless, right? It's so, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, okay. I believe they're just, okay, 1 second. This is the last one. And then after this, they should all be on Court Listener. Sorry, I've just been at Pacer getting them. So, yeah, the funny part about it is that, like, it's in discovery, if you write a super broad objection or super broad discovery request, and let's say you don't object to it and she showed up, then the judge, like, not in this, but like at that point it's like, yes, you do have to provide it. But if you provide any objection at all and you just say object, it's broad, and there's no response from the other side, then the assumption goes to you guys, right?
Yeah,
like you were
this
saying,
is
the judge.
This is the thing that I don't understand. Like, I feel like I'm watching like Legal Eagle for retards when the judge is having to explain to them basic process of procedure, because they'll give an objection. They'll say something. They'll say, like, well, they objected and they said that it was whatever, and then the judge is like, okay, and it's like, well, what did you file then? Like, well, you can't just say that we objected, therefore spoliation, right? You have to you have to ask for more specific things. If you think we're lying about something or that we've destroyed something, which I don't even know how you could know when you're just at the RFPs, you're just requesting things. Like, it's not like you've found something that we've destroyed, or we've said we can't give it because it's gone, or we've said that whatever. Like, we've objected to everything. I would say obviously on reasonable grounds, and I think the judge would agree they were on somewhat reasonable grounds because the other side never filed anything to compel us on anything. So it's like, how the fuck are you going to say now that there's spoliation? Jesus. The most cringe thing was them, and she had to explain it like 7 times, Kafka. Like, you understand that if I asked you for something...
Is Joan not like a trial lawyer or whatever? Like, does she not go to trial very often? I'm very confused by this.
And you say that you don't think that this is responsive, that doesn't mean that you've destroyed evidence. Right? Just because somebody asks you for something, they say, well, I don't think that's responsive, or I don't have it, that doesn't mean they've destroyed evidence. Just because somebody comes to you, later saying like, oh, well, I have this document and I think that this might have been responsive. You can't just say, oh, well, they destroyed evidence. Like, they're jumping to the spoliation thing so fast. And I have to constantly not get mindfucked reading that fat fuck on Kiwi Farms and all these other retarded lawyer people. Like, my understanding is, from everything I've been told, adversarial readings, that's a big boy sanction. Like, you've really fucked up to get this against you, such that like you could lose an entire civil case on an adverse inference. Like, it's that bad of a fuck up.
Well, and it's like I said it the other day, where it was like, you will work for 30 years as a litigator and see a spoliation sanctions like once, right? Like, it's just, and the other really hard part about this is that the judge, even if she can look at Joan and see that this person is probably not a great lawyer, is going to treat this like everybody is a good lawyer. So whenever, if you had a client that, if you were going to file something like this and it was total bullshit and you were a good lawyer, you would have withdrawn it. You would have pulled it back and you would have said, you know what, we're going to pass the hearing. We're going to pull it back. And then whenever the judge comes in and says, you get 24 hours to file something, the judge is saying, you have 24 hours to settle this case, withdraw this case, or at the very least withdraw the fucking motion, because, oh my God, do not make me fucking deny this motion and open you up to sanctions and a malpractice lawsuit. Holy shit, what are you doing? That is what this is right now, and it's like,
oh, you think
rough.
that's why? I thought you meant when somebody said that in chat. I thought that they meant you were saying to withdraw the whole case. But you're saying it gives them an opportunity to. It's like it's a very polite. I know that you just said this, and I'm going to give you a day to think about what you just said, and maybe you didn't actually mean to have said what you said, and I'm going to give you a day to really think about that.
Here's some grace.
That's
and
Here's
then here
some
they
grace.
are. Well, here's his 450-page transcript, Your Honor. Can you please read this entire thing? I swear, he admits in here to delete.
We promise. Actually, within this entire transcript is a good motion for spoliation because we couldn't write it. So here's the deposition transcript that will let us win it. We couldn't quote it, but here's all of it. And yeah, so it's like in reality, if this was a good lawyer, this is the moment where they would have finally come around and just non-suit the entire case. They would come to you, say, "Can we please dismiss this with prejudice and get the fuck out of here?" Because holy shit.
I just want to say. Also,
at the very least, they should get rid of the motion.
I'm glad. It's funny to me they published the whole thing because I thought this was humiliating for her. Brettler is so good at fucking rage baiting in these depositions. And it's funny too because he turns it off immediately when the camera stops. He's super polite, cordial, chatting with him. He's such a nice dude. And then when the camera is on,
if that's what being a lawyer's job is just rage baiting people, that would be so much fun. I would love rage baiting people for a job.
Oh my God, there were so many of these moments. So she asked me, she's like, "So what did you do? You told me about some emails that you had sent before we went on the break. What else? Anything else?" Mr. Brettler, "Objection. It's been asked and answered. You weren't paying attention, Ms. Peters. While he was giving his answer, you were reading a note that was passed to you." She goes, "I'm going to object to your speaking." Why is she objecting to Brettler speaking? And he's like, "You can object, but he's already answered this question. It's your job to pay attention and then ask him questions." It's just this whole deposition was so fucking funny. Oh my God. And they literally had 7 fucking attorneys in the room to try to manage this. It was what the fuck are you guys doing? Oh my God.
Well, so whenever you were talking yesterday, you had to say repeatedly "Oh, Brettler wasn't able to talk at that hearing," and that is a super Brettler is embodying one of the major skills of being a good litigator. It's you shut up when the judge is winning the case for you, right? Don't snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. So him showing up, introducing himself, and then the judge being "Go ahead and sit down," and then the judge just wailing on Joan for the next hour and a half is not surprising.
That's rough. That is so fucking
the
rough.
idea that you would, it's silly because they had 4 weeks and then 3 more weeks to prepare for
because it got delayed even.
Yeah, and it's and you haven't you couldn't even get a quotation. You couldn't find quotes in here.
Yeah, they're standing up and saying things he admitted to deleting evidence in the deposition. And it's why wouldn't you file that that sounds like a really big thing to put somewhere, right? Isn't that why we do these depositions? And then she has to remind them, she's you understand that I don't see the full deposition if it's not filed, right? She has to remind them so many times, if it's not filed, I don't see it. You have to file it for me to see it. And then, them trying to get adverse. The funniest thing was her trying to explain what a jury is for. And
by the way, is the volume better than before? I know that you guys were saying the volume was not well balanced before. Let me know. Yeah.
That you can't get an adverse reading to win your case for you because Joan at the end she's Your Honor, we believe that in these videos that the defendant sent, we think that one of these is the video that went to Abby because Abby says it is and he says it's not. And the judge is you understand that that's what the jury is for. 8 members will sit here and then Abby will say something and then he will say something and then the jury has to decide who they want to believe. That's not for her to solve. Oh my God, dude. It was just...
Yeah, and it's kind of a thing where it's very funny to come in here and be "Judge, we did nothing to try and get this evidence other than basically ask one
for
time."
For every single thing he's ever had?
Yeah, and then it's great too because it's okay, whenever you said the judge had said "You can do this with me but not in front of the jury," it's that's the moment where the judge is basically telling Joan "I'm pretty sure you're going to cause a mistrial if we actually go to trial on this." All the time where she's explaining shit with the jury and how to conduct this stuff is that judge seeing a mistrial happen in front of her and having to deal with even more bullshit because of it. And she's just I can't, I don't want to fucking deal with these people anymore. That's what this sounds like to me because it's this sounds exactly like a person that's never practiced in federal court going to federal court.
Sure.
Because I've seen that. I've been in these hearings. And it's just yep. Yeah, you don't get to do this stuff like the back and forth where they're like searching through their paperwork for the list of things they think were spoliated. Like the amount of things that you said yesterday that like made my toes curl and just like secondhand embarrassment of like,
Oh,
I
when they
would
were doing
never.
when they were doing the
I
tag
just-
team
yeah.
thing and the because
Yeah,
Joan has to
no.
keep chiming in from the what do you call it? Not the gallery, right before where the people are seated.
What do you mean, like in the? Oh, she's like in the seats behind the tables.
Yeah,
or she's
not
at
in the
tables?
well, but like when she's at the tables, like the
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
just at the bar tables.
yeah. She's just like chiming in from there, and the
Yeah.
and
Which-
eventually Judge Becerra goes, "Excuse me, there's one person up here right now speaking to me. If you want to tell Carlos that he doesn't know what he's talking about, then you can come up here and you can tell him that he's clueless and make him sit down. Otherwise, we're not going to do this tag teaming thing." And I'm like, "Oh my god, holy shit, it
which
was
is like-
brutal." And then after that,
it's
Joan
fine.
stops
Okay.
talking. After that, Joan stops talking, and Carlos is like, "Hold on." And then Carlos he walks back to the table to go ask Joan questions. Oh my god. Sorry, God. Oh.
No, I was gonna say, because like in a normal trial, if you're doing like a direct or a cross, you might go back to your table, check your notes once in a while. One of the secondary lawyers, or the other lawyers with you, they might like pull a note and hand it to you. Like that stuff's all totally fine. But like the idea that you're just gonna like play a game of telephone with your like assistant counsel is insane. And then on top of that, the like audacity to say to a judge, my only evidence is the improbability.
It's highly implausible that he didn't talk with his business, and she had to repeat it. She's like, "You think that it's implausible that he didn't have in writing conversations with his business?" And she's like, "Yes, we believe that it's highly implausible. That's why the evidence must be deleted." And then them trying to explain like, well, there was a message posted online, and she's like, "What message was on?" It's like, "Well, a message between Dan Salzman and the plaintiff," and she's like, "What does that have to do with the defendant?" And they're like, "Well," and it takes them like, because I don't think they even understand the argument they're making, because I'm pretty sure this was posted on Kiwi Farms, and I think they ripped this argument, so they don't actually understand the argument. So it takes them like 2 minutes to cobble together, and that's why I think they brought out that dog shit of like, well, we think it's implausible that they were speaking, because I don't think they even understood what the fuck they were trying to argue. Again, it was copy-pasted posts from Kiwi Farms that they brought to federal court with them without understanding. It was crazy.
Just like, what a shit show, dude. What an absolute shit show. I will never understand. It's one thing to hate on somebody. It's another to get like so involved in their personal life and in their court case, like to the extent that J-Stock has, and that like other people. Like, what happened to the rule of like, don't touch the poop? Like, what happened?
And her scratching off things, because they came in with 6 things that they wanted to argue spoliation on, and she's like, "We're striking that." She got rid of like 2 out of the 6 without even us intervening, without us even saying anything yet. Andrew hadn't even opened his fucking mouth, and they're like losing on some of these things. Like, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, and it's the thing where it's like,
it sounds like So I was just going to say, it sounds like the improv thing, like they haven't rehearsed this beforehand and foreseen what might come of this. I mean, Catherine, is this the worst case you've ever seen of like completely amateurish behavior in court like this?
Well, and it's worse than like a sovereign citizen, because like sovereign citizens are just like so far out and like off on their own shit that you're just watching like them go
justified because of my Zionism.
Oh, no.
And so I think, if you switch these.
What the hell? It didn't, I'm trying to watch the thing and it jumped ahead. What the fuck? What happened? Why did it do that? Okay, there we go. What the fuck?
Will never black out or whatever, and how would you contend with the different findings? I would have thought it would more be like attacking their findings, not necessarily trying to undermine their credibility.
Well, it's just an expert witness. The only way you would attack his admission.
Where's
I could go and check at the bottom, but I'm pretty sure when it
giving them
it's a real thing is that
add the evidence, but we figure seeing whatever would come next that
I got a whole new judge for the trial and they disagree with every single. I think it can hurt other things, and I think I do saying
where did reason riffs go?
Under a protective order, and the judge is like, but it's his stuff. I mean, like it's just money. It shouldn't be that.
Clicks with what he just submitted. He says, "Well, I copied it off of Kiwi Farms." Okay, well,
an expert witness in, and he gives some.
That's a different question.
All right, what was this?
You know,
There we go.
you know, sustained or overruled, however we put it, just so that she could easily just go down the list like check, 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 right, and just write it just real fast, real easy. And then, then we object. It's stricken. Responding to a.
God, it was so funny, dude. I think. Well, it's cool they
No,
filed.
sorry. I'm just searching Brettler's name and seeing shit. Now, question: are you aware? Your affidavit, you're right, doesn't mean anything except in like specific.
Remember when Destiny said this court case was going to be over in 2 weeks? 2 years, here we come. I don't remember that. I probably wasn't paying too much attention back then when that was said, if that was said. Thank you for the 2 jewels, by the way. Yeah, I probably wasn't paying too much attention back then because if you recall, I kind of had stopped hanging out in Destiny's community probably like a few months prior to everything with Pixie exploding outwards and stuff. Like I'd stopped hanging out and like kind of being in that space for a while. And then the stuff with Pixie happened and then I'd already like, I don't know, but yeah. But I mean, we reconnected recently and made up and all of that. So, and you know, I'm sure I'll still have things that I want to say, but yeah.
Circumstances where the statutes will tell you need an affidavit, right?
Sure.
There might be a certain pleading that requires one, but like, yeah, you can't just like keep pumping these things out all over the place. And it's also just, it's something that like, whenever you see like Joan putting her own affidavit in there, it's like,
I don't know where we were. I just know that Reason Riffs was in the call wherever we were. So if I'm ahead or behind, I'm sorry. I apologize.
why is this here? The only thing a lawyer should really be putting an affidavit out there for is like, about their fees and about
bro. She's very invested. She's very involved, bro. She's got to testify to her own abuse that she suffered at my hands, dude.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
When she was filing, I remember like a year ago when she was putting things in some of her filings where she was like, and the defendant
I'm putting it on 1.5 speed, by the way.
continues to insult and malign undersigned counsel, ignoring the fact that I was actually successful on my last motion to seal her. I'm like, what the fuck why are you fighting with me in court filing? And you're like the lawyer. Are you okay?
Seriously.
Oh my god.
You bring it out in people. That's all.
I
God.
don't know.
Question. Now you're bisexual, correct, Mr. Butler? Objection. I mean, that's an absolutely outrageous question. You can answer it if you want to, but you don't have to answer that question.
It's just so, dude. That was fucking hilarious. Oh my god, it was so funny, dude.
I'm just searching Brettler's name and seeing shit. Now, question. Are you aware of any complaints that you've been filed with the police about you? Can you clarify what you mean by aware? What do you think aware means, Brettler? Don't argue with the witness.
He is a professional rage baiter, dude. He's actually so good. Holy shit.
He was molded by it. This is great.
Did they have the thing in there, the throwing the papers thing or whatever?
Oh, I know.
Holy shit. Hold on. Oh, man. Let's see. Definitive.
Yes.
Hold on. Dude.
Wait, no. Wait, no. Oh. I just found it.
What's the keyword?
Brettler, excuse me. I just did through. Brettler, excuse me, Peters, to refresh your recollection, until you can provide counsel with copies, you're not going to show the witness anything. You are extremely rude, extremely rude. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's go off the record. Peters, I guess I'm tired of you being rude. Brettler, you threw papers at me. Counsel, we're going off the record. That's so good. That's fucking great. Oh my god. I've been in similar ones. It's not where shit gets thrown, but like where you're just seeing one lawyer just rage bait the shit out of another one.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, you know what? At least the judge is gonna have something to laugh about. Though I will say,
you say that, but like,
laugh about.
I think she genuinely is like, kind of
maybe
stressed. Like,
she is.
Maybe she'll laugh about it like in 2 years from now, but right now she's probably pissed. If you avoid Destiny content, you can cultivate a wider audience. What do you mean? I just hadn't interacted with Destiny like prior to the Pixie. I think it was like a few months prior to the Pixie stuff. I had just stopped interacting with that space in general. But it's not like I'm necessarily interacting with his content or not. It's I don't know. I like his content, so whatever. So
over and over again that she has like 300 cases in front of her, and there's just like so much stuff. She was really mad about the last minute filings. I hope she didn't hold it against us. Maybe it was a bad idea to respond to them, but no, it would have been stupid not to respond to them. Like, imagine going up and you have like unreplied to things.
No, exactly. There is like judges. I mean, she could if she's a judge, but the judge should never be upset about someone responding to a filing. That's just like you are doing what's best for your client there. And also the way he handled it was really well, where he just was like, we object, it's stricken, and then he structured it similar to how you would actually do a lot of times a motion to compel of, here's what was done, here's our objection, sustained or overruled, however we put it, just so she could easily just go down the list like check, 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 right, and just write it just real fast, real easy. And then then he showed up at the hearing and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of
when we were doing this deposition, and I remember when we came in, there was a table, and on this table there were like 9 huge binders, and I was like, what are we doing here? And then they would.
I remember
this. So they set one of these huge binders in front of me. And I think this is one of my conversation productions because I'm the only person who actually produced anything here. She goes, all right, I'd like to mark as Exhibit 1 a document bearing production numbers SB 0550 through SB 14452. So she just put a 1,000-page binder in front of me. Okay, we actually have them in 2 separate binders, so we're going to mark them as off the record for a minute. Okay, we're off the record. We're back on the record. I want to clarify that Exhibit 1, which we have just marked, is a document bearing production numbers SB 0550 through 1616. And then she says by Joan, so you have the entire exhibit in front of you, Mr. Bunnell? Yes. Now, you have produced this document, correct? Mr. Butler, objection. This is a 1,000-page document. You can take as much time as you need on the record to review this exhibit, this 1,000-page exhibit, and then determine if it's something that you produced, and take all the time you need. and then I just say, on cursory glance, assuming the base stamps and everything are correct, this is my production. Yes. It's just so funny how the huge binders that they would wheel out, and they bring out these huge binders to ask.
I mean, like, let's be real. If you had an ongoing court case and you had people who were actively fucking with it, actively trying to get involved in your personal life, trying to slander your own child, trying to fuck with your own child, trying to fuck with a court case that's already costing you a lot of money, you'd probably be upset too.
Hi, baby bird. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hi, you okay? What's wrong? Hi. You okay? I'm right here.
Like one question about like page 487, and they would take the whole binder back, and I'm like, oh my god,
amazing. What? Yeah, and it seems like just not being prepared is a theme here, but like, holy shit, yeah, it's, yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, they're doing it themselves as well, but I mean, yeah, shit, like it is something where it's like you need to do what's best for your client, but yeah, like it's okay if you take into account like, okay, this judge is really pissed off and is having a really.
Are you okay? Are you okay, baby? Are you okay, baby? Hi, baby bird. Are you okay? Are you okay? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Here. Hey. Hey, hi. I'm here. I'm here. What's wrong? What's wrong? You okay? You okay, baby? You okay? I love you. Okay, baby bird. I love you, baby bird. You okay? Hi. Hi. What's wrong? What's wrong?
Sorry. JStock and others spent more time on the Zugami Pisco talk than court stuff yesterday. Wow. That's insane. Maybe we'll watch their review of it, actually.
Hard time right now. Like, is this something that really needs to be fun? I mean, like, I have a case right now where like we have like one side is like they've like admitted like, yeah, we have all these documents. We're just not gonna produce them because it's gonna be too expensive, which is bullshit. You can't. That's not a reason, right?
For sure.
And I was like, I got mad because they said some other shit to me, and so I was like, all right. So I like started writing this big fucking like motion out, and my boss was like, I get it. I understand what you're going for here. Cut out like half of it, and then just write like a single paragraph at the very beginning that summarizes everything, because the judge ain't gonna read any of that shit. Just give him a small summary.
If that's really the case, I'm gonna go and we're gonna pull it up. Sorry, I need to watch that. I need to watch that. Oh, I see that you're a fucking hater, dude. Okay. Nobody thinks that, by the way. Nobody thinks that. Let's see. He's going over. Let's see what he's going over. Did you just troll me? Because I don't see anything about it here.
Israel.
Unless it was later. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay.
This Howling Newton guy on Twitter has really got to figure it out.
Has
I swear to
Doe
God, he basically...
Has Doe summoned you to court yet? No.
I didn't delete that. I actually would rather that channel were still there. That's on you guys, man. Try to do the flesh simulator thing where they're like, oh, we're going to like going down a blind alley looking for information. Even give away like embarrassing information on me.
Do you know who she is?
Oh, what is her fucking...
It was 4...
Check out the Pisco Zugami conversation. I think that might be good. I got a timestamp for it. We checked some of that out. It's more of a... I'm guessing this will be more of a funny bit. So, this person's basically going to argue, I think, that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Okay? I think that's the...
I mean, not necessarily, but it came up as a topic. I'm going to place my bets that J-Stock is disappointed by the Zugami talk, that Pisco didn't go hard enough or something. Star, please review this first. Emiya made it. Okay. Wait, let me see. Normal fan. Okay. Wow. Wow. This isn't even snark. This woman is in love with Hassan. Wow. This is actually insane. I'm sorry, my bird is freaking out a little bit. What's wrong? What's wrong?
He's just a baby.
He's a baby bird.
Every move you make.
Anyways, that was a pretty good video by Emiya. That's insane. That's insane. Okay, give me 1 second. Hi, Testicle Johnson. Okay. Why didn't Destiny give all of his communications with Stardust to Joan? What are you hiding? There's actually nothing to hide because for probably a year and a half, Destiny and I legit did not talk. Like, legitimately, for a year and a half, we did not talk. He blocked everybody, understandably so, because he was not sure who was gonna, like, fucking turn on him next, right? I'm certainly not bothered by it, but I do think it's funny that literally I did not talk with this dude for a year and a half. I already had not been on his stream several months prior to the stuff exploding with Pixie, and people still found a way and a reason to dox me and call me a Destiny sweeper. So you know what? Fuck you guys. We're here now, okay? Destiny I made up. Yeah. So.
Baby bird, what are you doing?
1 second, guys. My bird. Sorry, 1 second, guys.
Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you not feeling good? What's wrong? You okay? What's wrong? What's wrong, baby? You okay? What's wrong? We have to go to the doctor. Okay? What's wrong? You don't know? I'll watch you, okay?
Sorry about that.
You know, he's just a baby. He's just a baby. It's a baby bird.
Okay. Anyways, back to, sorry. Was I gone for long? Sorry, I had to, make sure he's okay.
I love you. You're okay? You okay?
Okay. So, apparently J-Stock watched Zoog's conversation with this guy. And I'm sure J-Stock's... Guys, let's take a bet, okay? Or not a bet. Let's do a poll. Type a 1 in chat if you think that J-Stock is going to be completely good faith and completely reasonable in his evaluation of this conversation. And type a 2 if you don't think so. If you think maybe he's not going to. Not so much. -5. Hi, Abe. How's it going? John Pork, yes. Do you think... Okay, 1 or 2. 1, if you think that J-Stock is going to be completely reasonable and good faith and nice in his evaluation of this. Or, like, literally any other number if you don't think so. I'm also, by the way, I'm not a Destiny Orbiter. I'm a Dan Saltman Orbiter, okay? The limit does not exist. God, dude. That's something. That is something. I am a Dan Saltman Orbiter, for sure, for sure. For real, for real. Two stock. I look forward to the true crime documentary where she kidnaps him. Okay.
The argument they're going to do, and I think that would be very exciting to check out. All right? What else do we got on the stream? I've got some other stuff with politics and whatever. We got a lot of different shit going on. I'm not totally sure where we're going to go next. Somebody wanted to watch the Flesh Simulator thing. The only thing about the Flesh Simulator thing, I feel bad watching his shit sometimes. He just doxes people.
Boogaloo Penguin wouldn't know what good faith looks like at this point? No, I don't think he would either.
It's the same thing with, like, Tyler. It's like, I just don't want to watch that stuff on stream sometimes, because it's going to be a lot of doxing. It's like, well, I doxed this guy before. It's like, yeah, it doesn't really make it better to me. Right? It just doesn't make it any better. Come on, man. TI is going on right now.
Kind of feel like they need a mid hero for sure, right? I don't think they want to have the Lina as mid.
Yeah. Okay, he faked us out.
Man. None of the pill mod that got demodded, calling Lonerbox a house N-word. Like that, just the fact that a chatter brought that up and then Wick reads it and like Soypill laughs and I start laughing. And then they unmod the guy and then Soypill he's like, I'll correct the record here. Just, I unmodded him, but he said he actually changed it to Lonerbox is like Samuel L. Jackson's character from Django. It's like, dude, that's the same. That's literally the stereotypical house N-word. What the fuck, man? I like what are you saying? I'm sorry. It was just crazy, man. He's only doxed the Maoist landlord guy, hasn't he? UAE Falcon Finance he's doxed as well, no? But he also doxed UAE Falcon Finance. And I thought that was who this one was about. Is he not explicitly doxing UAE Falcon Finance in this one as well?
So in the case of like a call-in or something where you're caught more off guard versus a scheduled conversation, I noticed that you said that in the Avi conversation, you guys did spend a good chunk of time on the definition, but what...
I know Zugami is the chick that said she felt at home with DGG over pro-Israel stuff, but why is she of note enough to talk to Pisco, seemingly obviously as someone who is an agent of the community pushing the slander against him? Because Pisco will talk to anybody so long as they're not me. Fucking asshole. Fucking asshole. Fucking asshole. Well, I shouldn't say that. Technically talk to me in a... Dude, I don't even have anything to talk to him about. That's the funny thing. But I think he pulled me into a Twitter space again.
But when you sent me the definition that you wanted to work off of it, it's the Merriam-Webster definition, right?
Yeah.
And so did you guys go basically like on a very long roundabout to go back to basically the colloquial definition, or...
Imagine using an AI-generated PNG tuber. This dude is so annoying. He is actually very fucking annoying. And he has the gall to talk about my looks and his friends also. He like, oh, you know, one of his big excuses for like talking about my looks is like, oh, she called me fat first. Okay. When have you ever been kind? When have you ever been nice? When have you ever been anything positive towards me? You haven't. Even if you didn't talk about my looks prior to that, you had Queeman on. You had Mrao on. You didn't check them when they were talking about me back then. You yourself would, you had a Cherry on. You didn't check her when she was saying horrible stuff about me. You didn't check anybody who was saying stuff about me, and you contributed, even if it wasn't about looks. You certainly contributed to being horrible to me and talking about how boring and what a terrible content creator I am. Well, look at you, dude. All you can do, your viewership collapses when you don't talk about Destiny or Destiny-related people. It's like insane. So yeah, no, I don't want to hear this cry-bullying bullshit. Like, oh, she called me fat first, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then why be horrible to me, period? You're like, you are a PNG tuber. Your friends have been going on my looks and going on my personality, going on after every part of me for years. You've never checked them. You have them on, you laugh at what they say, and you never check them. Why the fuck do I care? You enjoy this shit. Yeah, we saw your debate, he's a demon. Yeah, and I know that he's a fucking racist too. And you can't tell me, you can't honestly look at his community and see the things that they say and not tell me that he is a racist and his community is racist and misogynistic.
or what was that process like, and why do you feel that that was important?
So I think it's important because I need to know what it is I'm assessing to apply it. So in order for me to assess, for example, whether Hassan's...
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
This is a great use of, because it's not adversarial when she asked that, this is a great use of the erudite filler word, okay? If you ask me if somebody is blah, 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 well, I need to know what blah, 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 blah means. If I don't know what blah, 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 blah means, then how am I supposed to tell you if somebody is blah, 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 blah? You understand that, right? Do we understand that I have to know what a word means, what you mean when you say it, if I want to respond to the allegation you're making?
statement
stop
about
giving that example.
inbred
Never.
ultra-Orthodox people is anti-Semitic, I need to know what is the metric that we're applying. Now, there are some heuristics, of course, right? You can assume strongly that someone who does the dancing Israelis lie and propaganda about 9/11, that such a person is anti...
I want Pisco to say what the lie is about that. By the way, what's the lie?
Are you saying that you believe that? Do you believe in that, J-Stock? I've said it before, I'll say it again. Stardust did our community a service with that takedown. Let me tell you, it wasn't about me. I mean, sorry, it wasn't even about you guys. It wasn't even about the community. It was about me. Like, that takedown was completely about me. It was years of spite built up. So, is J-Stock admitting to believe in an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory right now?
What the lie is about that. By the way, I
assume strongly that someone who does the dancing Israelis lie and propaganda about 9/11, that such a person is anti...
I want Pisco to say what the lie is about that. By the way, what's the lie? I'm just curious what the lie is.
He's admitting that he believes in an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. I mean, the ex-Groiper allegations are not being beat right now. He is not beating those allegations. So weird how these people see Pisco as a way to launder their weird fucking opinions. Yeah. No, he's actually an ex-Groiper. I have been told by multiple people behind the scenes that this guy is an ex-Groiper. I'm not surprised that his entire community is racist. I'm not surprised that there are actual Groipers in Queeman's community. I'm not surprised at anything. This guy is anti-Semitic, he is racist, he's a misogynist, and he tries to masquerade as a leftist, and he tries to use people like Pisco and people like Soypill and other people to launder his beliefs.
I think this is one of the, what do you call it, the like biggest, this is one of those things where it's like they say it's a lie, and it's like, well, it's a lie if you take it all the way to the conclusion that like Israel did 9/11 or something. That's a lie.
Pisco has called J-Stock anti-Semitic as recently as last week. I believe that. I think Pisco's a smart guy. So, and Pisco thinks he can change these people. He might think so. I'm not gonna hate on Pisco for that. Okay, I'm somebody who debates or used to debate far right radicals quite often, so I'm not gonna hate on him for that. But don't get taken advantage of by these people. Okay,
that is a lie. Even that Israel like knew about or helped 9/11 also lies. Also, no evidence for that. I do think there is something going on with people gathering intelligence. This happened to be some people who were like quite possibly involved, right? And I don't think they had any real idea of what was going to happen. I just don't. But it's like, it's one of those things that like the FBI detained these people. The FBI talked to them. The one thing that always throws me when, and I don't know if this is true. This is one thing that I can't recall if there's proof of this or not, or if this is in like an official document. I believe these guys all had like next day flights to leave the country. I can't remember if that one's true. If that one were true, I go like, yeah, they're definitely like, they knew something weird was going on. Anyway, but it's like, I don't think they were expecting planes to crash into the Twin Towers.
Anti-Semitic, okay? Even if it's not in the definition.
Sorry, I like pausing on that just because I know
he's
people...
just lying. That is insane, dude. That's so fucking insane. They were deported years later on immigration violations. I don't know what, like, okay, he's just going mask off here. Wow. Incredible. J-Stock the anti-Semite, guys. The Jew stalker really means Jew stalker.
Hi, baby bird. Are you feeling okay?
On TV in Israel, video is still up? Oh. Wait, but we were sent there to document the event. Is that 9/11 or is that something else? But I don't believe that there's like significant evidence that Israel knew what was going to happen. I don't believe that. I have to see like a better explanation or something. Bad translation maybe? Yeah. From what I understand, like some of the arguments, they just aren't followed through to the next like logical point. I always point this one out, but the guy who owned the moving company that those people worked for, that guy fled the country. He fled to Israel, actually. And the implication there is Israel protects somebody who helped, you know, who helped orchestrate 9/11 or something. That guy moved back to the States. That guy's been in the States for like 20 years or something. That guy left for just long enough for the statute of limitations to pass.
So you can tell that he has not read the 9/11 Commission report at all. The dancing Israelis weren't even from the same day. No, if you read the 9/11 Commission report, they literally did there's an entire book you can read, J-Stock. If you read the 9/11 Commission report, they go into how 9/11 happened on the day. They go backwards, right? They start off, I think that's how they start off. They, at the very least, they talk about the day of 9/11, what went wrong, okay? They talk about how TSA at that time was pretty lax. They did get, they when these guys walked through the security sensors, things did go off. And the security kind of like waved their wand at them and let them go through. A couple of alarms were set off. But, in general, things were pretty lax back then. So they just let them go through. They talk about how exactly each attack happened on 9/11, what each person's role was on 9/11. There is no mystery about this, okay? He just needs to do a little reading. But he doesn't, because he's a retarded fucking groiper, and he gets all his news from fucking Twitter and from retarded anti-Semites in his chat, okay? Jesus. All right, okay, it wasn't TSA. It was like the airport security, right? But anyways, but basically they talk about in the book how airport security at the time, there were multiple things that were triggered, and airport security just waved these people through. Each attack, what happened. Then they go backwards in time. They go into Osama bin Laden's family, what his father was like, what it was like being in that family where his father was one man divided amongst many women with many children, and how Osama bin Laden felt like his father didn't do him right, didn't do his kids right. Osama bin Laden's friend group didn't think that their fathers did them right, and they didn't want to be like their fathers, right? They go into how they grew up. Osama bin Laden had a fucking a cappella singing group with his friends. They talk about Osama bin Laden, how tall he was and how it made him stand out in the society he was in, how he became radicalized over time, everything leading up until the 9/11 attacks, basically. And you can read that it's a excellent piece of writing, okay? You can read it. It's available. I'm pretty sure you can find it online for free if you wanted to. So, but yeah, things were much more lax back then. This guy gets all of his news from fucking retarded chatters.
I believe in the state of New York for fraud, because he was probably doing some fraudulent business with this moving company, right? He's probably laundering money in some way. But it seemed like that's the only thing he was worried about was the fraud charges, and then he came back literally, I think, within a couple months. Anyway, we keep going.
A person is anti-Semitic,
pretty bad.
okay? Even if it's not in the definition. Same thing with this Holocaust.
He actually believes in an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's insane. That's insane.
I will assume, as a default matter, presumptively, because of how predictive that is, that someone is anti-Semitic.
It might be the same group of people,
espouses
but I don't know.
Holocaust denialism.
I listened. He's doing the things or whatever, but I just listened to the Ryan Dawson thing once and was like when Ryan Dawson was arguing with Myron Gaines or trying to show this stuff to Myron Gaines, I listened to it and I was just looking stuff up as he was talking to see if how much this would hold up to me, just take it one step further. And what I found was it just didn't really hold up that well.
Always been by my position, and of course it would be insane if it wasn't your position.
It's basically the prerequisite for being a neo-Nazi is to deny the Holocaust. So
sure.
Actually, that's a great segue. There was a claim.
Well, I just want to finish real quick.
A lot.
Sure, we can get to the claim for sure. Yeah. So, but
absolutely, go for it.
Notwithstanding the fact that we have good heuristics, if someone says the N-word, we assume they're racist. If someone denies the Holocaust, we assume they're anti-Semitic. In a conversation that's more either philosophically oriented or more particular, we need to know what the heuristic is for, right? And what you'll find is oftentimes people are baking things into the definition at the first step, and that makes you have an untenable thought process regarding the whole thing. And so, yes, it's fine to have heuristics.
What do you mean by baking?
This is closer to what I was talking about. So I'm thankful he's following what I said, even if it's somebody else who gave me advice.
You know who called into Alex Jones on 9/11 to tell him to stop with the conspiracy theories about it? Joe Rogan. How things have changed. That's insane. Because Joe Rogan has had multiple, can't even call them historians. They're like these pop history guys who do Holocaust denial apologia, basically. He's had multiple of them on his show. Multiple. That is insane. And he has been so fucking irresponsible on it. Yeah, Daryl Cooper, and he had another one as well. I'm trying to remember. God, dude. Zagami, you did such a great job during the conversation with Pisco. Looking forward to more in the future from a Pisco fan. Yeah, see, like, I do think that, yeah, like anybody, Dave Smith, sorta. There was somebody else, I believe, as well. Daryl Cooper is fucking dangerous, though. I think Zugami did such an excellent job with this conversation. I don't even know if it's going to be worth it to listen to what J Stock has to say about this because he is so fucking stupid. He is so fucking stupid. I have never seen anybody so stupid in my life. And imagine, like, let me just tell you guys, like, for this guy to talk about how pathetic of a streamer I am, how terrible I am at interviewing people, how terrible I am at debating people, and then to get absolutely fucking wrecked by me after years of talking shit. Oh, dude, that must really hurt for you. That must really hurt for you. That must be why he blocked me. I don't think Pisco's a bad guy. I think he just gets really caught up in words and definitions, and it makes sense. And I was funny yesterday. I was listening to him be like, "Oh well, I'm not doing a lawyer thing here when I'm looking for definitions." And I'm like, "Well, I was thinking to myself, you might not think you are, but you absolutely, like, so much of what we do is based on definitions. You have to have a working definition of things, just like you have to have a working definition of, like, certain laws, right? So I don't think Pisco's a bad guy. I think he just gets very caught up in pedantry and, yeah. But I think Zugami really killed it yesterday, so.
Closer to what this is getting closer to what I would consider smart, like a smart way to talk about this, okay? You should start saying why you need these things. You should start explaining that to people, because that helps people understand why you're being cagey about the definition. Right? So, when he says, I think you're baking stuff in, that's implied. It's like, I've said this, he should tell people that he thinks they're trying to get him, like, to do a gotcha, so he will call these people anti-Semitic, these people that he has, like, connections to. And it's all coming from a community who hates those people and wants them to associate with that community again. Or just get destroyed.
Something into the heuristic. Can you explain that to me a little bit more?
Baking
So
into the
you're saying that
definition,
they're kind of hiding something within the definition that isn't in the definition. Could you give me an example of something like that?
So, for example, there are some people who want to bring in this concept that, as a definition of anti-Semitism, it is corrosive lies about Israel. All right. So imagine that someone were to tell you what anti-Semitism is. At least minimally, there's a sufficient condition for anti-Semitism or corrosive propagandistic lies about the conduct of Israel. Now, if you were to do that, right, you would bite some insane bullet, and your thought process, I think, would be skewed and wrong. And most people would say that's a notion that just does not track how people use the term. And so instead of doing like what Avi did, right, what Avi did was very effective.
What did he do?
So in applying the term to Hassan, why was he so effective? Because he was able to.
I'll be honest, these like low IQ DGG rats, for lack of a better word, talking down to Pisco actually irritates me so much.
Wait, who's talking down to Pisco here?
So people would say that's
who's talking down to Pisco
now,
here?
If you were to do that, right, you would bite some insane bullet, and your thought process, I think, would be skewed and wrong. And most people would say that's a notion that just does not track how people use the term. And so instead of doing like what Avi did, right, what Avi did was very effective.
What did he do?
So in applying the term to Hassan, why was he so effective? Because he was able to.
I'll be honest, these like low IQ DGG.
Like, she's not talking down to Pisco at all here. They got on very well in this conversation.
Rats, for lack of a better word. Talking down to Pisco actually irritates me so much. Like, you've not done anywhere near the work to have the ego that you have. Your ego is so unjustified. It's insane. It's insane to listen to, man. I'm going to lose it.
Use the term anti-Semitism as most people.
I hear you say that you have no interest in this TI because none of the teams have the players you like. Well, I've technically played Heroes of New Earth with Snaking before, like a couple times. I've probably played with them in Dota Pups a lot, actually. But even so, yeah, I don't care. Team Spirit, Liquid, Enigma. I don't like the Liquid guys. I don't care for Enigma either. Enigma's UAE funded, okay? Don't care for them either. Team Spirit, Russians. Russians, okay? Easy, G-Well. Easy!
Use it and address all of the auxiliary hypotheses that someone could bring up to defend Hassan, for example. So they could bring up, well, it's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Zionism. It's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-settler conduct. It's not anti-Zionism, it's anti-ultra-conservativeness, or it's anti-imperialness. Like, because he's able to track how people use the term, he's able to provide a more effective argument. But
who is Zug? Is she a streamer? Yeah, she's somebody in this like new DGG crew who I guess, hangs out with the same group of people. There's like a bunch of people, Black Irish, who hang out in Darius's Discord, who do like content there, and she's one of those people.
She's way more than that, but okay.
She's a little eccentric, okay? She's a little eccentric. A step above Alish? I don't know about that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this morale clip that he sent me a while back. Let me see if I can find this. This is a very goofy clip. How far back would I have to go for this?
He's talking about
I'm
Avi
pretty sure he
now.
sent this to me. Hold on. He posted in January. He sent it to me in DMs. Dude, this music is kind of annoying to me, but dude, come on. Where is this? There's a timestamp here. Come on. Oh, I can't find it. You guys might remember it. It's like the angel numbers thing. Oh, also the thing that she... Hold on. Come on, is it not here somewhere? Fuck! I swear Mao sent it to me. It was like this whole thing where she talked about how she went to a rabbi because she was seeing angels and she wanted to know what it meant or something. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you... What are you saying? But now I can't find it. Come on, man. Is it really not here? I'm looking. I can't find it. I might just have to hit play. Fuck. I can't find it.
Into the assumption, like the definition.
Yeah.
Some fact.
Oh, this is it? Hold on. Wait, how did somebody else have it for me so quick? Fuck. Thank you.
That I tried to reach out to like a Chabad rabbi because I was like, I need guidance because I can't stop seeing angels.
Wow.
Like in my mind's eye. Like I literally, ever since I did all that DMT, I just like see them all the time, 24/7.
Really?
Yes. Like just above, like 3 of them.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I was like, I gotta like talk to the fucking
Stardust just being like, wow.
Yeah, spiritual leader about this shit. You know, and see like what's going on in my brain. Fucking
Stardust just...
Really?
Yes. Because
fuck.
Well, look, I personally don't believe in all the spiritual stuff, but I think it's super cool that Zug does, and I like listening to her talk about it, you know? I do find it a little bit inspiring, like that she that she believes in this stuff, you know? And I think like she is able to derive a lot of meaning from like the symbolism that she sees in her life, you know? So why is Lav adding me in this melting pot? Like, middle part your hair right now and send a photo and I'll do the same. Dude, what is wrong with her? Like she is just going in. Like, I am so confused. What is going on? Why is she adding me in the melting pot? I am in the middle of streaming. Please leave me alone. I do not have the time to go through your VODs and find the most unflattering picture. I never thought that Lav would be into me, so... seeing angels is better than whatever is going on in J-Stock's head? Yeah.
Hit play.
But anyways, yeah, I might not believe
into the assumption, like
I personally don't have like a spiritual connection with like I don't know, whatever in the world, right? But I find like the symbolism that that Zook finds in things like really inspiring sometimes, you know? So yeah.
The definition.
Yeah.
Some fact.
Oh, this is it?
I'm not really sure how to react to it when she talks about it. That's why I'm just always like, wow, you know? So,
wait, how did somebody else have it for me so quick? Fuck. Thank you.
That I tried to reach out to like a Chabad rabbi because I was like, I need guidance because I can't stop seeing angels.
Wow.
Like in my mind's eye. Like I literally, ever since I did all that DMT, I just like see them all the time, 24/7.
Really?
Yes. Like just above, like 3 of them.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I was like, I gotta like talk to the fucking
Stardust just being like, wow.
Yeah, spiritual leader about this shit. You know, and see like what's going on in my brain that like that I'm just seeing this all the time. Because usually it's like a psychological thing, but like religious leaders are like very, you know, practiced and
to be honest, this is like I could see this being more like Crystal Girl stuff. Like she's saying this, but she's not like speaking totally literally. You know what I mean? Like
no, there's
this
like
could
a
be more
lot of
Crystal Girl stuff.
symbolism.
It's not like she's, you know,
I don't know,
having actual hallucinations. Although DMT seems to imply that it would be some actual distortion or something, but I think there are like some women who just say shit like this, you know what I mean? Like I see they wouldn't mean it literally.
I don't know about Israel.
Let me rotate my coat.
For example, or saying, for example, any criticism of Israel constitutes anti-Semitism, you're just not going to be persuasive to people, and it's not going to attract people to use the terms. That's why it's so important before we start applying these terms to define them or to at least understand them.
Okay. Okay, I have a few quick comments. I guess.
OMG, I know that metro entrance. I think you were in DC when we had that conversation as well.
Listen,
so.
I guess you don't know this about me. I was born in Israel. I grew up here. I've always hated Bibi. I've always hated the Likud. I've always been very pro-peace. And I love my country, right? I love Israel. I do. But I do think there is a way you can criticize the government and want the country to be better without being, without being anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist, whatever. But I will say, though, is that anti-Zionism is, to me, in my interpretation and understanding, is another form of anti-Semitism because you are relying on these kind of libels. It is the only Jewish state, right? And it exists because of the fact that Jews were persecuted in all other parts of the world, right? So when somebody is saying, like, oh...
Peace go.
You haven't even watched it, and you're making a judgment already. You haven't even watched her full explanation yet. You're already making... Like, how can you possibly have a good grasp on what's being said here? Mr. I believe in 9/11 conspiracy theories? Like, what?
It keeps entertaining these conversations. I don't know why. I don't know why. There are literally dozens of religions. There are ethno-religions that don't have a state. The Druze are right there. The Kurds are right there. Oh, wait, are the Kurds...
Yeah, and the Druze are protected by Israel, right? The ones that live in Israel are protected by Israel. The Kurds have been wanting their own state as well. And I'm not against that, right? If you are an oppressed ethnic group or minority, of course you're like going to want to have a state where you are at the very least protected. And what else provides that other than what Israel has, right? This is not like a crazy belief.
Druze a religion? Are they an ethno-religion? Regardless, the Druze are right there.
Explosive lies about Israel aren't anti-Semitic. I would challenge that, but I don't want us to stay stuck on this. I just want to make it as a footnote, if that makes sense, because there are bigger issues that I'd like to talk about. I really want to talk about.
He shouldn't focus on explaining that. He should just focus on saying, if you said this, if this was a part of your definition, in a philosophical sense, this forces you to onboard some things. I'll give you some statements. You say these corrosive lies are bad. Here's what you have to agree with, right?
A big picture and conduct and our responsibility as opposed to the minutia. But I do want to say that that is something that ordinarily I would challenge and I would get into the nitty gritty with you about. And maybe we can have another conversation about that in the future. I think that would be super interesting for us. But I just want to put that as a footnote. You know what I mean?
Sure. I won't push you on it.
No, for sure. But I do genuinely hear what you are saying about.
You can't possibly hear what he's saying when you say you disagree on what anti-Semitism is, but you want to have a conversation about anti-Semitism. That's literally his core criticism was people were, without agreeing on a definition, trying to have a conversation about some qualifier. And you just went, well, I disagree with you saying this thing, that this isn't anti-Semitic. It's or that this isn't a part of the definition of anti-Semitism. This wouldn't definitionally be anti-Semitic. It's it sounds like we don't agree on the definition, so rough. It's kind of rough, man.
Adding things kind of into the definition that aren't there. Okay, so you definitely did clarify what you meant.
Yeah,
but I do feel now a little bit lost from our original point.
yeah. So hopefully I can steer us in the right direction. So you were asking questions.
Help me reroute us back.
Sure. You were basically asking about the structure of the Avi conversation, why you perceived it went, or I think you perceived it to go more smoothly, or there was something different about it.
Yes.
And the difference there isn't me. The difference there is Avi, right? Avi listened to me. Avi agreed with me on our notions of anti-Semitism. We were aligned there, by the way. And we moved. We charted out everything. We were comprehensive in our approach in those first couple hours before we started to apply it.
I wish somebody would come in and put a time limit on this stuff. There's no reason this conversation is actually 2 hours long and is required to be 2 hours long. I refuse to accept that. It does not need to be 2 hours long. This conversation could be done in an hour easily.
But that was the difference maker there. The problem with, and you can use anti-Zionist rhetoric.
You stayed in a call with me for 5 fucking hours, so I don't think you have any space to talk, J-Stock, so.
Evidence of anti-Semitism on our notion, right? But if you define anti-Semitism in terms, if that is to say that what anti-Semitism is something related to anti-Zionism, what's going to happen is you're going to lose a bunch of people who don't agree with you, right? You're going to lose people who view a sort of disanalogy between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and you're not going to convince those people.
So what? Let me stop you really quickly. So what is your actual? What is your personal?
J-Stock is mad. He's not getting that kind of content now. Oh, Lamau. Am I? I don't think as much as this is fun sometimes. I think I would like to do more of it, but sometimes too much of this is just what it is. Too much. Too many unstructured conversations. I don't think that's necessarily good. Having some kind of structured conversations is better, usually.
What do you think anti-Zionism is?
So I take anti-Zionism to be a dispositional attitude against Zionism. That is to say, someone who...
What is Zionism for you?
Yeah, so I understand Zionism to be a belief or affirmation in the existence of a Jewish homeland in the traditional lands of Israel. That is to say, a belief in either a homeland or a state. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong.
So even his own chat is snarking him. It's you went too long. You've got content for too long. Oh wow.
With being a Zionist, would you agree with that?
Well, I mean,
there could be. There could be. What if you believed in that right, and then there were a native people there, and you had to expel those people to be able to build your own homeland, to be able to have your own country? Hypothetically, what if that happened? Wouldn't that be bad?
I mean, that's not inherent to Zionism, though, right? Like, that's not inherent to Zionism. Are there modern Zionist movements that can be like that? Sure, but that's not inherent to it. The fun, like, Zionism at its core is just the belief of, the right of the Jewish people to have self-determination and their own homeland, and to not be persecuted, right? That doesn't mean that they necessarily believe in expelling other people from those lands.
In a hypothetical world where that happened?
What do you mean by that question?
I was born in Israel. I grew up in an Israeli household. I would not be alive without the state of Israel. Like, without the existence of the state, I wouldn't be alive. Like, I literally would not be here because that state gave my family somewhere to go when they were being persecuted, right? That was like the purpose of it. I have a lot of issues with the Israeli government, like deep issues. And I'm very angry with them. I'm very angry with their conduct. I deeply disapprove. And I think there needs to be like severe restructuring. But I would still call myself a Zionist.
Severe restructuring. Okay, this is super easy, and Pisco can understand this. So they've done some like pretty intense, I think, crimes, like obvious crimes. They should pay reparations to the people they've hurt, right? They should pay reparations to the civilians whose lives they've destroyed. Basically, in what's the word? Like, in acts that are unconscionable, that like they go way beyond what you'd accept, except for collateral damage. I'm looking for a way, like, they're not escalatory. Oh, there's a word I'm looking for. Like, they're escalatory and they're over expected. Okay, there's like the expected amount of casualties, the expected like ratio you would want, and then it's way over that. Disproportionate. God, why can't I?
Because
thank you.
I
Thank you.
believe that this is a nation that A, already exists, B, should not be dismantled, and C, deserves a chance to work to be better. You know, like to work to better itself, to work on its human rights, to work on peace, and so to me, like, that is what the core and essence of what being a Zionist is. And for me, being an anti-Zionist would be basically believing that the Jewish people as a race, religion, and ethnicity do not have a right to self-determination in a homeland. So for, and to most Jewish people, right, to many Jewish people, my definition is
So are Jews the only people who get this right? Is this a right unique to Jewish people? Is this what God meant when he said you're the chosen people? That you have the right to a homeland here? And do you believe that?
He doesn't even know what the chosen people means. Being God's chosen people, it doesn't mean that you're above anybody. Being God's chosen people means that you are uniquely selected to have specific responsibilities, right? It's not necessarily tied to the chosen people is not tied to the Zionism itself. It's what the chosen people means in Judaism, as I understand it, is that you have been selected by God to have specific responsibilities and go through specific hardships that no other people have been chosen to go through. And yes, everybody's equal, but you've still been chosen, and you do it, and you go through it, and you uphold those responsibilities, and you go through that hardship because it's for the good of everybody, Like, that's the way that I've had it explained to me. So. Why are people DMing me now? Okay. But yeah, it's just, it's the chosen people is not necessarily like a positive thing. It's just a thing. You've been chosen for these unique responsibilities and this unique hardship.
An anti-Zionist would be basically believing that the Jewish people as a race, religion, and ethnicity do not have a right to self-determination in a homeland. So for and to most Jewish people, right, to many Jewish people, my definition is
So are Jews the only people who get this right? Is this a right unique to Jewish people? Is this what God meant when he said you're the chosen people? That you have the right to home?
No, you can see the anti-Semitism coming out. Like, no, it's not what that means, J-Stock. That's not what it means. The chosen people didn't even come up here. And if you ask Zug further questions about this, she will say, no, Jews are not the only people who deserve the right to self-determination. Other people deserve it too. So do the Kurds. So does any ethnic minority or religious minority that's being persecuted.
Land here? And do you believe that? Right?
He's just,
that is unironically what Jewish people do believe. They're the chosen people. This land was promised to them. If you believe that, then you're like a...
The anti-Semitism is insane. He's just gone full mask off. That's crazy. That's crazy. And this dude actually has viewers, like with how anti-Semitic he is. That is nuts.
You're like a you're like a religious zealot. I don't care.
She's not a religious
That's
zealot.
unfortunate.
So if you say something like, oh, like if we want to get into that area of this, like,
I might have to speed
do
this
you see
up.
how it would be like difficult for somebody like me to contend with people not seeing a problem with anti-Zionism or not seeing it as anti-Semitic inherently?
So there's like kind of two questions there. The first is it wrong to be a Zionist? I think what you asked me or something like that. And
No, it's not. Point blank. Period.
did you ask me? I know that's your position. Yeah, 100%. But
Unfortunately, if Pisco had the strength, okay, I don't know if he's gonna make it as an influencer. So if he had the strength, he can start taking scalps off these people. I don't think he's got it. I don't think he's got it. I don't think he's
I'm
got
saying,
it.
do you think it's wrong to believe that the Jewish people have a right to self-determination in the land of Israel?
if you're asking me whether or not I'm a Zionist, I feel that's kind of how you're asking the question. The answer is I'm not a Zionist, and I'm not an anti-Zionist.
But do you think? Okay, like you don't have to believe it, but do you think it's wrong to believe it?
For me, it depends. I think that there are some, and again, Zionism is a big header, but there are some like Reform Zionists or religious Zionists who I think are wrong and where the beliefs are actually moral.
No, for sure, for sure.
So for example, I think
I would agree with you, dude. I would agree. There are some crazy ass far right expansionist motherfuckers that are like absolutely perverting the meaning of Zionism. So like
They're also running your country.
I'm with you.
So it kind of ranges. My opinion is
running the country, I guess. Running the country.
Generally, that I'm not committed to the existence of, for example, a Jewish state, which is.
Zionism is typically typecast from the anti-Zionist crowd as a kind of Jewish supremacy ideology. Yeah, and it's not. It's really not. It's not about Jewish supremacy. It's about the historical persecution of a group of people, and you know, their right to have a homeland where they're not persecuted.
Are you eating? Are you a good bird? Huh? Are you eating? You're so cute when you eat.
My bird is eating. He's so cute, guys.
Which is
so you're not emotionally available.
He was too mean. He wasn't having conversations like this. He was too mean years ago. I'm sorry. You can figure out how to do it. There are people who are genuinely like trying to give him ideas, and he's like, ban this person for the call right now. Ban this person for the call right now. Get him out of here. Okay?
For a Jewish state.
But in the same way that I'm not committed to, a
only a
homeland for.
situationship with the Jewish state.
I'm not saying.
If I hear this person like say something, then laugh to themselves again like that, like falling over to the
No,
side.
all I'm saying is like
rough,
I want
it's rough,
everyone to
man.
be able to live in peace and to live in harmony and to have good outcomes. If that means that if there's a Jewish state in Israel, then that's what it means. And so for example, I'm not advocating for the destruction of Israel, but I'm not ideologically like committed.
Such a relief, right?
But like if you were to show me,
I'm laughing, but Pisco, like you have no idea how many people actually really do believe that, and it's really hard when you meet anybody who, as somebody who's like from this place, when you meet people who like critique it, you always have to be kind of on guard, right? Of like, oh my god, are they critiquing because they're smart and because they want to challenge inadequacies and issues and injustices?
Okay. Challenge, don't sound like a multi-level marketing cultist. Yeah, if you're Israeli, this is impossible. The challenge level is impossible. Just try not to sound like you're selling steak knives to somebody. Holy fuck. Oh my god, that's such a relief! Oh my god!
Or because they want me fucking dead, you know? So what a relief, right?
I really don't want you dead. I think it's great that you exist, and I certainly, I'm not trying to say that like people should be killed or anything like that. The only thing I'm saying is I'm not ideologically committed to the existence of a Jewish state or for there to be a Jewish homeland in Israel specifically. That said, so for example, if you were to convince me that the best way for there to be peace and the best way for everyone to live in harmony is one state in, from the river to the sea or whatever with equal rights, then that's what I would be in support of. Now, I'm not necessarily convinced of that. I think that like that is so implausible to me as a
I
scenario.
don't think a single individual is the one that needs to be convinced, right?
My priority is all else equal. I'm not in favor of either.
Too much DMT testing. No, I've never done DMT. I have never done DMT. There is a bird. There's a baby bird, and he's so cute, and he's eating seeds right now. So, I just want you guys to know.
Ethnic preference states or religious states or theocracies. Okay, so now that said, right, like as just a practicality in the world, we deal with states that prioritize ethnicity, prioritize religion. Like we are in alliances with theocracies or in some way theocratic nations. And so I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatist before I'm an ideologue, but I don't have an ideological commitment. Now, just to be clear about that, also, I supported liberal Zionists before for office. I supported Brad Lander for office. He's a liberal Zionist. Joe Biden is a lifelong Zionist.
Can I just skip forward? Take a timestamp and skip forward? Fuck,
Yes,
seems like
there's nothing
a lot of stuff
compatible with me
happening right now.
supporting Zionists in some sense or not supporting Zionists in other senses. But to be clear, I am not a Zionist.
Okay, well that's okay. I mean, I will just also say that it's okay if you're not, right? I'm not gonna try to convince you that you need to be or whatever, but I think it is important that you do recognize that the argument for Jewish self-determination is foundationally built on the long-term history of the region, right? Of the Levant, of of Judea and Samaria, of the actual well-documented connection of the peoples of the region, as well as historically what happened with the Bricha, with the Aliyah movements, right? I think 3 Aliyah movements, the Bricha.
I swear, sometimes, I just feel like some of these things I don't even necessarily like challenge, but sometimes I just feel like you should challenge them. Like, there's so many things that sneak through. This undeniable connection to the land. What if some people deny it? I don't know. I don't know that it's undeniable. What's the undeniable connection?
During the Holocaust, and also subsequently after the state was established, the mass migration of Mizrahi Jews from other Arab nations. So I think because we're not in a vacuum, it's really difficult to kind of sit here and ideologically be like, where I think it actually would be just a lot more productive to be like, it exists, it's here, you can agree with it or not, but like, we're here, and we should focus on making it better. But that's not really what
Yeah,
I.
to tie into, you kind of asked, the second question was like,
So let's do
would you
like one last comment on this, and you can have the last word, okay?
Well, I just wanted to make sure I'm
We'll
answering your questions because the second part.
No, you answered it for sure. I just was like, oh, I have to reply to this because, like, you know.
Of course, no. But the second part of your question was something like, well, wouldn't you understand why I would want some aspect of anti-Zionism, or I would see anti-Zionism as anti-Semitic? And this is going to be annoying, but like, I'm just going to ask what you mean by anti-Semitism, if that's what you're asking. Because if anti-Zionism is in the definition of anti-Semitism,
I think this lab chick is going to keep bothering me unless I like actually change my hair parting, which I can do. I don't usually have it parted this. I don't think I do. I don't have it parted this much, you know? Usually it's around this area that I have it parted, but I don't know. Hair stream.
then of course I would see how anti-Zionism would by definition be anti-Semitic. So all of it, like, I would understand that then, but that just assumes what it is I think you don't want to get too in the weeds about, which is the definition.
Yeah, so I have the definition up on my screen, and I agree with it, and I love it, and I accept it. And so for me, the reason that they're connected is because of the fact that Israel, right, that self-determination for the Jewish people, Israel is the land of the Jews and their right self-determination. So if you are hostile towards the only Jewish nation to exist, and you are basically like buying into and creating libels and bad faith arguments about this nation that go
Buying into libels and bad faith arguments. Like, that's loading immediately. What's the libel or bad faith argument that you think people buy into? I just didn't. What are Zugoimi's?
What do you mean? What is the bad faith? Like,
did you do that intentionally? Did you type that instead of Zugami, Zugoimi? Very nice.
If you're doing Holocaust denial, you're clearly bad faith, right? Denial implies that you are denying something that has been presented to you, you know?
Did you think people buy into? I just didn't. What are Zugoimi's? Did you do that intentionally? Did you type that instead of Zugami, Zugoimi? Very nice. We like that. We like that. What are Zugoimi's qualifications? I have no idea. She was born in Israel. That's her qualification.
Beyond a disagreement with the government, right? So I'm not saying you, because you don't seem to fit you don't fit the definition of an anti-Zionist at all, right? An anti-Zionist would say that all Jews need to like get the fuck out of this land, one state solution, and you know what I mean? Like an anti-Zionist would be like, this country has no right to exist. It needs to be completely dismantled. All these people need to go back to Poland. And
okay, let's pause real quick. So I might fit that bill, right? I don't really know what it. So 1 second, because you just said something there. I just want to be clear. I don't even know what it means for a state to have a right to exist. I don't know what that means.
Like, it just means that like it exists already, and you should, like, it has a right to be, like, it is there, and people need to just accept that it is there. You can't just, like, go...
Yeah,
like,
what does it mean for a state to have a right? I know people have rights, but I just don't understand the notion of states having rights. Maybe I'm off base here, I just don't get it.
The Mehdi Hassan argument, let's go.
What you're saying is that you think Israel should exist. That's something different, but if you're talking about rights with respect to states, I don't understand that.
So I would say that, like, for me, like, I don't know colloquially for everybody, I would say for me it means, like...
To quote Ben Shapiro, if somebody's trying to tell you that you have a right to something, that means it's being taken away from you in the first place. That means it's your thing, and they can't even risk taking it. No matter what, that is yours.
Yeah,
no matter what, that is yours.
So.
That's what they're trying to tell. When they say you have a right to healthcare, they're trying to say you have the right to take it away, to demand healthcare for free from other people. It's like, it's something beyond just, it should or it's good. It's like, it can never be questioned, right? Human rights can never be questioned. When they say it has a right to exist, you're already wrong. You're already borderline anti-Semitic for even questioning if it shouldn't exist, right?
Just accepting, like...
Yeah, in what world? Yes, retard. In what world is it okay to question whether a country should exist? In Germany, we didn't, like when World War II happened, we didn't deny the right of Germany to exist or the German people to exist, but we didn't like the Nazis in power. We didn't agree with their governance. We didn't agree with their ideology. Yes, like, it is wrong to deny the right of any people to exist. Yes. Like, it's not that hard.
Like, the state exists, and you cannot force these people...
I don't even know who that is, Matt LT, so unfortunately it's Mehdi Hassan.
Like, if you don't want the state of Israel to exist, what do you want to happen? What does that mean?
Argument to me.
Peace,
unlucky.
right?
I'm trying to think of who it is. I've heard the name. I just don't know specifically. I've never read anything or watched anything from them.
What it means for something to have a state to have a right to exist?
But I'm saying, like, I don't know, like, colloquially, right? I don't know the answer to that. I think that might be something that, like, we would have to explore with others in the future.
So do you mean that you're saying something you don't know what it means? Are you telling me you're saying something but you don't know what it means?
In like a deeper, and I'm super open to having a deeper conversation with you about it, but I don't know that I can answer that question.
So if I were to ask you, like, does the Palestinian state have the right to exist? Or does
yes,
you would say yes?
Yes,
okay.
it does. Unequivocally, yes.
Does
Absolutely. The Palestinian people have a right to self-determination. They have a right to their national identity being respected, and they have a right to peace and prosperity and to live and to go. And I wish that it was more simple for them to go home. Like, I wish that right of return didn't come at the expense of Israeli security. I wish there was a way to figure that out, and I want there to be a way to figure that out. Actually, part of my life's purpose is to try to help figure that out. So you know what I mean? Like, absolutely, absolutely, they do.
And we'll figure that out by tone policing. Anybody who criticizes Israel, yeah, well, that's what we'll do. You need to criticize Israel in the correct way.
It's not about You can criticize the government of Israel. You can criticize their policies. You can criticize the way that Israel formed. But like saying that the Israeli people, their national identity doesn't have a right to exist, that their nation doesn't have a right to exist, that the Israeli people aren't like a real people or whatever. Yeah, that's anti-Semitic. I think so.
And you think like Kurdistan, the Kurdish people, their state has a right to exist.
What a mess, but yeah. What a mess, but yes.
So I think all you're saying, and maybe we'll have agreement, is that these states should exist, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you're not appealing to
I
some
don't
like...
know how, right? I don't know how. I'm not like a geopolitical genius or something, you know? I don't have like a master's in geopolitics, and I'm not a politician. I don't know, right? I don't know how. There's obviously a lot of factors.
So you say this. I guess the primary thing that this immediately comes down to is some of these states, some of the rights here will conflict. These rights will invade each other's space, right? The right to self-determination for the
not
Palestinian
necessarily.
people is being overshadowed.
Not necessarily. The right to self-determination doesn't mean necessarily in the exact same space, right? It doesn't have to be the exact same space, but the right of nationhood, the right of a people to exist, right? Doesn't mean that it has to come at the expense of another group of people. I don't know where you get that from. You're just assuming here.
Shadowed and dominated by the right to self-determination for the Jewish people, for the Israelis, right? I should just say Israelis.
What happened with the Israeli people and the Palestinian people was a clusterfuck that was neither of these people's fault to begin with. Like, if we want to point fingers, we can look at the entire world who denied, who denied what was happening. Not even denied. They knew what was happening. They saw the rise of fascism in Europe. They saw the rise of nationalism in Europe. And that Jewish people were continuing to be more and more persecuted. And every country at that meeting, every European country, still closed their doors to Jewish immigration. We can look at that, right? And we can see that. And we can see that the people who went to the place that would become Israel, even though there were Jews there since the 1800s, we can look and see that they were put in an impossible situation. And, the British Mandate of Palestine, the British promised the same thing to two different groups of people. And then you've got fighting that happens. And then you've got, it's not like Palestinians were okay with a bunch of Jews, all of a sudden building their own place. Even though they initially, when they built their places, initially, the very early stages, it wasn't in land that was occupied. They had bought it from people, right? Was there along the way wrong that was done? Were people pushed out of their homes? Yes, absolutely. But like, if you look at the beginning of this, if you look at like the history of this, it's just two groups of people who were absolutely fucked by the entire world's unwillingness to protect Jews, despite seeing what was happening to them. Their leaders worked with the Nazis. Yeah, the Grand Mufti was a piece of shit who worked with Hitler. That is true.
But she's talking about the ethnic groups and their what do you call it? Their right to a state for themselves. So, what do you do when there's a conflict? Would be the question. And it's like, well, you can't just get rid of somebody's rights because there's a conflict that conflicts with somebody else's rights, right? You need to find a way to coexist. You need to find a way to make sure that these people can live together. Something. Anyway,
But
keep going.
I would say ideologically, yeah, for sure. And I think that it's okay to accept that it is difficult to maneuver these situations, and still hold the fact that people have a right to self-determination in their homeland.
Yeah, so I guess that's all fine. If all you mean by right to exist is like these people should exist, it makes sense for them. Or sorry, the state should exist, it makes sense for them to exist. I kind of view states as like contingent organizations of people that are either useful to organize in such a way or it's not. And so I feel like there's a lot of work that's being done in like loading when people talk about states' rights to exist. But if all you mean by right to exist is something like I think it's smart, I think it makes sense, I think it's cool with me if this place is a state, then I mean that's cool. I honestly do think that the best way to move forward is to assume Israel as a state is going to exist, just because the reality is a fait accompli. They have nukes, they're not going anywhere, and so like I'm all on board with that notion being like the most pragmatic going forward. I think we're a little lost in the weeds here, but like I get what you're getting at. I think you're saying that
let's get out of this forest.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is that even under my definition, anti-Zionism would be anti-Semitism. I don't accept that, but I think that will get into a definition conversation. I don't know if you want to have it.
I think.
So what does she want to talk about? If she's basically going to make these arguments but not want to actually have the conversation, then what is the point? And what are you talking about?
Take your time. All right.
I mean, she kind of goes into it. Like, this is about like, what is our responsibility as creators in this space when we've got people who clearly are acting in bad faith.
So I will just say, I think for the Jewish people, right, and for certain groups of people, we accept that they have a right to self-determination, right? So right to exist is like interchangeably used with right to self-determination. And Jewish people are recognized as a group of people who share a history, an ethnicity, a religion, and a culture, and they want a place to enjoy a sovereign rule over themselves.
Dude, I think I actually, man, I don't know how you make this argument with the Ashkenazi specifically. I don't know how you make this argument.
What do you mean?
It seems like for the
Ashkenazi were still a distinct ethnic group. This guy is the wrong guy to be talking about this subject.
For Ashkenazi Jews entering Israel during the Aliyahs, that they explicitly put their right to self-determination above other people's, and that's not been compensated for in any way. If this is like your argument that there are rights here, then
there were missteps and mistakes by the Israeli governments over the years. I will never deny that, right? But this dude does not know what he's talking. Like, just because a government does things that you do not like doesn't mean that the people themselves do not have a right to self-determination.
it seems like Israel foundationally, through its birth, actually violated the rights of other people, and that there's some sense of reparations that would have to come from that. I think that's a bullet she has to bite with how she's defining things and looking at things.
Where they wouldn't be subjugated by another group of people. And so I definitely feel the same way about Palestinians. I genuinely do. So I think we're at a good spot, right?
Okay. Well,
I think
by her definitions, she is like outraged and believes that Israel is violating these people's rights and has been for a long time. So we'll just see if it continues to play out. If it amounts to, well, Netanyahu's really bad, I don't know what to tell you. I don't agree with Netanyahu, like any decisions he's made, then I think we know that this is a grift.
it's just like it's hard politically.
I can't stand people who don't inform their beliefs on physical evidence.
Like, I don't know the answer.
I just don't have like universal prescriptions there. So, for example, I know this is an out there hypothetical or out there, it's not a hypothetical historical example. I wouldn't respect, for example, the right of the Confederacy's self-determination. I wouldn't respect
right, because that's not a people who have like a deep historic connection. You know what I mean? Like that's not.
This is again, deep historic connection. Thousands of years is the deep historic connection. This is really rough to listen to, but if you ever get into questioning like Ashkenazi Jews' right to be in Israel at all, that's like automatic. Everybody's like, you're giga anti-Semitic. It's like the one thing you can't question.
Do you not? Again, this is like coming from some guy who doesn't even know the history of the region. Why are we listening to you? You don't even know the history of the region. You don't even know why Ashkenazi Jews are there. Like, wow.
Because that's one thing you can't question. I feel like I should look more deeply into that. It's kind of rough. We keep going.
Yeah, there are ways in which you can separate out like who's self-determination, respect. I'm just giving examples. Like I'm not ideologically committed. So, for example, I'm not ideologically committed to Scottish independence from the United Kingdom. I'm not ideologically. Are you?
Wait, really?
Yes, really?
I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, so like
I know that the Scots feel strong.
Wait, really?
Right?
Oh, last time I had a referendum, they wanted to stay within the United Kingdom. But that's what I mean. It's like
and the Scots didn't vote overwhelmingly to leave because they currently don't feel like their rights are being trampled on. I subbed off that call with JStock. Well, thank you. Thank you. I am revamping YouTube membership, so you guys should join if you want. I'm gonna have like exclusive content that I'll put there that'll be like ad-free. I'm thinking I'll do ad-free content on the members only videos. And then if you're not a member, then obviously the ads will be on, right? But yeah, I'm thinking that, and then obviously you guys will get access. If you're a member, you'll get access to videos earlier than other people. So
there's a bunch of facts that I would need to know before I'm going to be like, yep, every people's or every minority group within a larger state or every sufficiently compact and angry group within a larger apparatus.
Like, I don't understand how you would argue Ashkenazi Jews have more of a historic tie to the land than the people who are already living there. Right? I don't understand how you would make that argument.
Because there's a genetic component to being an Ashkenazi Jew. like if you look at the genes of these people, they have a lot in common with the locals there, right? Like yeah, nobody's arguing more. But that they do have a right to be there. And that also, again, remember, these were refugees who had been sitting in refugee camps for 4 years, right? Like, after the Holocaust was over, it wasn't really over, right? The people who were in these camps didn't just go home. A lot of them were still sitting in refugee camps for 4 years. After the Holocaust, after the Allies had toppled, the Nazi government. So it's where else, they couldn't go back to their home countries. The ones that tried to, like for example in Poland, encountered pogroms. There was anti-Semitism was still very rampant, and the Israeli state, was like we'll take them, Yeah, it's not more rights, it's the same right to the land, right? And again, I'm not saying every subset of Zionism I agree with, you know? I certainly don't. But like when we're talking about people's right to self-determination, a right to live, you know, right to not be persecuted and subjugated, I believe in that for all people. And you know, the Ashkenazis there have a right to exist and to you know, to thrive. Not at the expense of other people, obviously, but like if we're just talking about the right of Israel to exist and the right of the Israeli people to exist where they exist, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? If we're not talking about the aspects of the government we disagree with, right? Again, Nazi Germany, we didn't deny the right of Germans to exist. We didn't deny the right of Germany to exist as a state. What we didn't agree with was the Nazi government. That was what we had a problem with. We never, you know, we never disputed the right of the Germans to exist. In fact, America stayed in that country and helped them rebuild after World War II.
I understand a lot of, you know, Mizrahi Jews migrated back, Ethiopian Jews came back, or migrated to, I think migrated back is fair for Mizrahi Jews, but Ethiopian Jews came, I understand that, and Sephardic Jews came. I understand that there's arguments here, but if you go back to the founding, it seems like one group was clearly violating the rights of the other group.
Deserves a state. That's just like not something that...
And the reason she's saying that they have the right to a state in their historic homeland is because you have to get past that violation. You have to say that violation actually isn't a violation.
Have a strong,
Sure.
like, you know, universal principle for.
Sure, I accept that. I think that's okay. I think we can move forward.
They were kind of kicked out of some of those Middle Eastern countries. They didn't have much of a choice. In some cases, yes. In other cases, no. In some cases, yes. Like, a lot of migration back to Israel isn't just predicated entirely on pogroms. Or is not predicated on pogroms by people in those countries. But again, I think that gets edgy, okay?
No, but it's not necessarily pogroms, but it is also, you know, people have experienced persecution all over the world. And again, like, don't forget, the world turned their backs on the Jews when the rise of nationalism and fascism and Nazism was happening. The world literally turned their backs on the Jewish people. They had the Evian conference. They recognized that this was happening. They recognized that Jews were being persecuted, and they still closed their doors to Jewish immigration.
I would just play Avi Shlaim clips if I were gonna like go with this at all, okay?
Even
I'd be watching Avi Shlaim sometimes, and he says
even Avi Shlaim wouldn't like agree with you on everything, you know? Like, even Avi Shlaim recognizes why Israel needs to exist. Maybe he didn't agree with it like initially or like agree with certain aspects of the Israeli government, but he at least recognizes that it's an incredibly complex thing, right? As somebody from you know, I think his family was Iraqi.
the crazy shit, okay? Like, the only reason I left Iraq and my family left Iraq is because Jewish people were bombing us, okay?
That's not the entirety of his story, by the way. That is not the entirety of his story. There was a conspiracy that the Israeli government bombed this I think one synagogue. But that is not enough to explain why hundreds of thousands of Jews left Iraq. That is not enough to explain. The real reason why hundreds of thousands of Jews left Iraq was not over just one bombing where 12 people died. It was over the continued persecution and humiliation and subjugation of the Jewish people.
I don't know exactly about that, but that guy's a scholar, and it seems like he's a really respected scholar. So, I don't know if anybody wants to fight on that. I guess they'd have to fight Avi Shlaim, not me.
Where we were talking about Israel, where were we? What were we talking about?
We were scoping out anti-Semitism, the nature of the Avi conversation, and then you brought up...
I don't think this guy has ever, read a single page of Avi Shlaim.
the definition that I use, which, by the way, I inform that definition more. Like, I interpret that definition because by itself, it doesn't do, like, it's not informing every aspect of how I apply it. So I'm interpreting that definition, but that is the definition I use, and you brought it up.
Okay, so I mean,
And weren't most signed up to leave before the bombs? I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not sure of that detail. I'll be real with you.
that's going to bring me to another kind of point that I kind of want to get into, right? And it goes back to the
Like,
semantics and,
yeah,
big picture, like, getting
Avi
back to the semantics. I know that you said
Avi
that you
Schleim
felt-
hates the Jewish government, right? But he still recognizes why, you know, it's a complicated issue. So, what kind of bird?
It's a budgie. He's just a baby boy. And he's so cute when he eats. He's just sitting there like a good boy right now.
It's important to get into these definitions because of the fact that it puts people kind of like on an equal playing field. But you and I both, you know, we've accepted this definition of anti-Semitism, right? And we're having this conversation about it. Are there any terms
We've accepted this definition. We're having a conversation with it. This is basically Pisco's definition that she has on screen, so it's not really a problem, right?
that you think are ubiquitously understood, where like a big kind of like debate of like figuring out what they mean would not be productive?
Yeah, I mean, like, when there's a shared understanding of something, and it's clear that further elaboration, or like you get into these kind of like sorties paradoxes where you're starting to question, well, what grain of sand transforms something
Right,
to
yeah,
a
like,
pile,
it's
right?
so granular, right?
Yeah.
It's so
But that's crucially, and I just want to emphasize this 1,000 times, not what I'm doing, right? Like, I'm not trying to say that I want to define down to like the mole what a pile of sand is, or what when a puddle becomes a lake. What we're talking about are shared notions, which are like very, very different. And so,
And this is the problem with arguing with people who are basically in a bubble like this, right? Is she doesn't really get her notions challenged very often, it would seem. And so Pisco is arguing like his idea of this, but he is arguing for like 80% of Democratic voters, essentially, right? I'm trying to argue that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. 80%, probably 90 or 95%, really. Right?
So that's why, for example, if I'm having a conversation about the term insurrection, that's like a key term where there could be perhaps huge disagreements about what constitutes insurrection, or in this case, anti-Semitism. It's not like I'm saying, what's the definition of definition? What's the definition of what? And then we just start like, what? And we just do this like,
Right,
that's not what's happening here, where I'm asking you to like redo the English language with like, I don't know, gesturing and doing that kind of shit. What I'm asking about, and what we're trying to get honed in on, is like the most important term in a conversation about what is and what's not anti-Semitic, namely anti-Semitism. And so I resent the critique that like, oh, you want to just get lost in definitions to the nano granularity. No, this is like the key term, and it's important for us to understand what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, so I'm not making a direct critique. I'm mostly just asking for you, like, if
Sure.
it would be, right? Because it is one of the critiques that I have heard. And in me being only mildly familiar with you, right, from clips and from a
Again, I feel like I gave everything you needed. Pisco is just he's too kind to people, right? If I said that Zugami is a giant X, but X is some undefined term, right? And then it's like, okay, what did I just say? Again, I feel like I gave every...
Like, if it would be, right? Because it is one of the critiques that I have heard. And in me being only mildly familiar with you, right, from clips and from a
Again, I feel like I gave everything you needed. Pisco is just he's too kind to people, right? If I said that Zugami is a giant X, but X is some undefined term, right? And then it's like, okay, what did I just say? Well, I don't know. We'd have to define X. I don't know what X is. Like, unfortunately, that being defined is critical to any conversation. And it's even more critical when the definition of the thing is disputed. That's all. So you have to be able to have these conversations. If you refuse to have these conversations about the core definition of what you're arguing over, it's insane. Right? Totally crazy.
It's like important for me to ask these things and to kind of confront you on them a little bit just so that I can get a better sense of you.
So can I give an example then? So here's an example, right?
Yeah, go for it.
People will often ask me, is Crystal Ball an ally? Or are these people part of the Democratic tent? Are they part of the coalition? Right? And in order to answer that question, it sounds like what they're asking is super clear. But I actually think that despite people's frustrations and anger with me when I ask what that means, it's super unclear what's being asked. And if you were to ask someone like, what do you mean by treat them like an ally? Or what do you mean by being in the tent? It would be like this vague nonsense oftentimes. And to the extent that it's concrete, it carries like implications that they're not going to onboard and accept, such as, would you support this person in a general election? Would you support them in a primary? Do you think that they should be like, I don't know, totally not allowed to do interviews or candidates and stuff? And so I understand the frustration, but unfortunately I feel like a lot of weaselness and loading happens in some of these conversations, and I'm not going to commit myself to something that I don't understand what's being asked. And I'll never do that.
And he's like perfectly sensing what it is. He's describing it now perfectly, and he's doing a better job at reiterating this over and over again, right? That basically something's being loaded into the definition by these other people, and they want to either catch me in a gotcha, or they want me to say something that is like really silly.
You don't
right?
need to.
Or basically
do all
confirms their
this
side of the argument.
explaining.
That you are loading into your definition something that makes you win in this argument. And I won't have that conversation. I don't want to have that conversation. So I'm just going to keep asking you what you mean. And you'll have to define it and say what it is, and then we can move forward. Because basically we're going to get to a later part of the conversation. You're going to go, ha, so you won't talk to this person anymore, right? And I'll go, wait, what? No, based on your definition, this is what we were talking about. Like, he knows he's going to have to go back and reference this again.
I mean, I definitely agree with that. Also, like, what's loading?
Like putting in an assumption or baking in some conclusion.
Yeah, this is the same person.
Right. So, for example, someone says, they ask you, are they in the tent? And you say no, right? And then you say, but you're going to vote for the general. And then you just said they were in the tent. You're going to vote for someone who's not in the tent. And
right,
then, no,
I mean that they're in the tent.
Exactly. So,
yeah.
So when you bake those assumptions, you might be committing yourself to like prescriptions that you don't actually agree with. And someone can get the wrong impression watching it and saying, hey, Pisco just said that El Sayed is not in the tent, but then he endorsed him, right? Or Pisco just said that Graham Platner's not in the tent, but then why did he endorse him? And those, I think, are made. Sometimes I think it's actually the intent of people asking these questions is to make it vague.
Right, to kind of catch you.
Thank you.
Or to, yes.
I mean, I think I understand because your lens through which, I mean, from what I understand is that you're a lawyer, right?
Yeah, I'm a lawyer. Yep.
Yeah. First of all, very impressive. Congratulations.
It's not that impressive.
Second of all,
I promise you, it's easy.
I mean, I find being a lawyer impressive. I
Okay.
had a lawyer who I worked very closely with recently to help me through like a work situation. So like,
Sure.
I think lawyers are great. Definitely super into semantics, but very helpful. You know, I think it's great. I think you're trained to think about these things for your job. But what I kind of do want to touch on a little bit, right, is when you look at everything through a lens of a lawyer, right, where you're asking a lot of questions and you need to.
What's he gonna say?
He's
What's
saying
he
things
gonna
that are
say?
perfectly clear. I really hope she's like, well, lawyers need to have everything hammered out, and they're really pedantic. That's not what he's
get
saying.
A very, very defined baseline of everything going in. I think one of the biggest issues of what I've noticed in the space is I think there's a little bit of dissonance there, right, between engaging through a lawyer lens, right, through a more like granular critical lens, and versus through a more colloquial good faith lens, because I think that these public discourses don't really function in the same way as a court of law.
Yeah, he would. I guarantee he's going to say some shit like, I would love to engage in good faith with people, but that is not the impression I've gotten from any of these conversations, right? I would love to just have this like, oh, I'm going to assume you mean exactly what I mean, we could just talk through it. But since it's so clear that the accusation of me being anti-Semitic is done in bad faith, and that the conversation is being sought by people who are from that fan base, from that fandom, that they're going to come and talk to me about it, I'm sorry, I do feel well within my rights to assume that I need to be very specific about stuff.
Right?
Hi, little bits. How's it going?
In all of this, I think that one of the biggest things for me is I feel that these semantics like obfuscate and undermine our ability to critically engage with content in a meaningful way at times.
Yeah, so I want to be clear for everyone watching that how I approach a lot of these debates is not at all like the practice of law. Okay, so I don't want people to get the wrong impression that what I do when I'm in these discussions is like similar to what lawyers would do in practice. Okay.
By the way, I should also say, for Pisco specifically, I guarantee you there's a way to have these conversations where you could just, you could tell that it's, they're driving at something when they talk to Pisco, because I don't hear a lot of like, oh, what do you need me to tell you here? Like, why are we having this breakdown? What do you need me to say to you? Like, what am I not getting? What are you looking for from me that I'm not getting or that I'm not saying, right? I've not seen a lot of that where they pause and go, hey, what do you need for this to work? It's a lot of like, why doesn't this work for you? What's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Why are you pretending you don't understand me? It's not like, hey, what's missing? What do you think's missing? And anytime it's been done, it's usually done hostilely. Pisco describes perfectly what he's missing. And if people were just listening, it would be fine. But they're like driving at something. They're trying to drive to a destination, and that's why it keeps happening over and over again.
There's one sense in which I think like
a little more for sure.
Sure. So like in briefs and stuff, and before courts and oral arguments or whatever, defining terms and talking about the best interpretation of terms, that's very much often at issue. But other than that, like what I'm doing here, I don't mean it to be representative. I don't think it
Checking
is
on my
of,
bird
like, the
really
practice
quick.
of law.
Oh
That's
shit!
First, and then more.
Hold on, where are we at? I've not been chilling. Hold on. Let me see here. We are, I think, 6 subs for another hour on the stream right now, guys. If we want to add another hour. If not, we'll go as far as we can with this, and then we'll be cutting it. But, you know, thank you for being here either way. All right, thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you so much for the support. We got 3 minutes left on the clock. We're going to... I don't think we're going to finish this because we would have, like, another 2 hours left or something.
Probably
but
that.
we
I
will
think
go a
there's
little bit
different
further
environments that
okay?
call for different attitudes. I just had an
I
interaction.
agree with that for sure.
I just had an interaction with like the Vanguard, and I've done interviews with breaking points. Or I've done interactions where it's not being like a debate on my stream. It's not me pulling someone in specifically.
Yo, Madison! Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I subbed. Did that count? Yes, it is in the total. Black Irish. Yeah, I was counting it in the total. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Madison. I think we are like 1 sub or 500 kicks away. It looks like 6.
I gotta get better at shilling because I'm really not good at shilling. By the way, guys, if you'd like to subscribe or super chat, I would greatly appreciate it. Or become a member on YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate it. Anyway, Star, what if a burb plucks out your eye? Then it was meant to be. My eye is his now, okay?
Sin Signal's adding 100, 200 kicks away from another hour on the stream. I'm just gonna add the other hour because I think Sin Signal's gonna get us there. Love this guy. Thank you very much for the support, guys. Appreciate it. Let's keep
have one of these kinds of conversations. It's more general. It's more like affable. It's more like loosey-goosey. And in those situations, I'm going to treat those conversations very different than the sort of set-up discussions or debates which we're getting really granular. And so, yeah, I agree that not everything needs to be like that. But when you're asking me questions, and especially like accusations of people that go to their character, I mean, calling someone racist, calling them anti-Semitic, or things they're racist, anti-Semitic, that's like a big deal in most people's
People
opinion.
calling you racist?
Yeah, I mean, anti-Semitic.
Calling you racist and anti-Semitic?
That's
yeah,
yes,
anti-Semitic for sure is absolutely a form of racism for sure. So people were saying that you're anti-Semitic.
Basically, based on lies. Yeah.
Okay.
Am I the only one who finds it completely laughable this person doesn't know this? Add 2 hours. Sean Maloney's throwing 10.
No, I don't think it's laughable at all that she doesn't know that. She's not on the receiving end. Pisco is, right? So
It's not enough for all of the hours, Sean Maloney, but I do believe. You know what? I'm not going to complain. Thank you very much for the 10, Sean Maloney. I appreciate you, man. Okay, thank you very much. Technically, I usually add a little bit more for the cost in the last hour, but
I don't think Pisco's anti-Semitic or racist. I think Pisco's a really stand-up guy, really. Fine shill. Also, I hate Jason. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Abe. Very much appreciated. Also, hi, Moloch, the owl.
But because you're here with us and you threw down the 10 gifted and said it with authority, add 2 more. I'll add 2. Wait. Oh, no, I should really only add 1 more. Fuck it. Ow! Sin Signal with 5,000 kicks. Wait, that is 2 more. Damn. Well, lucky. We just got a whole bunch added at the same time. That is 2 more. We might even have more. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. We're still pretty early. We started on time today, so we can go for a while. Thank you guys so much for the subs, for the kicks. Appreciate it.
I don't want to get into like the nitty gritty of like.
No, we don't have to. You can give me like the basics. So like one of the questions
lies.
that I even. So one of the questions that I even wanted to ask you leading into this, like I really wanted to begin the conversation with, and I literally wrote it down, right? Like understanding the driving factors, ideology, and worldview that inform Pisco's rhetoric and opinions regarding anti-Semitism. And so I had a few questions regarding that, and one of them was like, what is the biggest misconception that you feel people have about you in the online space, and why is that? So I think that ties in perfectly. And if you want to touch on the baseless accusations, on why you feel people calling you anti-Semitic is wrong, I think that's probably the biggest misconception.
I'm not going to linger here, but I will tell you the structure of the lies.
Yeah, I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it, and if there's anything you need.
We're doing fine, Zug. He doesn't really have anything meaningful to contribute to this. It's actually incredible. Like, he is actually... he is so ill-informed on everything Israel-Palestine, which is saying a lot coming from somebody like me, okay? And he... now he's just... I don't know. He's just... This guy is just... He does not know. No, you and Pisco had an excellent conversation, and I think Pisco was very disarmed by you. And yeah, I mean, you were a little bit of a mommy, you know, that happens. So yeah. Kind of like the Arabs closing the doors to Palestinian persecution. Well, I will say Palestinians that are refugees in a lot of those Arab states are treated much worse than they are treated in Israel. So hey, just joined recently, so I'm watching on delay, but wanted to say that your short explanation on what the chosen people mean was very good. Thank you, Dinara. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Yeah. No, I found that really moving when I learned what the chosen people meant. And, you know, I'm not somebody who has, like, I don't have a lot of opinions on that stuff, but, like, I found that when somebody explained what the chosen people meant to me, I found that an incredibly moving part of the Jewish religion, basically. So, yeah. I'm myself am not like Jewish, but what did you say the chosen people meant? The chosen people, being the chosen people doesn't mean that you're above others. Being chosen by God means that you've been given certain responsibilities and certain hardships to go through. And you do those things. Because that's what you do to like make it a better place for everybody. Not that you're necessarily above anybody else, but that God chose you to bear these responsibilities and these hardships, and that you do them. You know, you just do, right? It was probably one of the most like moving things that I've seen. You know, or like explanations of like the chosen people, you know? So
oh, sorry, what I was saying before we got all that whole deluge of money. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I really appreciate it. Before we got that deluge of money, I was talking about how I find it really unbelievable.
Sorry, I just find it so I'm not like a religious person. I just find that like knowing the history of the Jewish people and knowing that, you know, the history of persecution and the history of like the hardship and just the contributions that they've made, you know, just really is moving to me. And, you know, that chosen people meaning really is just very moving, you know? And I think anybody, like, when you think about, like, being chosen to, oh boy, this is gonna get clipped. I don't care. Like, I find it very moving, you know? So.
Believable that Zook is seeming to say that she was unaware of any of these allegations. That seems totally implausible to me. Am I the only one? Like, the idea that she has no idea what he's talking about, she's never heard about this shit at all? I don't believe that. This is like the 6th convo? Yeah, and she's close personal friends with like a bunch of the people who've had the convos already, I thought.
Not necessarily. Like, she's new to the space, but... Sorry, JStock, I didn't come from this community. Exactly. No, she doesn't know what people have been saying. Newest IDF recruit, so true. So true.
It just seems bizarre. Why did she seek out this conversation if she was unaware of why Pisco was having these conversations?
Because she had an issue. She was watching one of his previous conversations. She had an issue with that conversation. Why not? You stupid fuck.
we go forward just so I can have a better good faith interpretation, you know?
Lie number one, by which I mean a knowing intentional falsehood, and I am not going to name names, but would be the following. Someone who knows and is familiar with conversations with these kind of semantic grounding, where you're...
Oh, let's go. Like, listen, stupid people could assume that Pisco's anti-Semitic because they're stupid. Destiny's literally participated in the Ask Yourself universe with all of those guys who debate this exact way with formal or symbolic logic, however you want to call it. Formal logic, propositional logic, predicate logic. Destiny knows exactly what Pisco's saying when he talks like this, and Destiny continues to feed into these lies, right? That's the fucked up thing. To me, I think to Pisco as well. Like, he knows. He is the guy, I brought this up yesterday, but Max accused Destiny of doing this too when they fell out, that Destiny would just stop translating for him. That Destiny understood him, and Max talks in a certain way, and he's like very aggressive about leaning into things in a way that makes conversations very exciting, very transgressive, but he felt like Destiny understood him, and then Destiny intentionally stopped understanding him, so he could make him look worse to his audience, right? And Destiny just did the same thing to Pisco. Very intentionally. And I'll say the names, because Pisco doesn't want to, but Destiny did the same thing to Pisco. And so he could see that. I like that he could see that. I hope, that's good, right? It feels fucked up when you know for a fact that Destiny's had this exact kind of conversation. Avi knows that. You don't think that looks bad to Avi? Where Destiny's making these allegations, but Avi's quite literally saying, like, Avi looks at that and he's like, you know exactly what Pisco's talking about. You speak the same language I do, right? Like, imagine, this is quite literally what's happening. Avi, Pisco, and Destiny all speak Mandarin. Avi and Pisco, or Avi, or Pisco and somebody else are speaking Mandarin in a conversation. One person is not very...
I don't think... I think, really, like, Destiny truly did not see that Pisco had corrected himself in a couple of those conversations. And I think that's truly what happened. And don't get me wrong, I think that there is clearly some undercurrent stuff happening between Pisco and Destiny, and they need to work that out. But, yeah.
Fluent, but Pisco's talking in Mandarin. And Avi, who is fluent in Mandarin and translates for people, he watches Pisco's content, then he sees Destiny react, and Destiny goes, that guy was saying, like, Jews are total rats and can never be trusted? Like, that's the translation he does, right? And Avi goes, wait, that's not what he said. You're lying about the translation right now. You're saying this guy's anti-Semitic, but you're lying about the translation. You know I speak this language. Why the fuck would you do this? It's gotta look horrible to Avi as well, right? The analogy is more complicated than the reality? No, I don't think so. No, it's actually required. Because the lie is not a lie to people who don't understand how Pisco argues. There are people who genuinely are not intelligent enough or just aren't educated enough in a specific topic to know what Pisco's saying. There are people like that.
Okay. What are you implying here? What are you implying here? I think Zug held her own perfectly well here. No, she's new to the space and she isn't paying attention to like every single thing that's going on. She's not somebody who's logging Destiny like you are. Like, what do you think?
There's just not very many of them in Destiny's audience, and Destiny's certainly not one of them. I do think the analogy helps.
We're going through extreme hypotheticals, and you look at a definition, and then you sort of really stress test the definition.
Oh, mostly because Destiny's like to his audience, he's like a respected Mandarin translator, right? That's what he does. And so his audience just takes his word.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, you know, like everybody is human and, you know, I've seen his own audience members be like, yeah, he's very biased on this topic.
For it, that's what happened. But obviously, there's another guy who does the same thing and goes, dude, what? How'd you make this up?
And so, for example, saying something like, well, Holocaust denialism is not logically necessarily anti-Semitic, then using that statement when it's clear to that person, the context in which that is being uttered and set, to crucify another individual as though that means, and to give the suggestion, if not explicit statement, that this shows that this person would not consider most Holocaust denialists to be anti-Semitic. When those provisos, when those conditions have been made clear, when that presumption has been made clear, that is an intentional, knowing falsehood, okay? And so I'm going to ask you, right? Yes,
sorry, can you explain this to me like I'm in fifth grade?
Okay,
because I'm
No, don't explain it like she's in fifth grade. If
Why
somebody,
not?
if Pisco could show you that somebody is intentionally lying about him, you would call that person like...
Why not? Why not? You're not the arbiter of this conversation.
Like...
You've never had a good faith conversation in your life, J-Stock. Like...
Evil. Just making up like a terrible accusation like anti-Semitism just to fuck with somebody. You call a person like that person's like a real piece of shit, right?
having a little bit of trouble following.
Okay, so imagine that someone were to tell you, right? This person said a racial slur.
Okay.
And he's a racist. He said the racial slur. And then you found out that person was quoting someone in the context of literally transcribing, some event that occurred, or that it was a part of a joke, or that the person who did it in the context was appropriate to use the slur in that context, right? You would think very...
why didn't you just say, like, reading Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn or whichever book that's in, like, in class or something?
Very differently, wouldn't you? Of the person who initially, without context, said, without qualification or equivocation, by which I mean without giving the explanation, without saying this is why that was said, this is the context, this is why it's not problematic for that to be said. You would think differently of the person who just said, hey, you said a racial slur, right? Would you?
So,
what I'm understanding
is that... So what I'm understanding is
wait, can you say that real quick? Would you think differently of that person? The person who said, you said a racial slur.
The accusing...
I genuinely, it's bad for me to watch this conversation. Because I genuinely already at this point where she's saying she doesn't understand, I genuinely do not think she's operating in good faith. No, he is being more aggressive because so many of these people are obviously not operating in good faith at all, Alley Cattails.
But she is operating in good faith. I don't know why he would think that. You have no reason to think that about her.
So he is being more aggressive now? But I think she's clearly not operating in good faith. He's not saying something that's confusing. If somebody is reading, a transcript of a book, or so they're reading a book aloud, and they read from that book, everybody knows it's there, the hard R. And somebody records that and plays it for somebody else and goes, yeah, this guy just says the hard R. And that's the only context they give.
This is literally what your audience does to me, by the way. This is literally what your audience does to me.
Piece of shit, right? With no additional qualifiers. They're smearing that person, essentially. Newscaster is quoting like a KKK member from the 70s, right? Something like this. You could give a whole bunch of examples. She's just acting like she doesn't know. It stretches. I have no ability to suspend disbelief here. I'm fully confident she knows the context, knows what piece is hitting at, what he's aiming at here, what he's talking about, and she's just pretending she doesn't.
Accusing person or the person being accused?
Yes, the accusing person said to you just that your friend said a racial slur, but omitted the appropriate context. It omitted the fact that it wasn't said, in the way that was being implied by the initial accuser. You would think differently of the accuser, wouldn't you?
Give me a second. I think the Holocaust denial is actually something I definitely wanted to talk to you about. So, I think if somebody told me this out of context, right, and I did hear this actually. By the way, I did actually hear this from you out of context. I would be a little bit up in arms about it, but I think it is the reason. One of the biggest reasons that I'm even having this conversation with you actually goes back to the fact that I do think it is the person who hears this information their responsibility to verify the context if it's missing.
I understand. In the hypothetical I provided you, that person.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, J-Stock? She's saying the onus is on me to clarify it.
Hendrik, you gotta mean something else, right? Yeah, I get that she's accomplishing her goals or whatever. I think you're just kidding. I think so. You're trolling me a little bit. But we see that he's trying to say, if somebody intentionally gave you bad context, if they intentionally didn't fulfill it, fill in the context, very intentionally, that would be a terrible person, right? That'd be a total piece of shit.
Person's aware of the context.
It's about, sure, and they left it out, and that's malicious intent on their part, sure.
Yeah,
but I don't really think that the issue is about said third party, right? I think the issue is that...
That's precisely what you asked about. You asked about what lies, but that's a lie. A knowing, intentional lie.
I'm getting confused. Okay.
Do you see how she's intentionally arguing that Destiny did nothing wrong? Because she knows exactly who called him something.
She's not. She's not saying
that's
that.
Game, set, match right there, baby.
She's
intentionally trying to argue that this person who did the lying...
She's literally not. She literally said that's malicious intent. So they're doing that. They are intentionally doing that, and it's malicious intent. You are just making things up here, J-Stock. It's like you heard what she said and it didn't go through your head. You didn't process it. Don't ever, I never want to hear this guy call another person low IQ again. I never want to hear this person call anybody else low IQ or dumb or unintelligent ever again, because he literally just heard her say exactly that it was malicious intent. And it was distorting things. And he just is oh, she doesn't even agree with it.
Isn't it fault because the person who heard it, it's their job to verify that knowing lie is true.
She didn't say that it wasn't their fault. She said the onus is still on me to verify whether that's true. She didn't say that person wasn't wrong. She said that they were wrong. But she said the onus is on me. That's why I'm having this conversation with you. He puts words in y'all's mouth all the time. Of course he does.
Before they believe it. So somehow she knows nothing about this. She didn't even know Pisco was being called anti-Semitic. But she's sweeping for the person who is the clout generator. Very curious, isn't it? Very curious.
Can you tell me straight out the situation and
so
what
saying so we can use the Holocaust denial example. Saying that Pisco thinks that denying the Holocaust isn't anti-Semitic, right? By which we mean he wouldn't presume that someone who denies the Holocaust is anti-Semitic.
You literally said that it is anti-Semitic no matter what. You said that earlier in this conversation.
Correct. I said I would presume someone who does that would be
a heuristic
anti-Semitic. Okay. So and that was if that was said even in the original conversation, right?
I was very sympathetic to Pisco. You were. No, he's just misinterpreting everything on purpose.
But then someone takes the in the weeds.
Yeah,
you don't know what she knows. I'm telling you I know what she knows. Or I'm telling you what she knows.
You don't.
I'm sorry. This is very easy to infer. And
you clearly don't know.
Basically, if I had to bet, if I had to bet and somebody would have an oracle, you could read her mind, I'd take 20 to 1 odds that she knows exactly what she's talking about. Sorry.
Definitional logical possibility portion where I'm saying it's not in the definition specifically that if you deny the Holocaust you are anti-Semitic. It's just very strong evidence, but they fixate on the in the weeds aspect of the definition and omit the presumptive, incredibly strong weight that this person, that I have for saying someone denies the Holocaust. That is a deception. Agreed?
Oh, I understand. So you're saying that basically you were having a kind of thought experimental, logical conversation about this, and they took what you said out of context and then reduced it to you're an anti-Semite.
Correct.
But they're somebody who participates in those exact kinds of conversations and understands the exact way he was speaking.
Yes, but I'm asking you the question, right? I'm literally asking the question to you.
I want to understand first before I answer, right?
So given this conversation, So we're talking right now, right? And I told you multiple times that I would presume anyone who denies the Holocaust is anti-Semitic, right? You heard that from me. Do you believe me when I say that?
Right, and that's so important. Yes, and I believe you. And thank God. Yes, and thank God, because it was so scary for me to think that, you know what I mean? Because
could have kept all my brains out.
I've heard that, right?
I'm
I've
gonna
heard
shoot.
that, and it's frightening.
This is like my
Why?
torture. This is my torture. This way of speaking is torture.
Why?
I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking do it. I can't fucking do it.
So much because I was like, why would this person who seems to be operating in good faith, at least from the Avi conversation, be sitting here having this conversation where they're saying like, oh, Holocaust denial isn't always anti-Semitic, right? That concerned me, right? Because I heard this out of context. And you're saying that the actual context of this was you were kind of having one of these more logical, like in the weeds conversations, and you were trying to get more into the nitty-gritty of a definition of something.
So now I'm going to react. So someone who's aware of that context, real quick. Someone who's aware of the context. Someone who knows that what's being said is that it's only about the scope of the definition itself. It's not about some issue related to whether they will call someone who denies the Holocaust an anti-Semite. Someone who's aware of that, and notwithstanding that awareness, will continue in ascribing that person as thinking that someone who denies the Holocaust is an anti-Semitic and imply the that connotation, which is false. That is a lie, correct? Someone who's aware of that, they know the context. They know what he was saying.
Okay, so they know that you weren't saying, and then they basically lied and described it. Yeah, I mean, I would
That's
say
a lie.
they're definitely twisting your. I would say they're absolutely twisting your words.
I hate everybody who disagreed with me. I hate everybody who pretended to disagree with me when I'm just correct. I saw this coming up. This was so obvious. I think it was.
Wait, what's wrong with what she's saying here? What's wrong with
Obvious
what
all
she's
of it,
saying
actually.
here?
I would say they're absolutely twisting your words and reducing it to
Wait,
something.
hang on a second. How would you feel?
Like,
No, seriously.
wants.
Let's say that you said this.
No, but I'm agreeing with you.
I know, but I just want to be a little stronger, right? So let's say that you were talking to someone. You had a great friend who was black, okay? And you
I did not pre-watch. Okay. I am simply anti-Semitic. I assume she was lying by default.
really got along well with this black friend. And in the context of you were like writing.
I mean, I'm glad he admits it because he literally believes in 9/11 conspiracy theories. So, and he hasn't read anything on 9/11, and he hasn't read anything on the history of the Israel-Palestine situation. Okay, which is just insane.
An academic paper on slavery. You use the N-word, right? You wrote down the N-word, right? Fully, right?
That's a joke. That's a joke. That's just a joke. It's based on a lot of factors. It's mostly that in this
It's
case, the
not a
hypothetical.
joke.
I believe she knows.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke. You are anti-Semitic. You are. You are. And you're racist. You are. Just own it. Just own what you are. J-Stock.
Knows applies to Destiny. She knows the community. She hangs out with these people. I believe fully that she hangs out in group chats where people talk about this exact topic. I think she's fully informed of what Pisco is talking about. How he's like.
How many group chats do you think we hang out in talking about this? Like, what? Like, I don't think we hang out. We're not Discord, little Discord goblins like you, J-Stock. What? We're not Discord goblins like you. We don't spend 8 hours in fucking Discord group calls talking about Destiny or talking about people in Destiny's orbit. We don't do that. We're normal people, well-adjusted. He can't leave his basement, so he assumes you can't either.
Basically calling Destiny a liar, and she doesn't want to agree to that. And watching her aversion to agreeing to that is pretty obvious, right?
No, she's straight up called it like dishonest framing. She's called it like, this person's being dishonest. Like, what else? Like, maybe she doesn't know who this person is that he's talking about, so she doesn't outright want to call them a liar. But like, she's agreeing that it's a malicious intent, right?
Oh, yeah, hold on. Evil Johnny Bravo, you think,
Which, like, in the future, I would just say, like, in the future, you can just bite the bullet and just be like, yeah, if that happened, then yeah, that person's a liar, right? But there's always going to be more context, right? And it's like, okay, well, we find out that that's not what really happened, that, there's a miscommunication here, that Destiny didn't see that part, right? So.
Wait, you don't think she knows she's lying when she says, I have no idea why somebody called you anti-Semitic? That is an obvious lie, no? I think that's like a very clear lie. Listen,
No,
I could be wrong. I said it's like
she owned up like her own part in this, where she was like, yeah, I did call you anti-Semitic, and yeah, thank you for calling me out on that. Because I didn't have the full context.
I mean, I can't say for sure, right? I'm literally mind reading. I just said if I could bet on it, I'd take like 20 to 1 odds.
Sure, because you got it, because you're quoting something, for sure, right?
And now let's say that someone reads what you wrote, right, in this academic paper, then goes to your black friend and says, you know that Zugami uses the N-word, full N-word. What would you say about the person who said that?
Don't even say that. People are going to clip that.
No. What would you say? What would you say about that person?
I'd be like, bro, I was using it for a research paper.
You would think that person is lying on you, right? Wait, just quick.
I'd be like, why are you
Zugami,
starting? Well, no, I mean, I used it, right? But I didn't use it for that,
No,
right? Like, in that situation.
That person is trying to give a wrong connotation for what you're doing, right? You would say that person's
You're
lying, right? They're not just snarking. They're lying.
Bro, it's so fucking obvious what's going on here,
right?
Man. This is like the total breakdown of everything. I think this actually goes beyond like just lying for a goal. I think this is like getting the feeling that there's no going back to a place where we could ever have honest conversations. And this is like you are making a clean break and taking what you can get for real estate, for viewership, for donations, everything.
What are you
it's all gone. Like this community in general.
What are you talking about? Oh my god, this guy is so disgusting. I'm fast forwarding 30 seconds.
I'll go down with the ship. I'll be the completely owned person who goes down.
No, because I am using that word. I'm just not using it for the ascribed meaning.
No, but
you would say like the attribution, the false attribution. Yeah, that's a lie. Sure,
yes,
sure.
Of course. That's a lie.
What I really want to say to you about this Holocaust stuff, is it okay if I like say some stuff to you about that as like a Jewish Israeli person? Is that okay? Like, are you emotionally open? Are you emotionally available right now for a second?
I'm emotionally available. Yeah, go for it.
You're emotionally available?
In terms of,
of course you wouldn't like it.
Jesus. Okay. Evil Johnny Bravo, last time, we need to stop this because I don't want to keep pausing. But I think you're saying she's unaware she's lying. I understand how that could work for, like, oh, I'm not sure that they were necessarily lying about you intentionally. That's fine, okay? I'm saying she was obviously lying when she said she's unaware that somebody's calling this guy anti-Semitic, that she didn't know that was happening, or she didn't know who was doing it. That is an obvious lie. That is a clear and obvious lie. It's not that she doesn't know she's lying there. She knows she's lying there. And it's like a factual statement. Here where it's like, well, I can see how maybe he's not lying. Maybe he's trying to make a point or he's snarking or something, right? That is totally subjective.
Holy fuck, that chatter. God chose them for something, but not what they think. One of his chatters said that. Jesus. To be fair, Pisco was saying being called a genocide denier was an opinion like a year ago. Rough. I don't know that I can defend that, but
I'm saying the previous point is an obvious lie. And that obvious lie is downstream of other stuff going on here.
Yep. So many people told me you wouldn't be emotionally available, and now I'm feeling very relieved. Basically, like, so the Holocaust denial thing, I mean, it's...
Okay, this person is like synthetic built-in lab rage bait for me. Holy fuck!
You just don't like women. That's all it is. You just don't like women. That's what it is, J-Stock. You just don't like anybody who is a woman.
Obviously, like, you and me agree, right?
Holy.
It's right? We totally
I thought that was so funny when she was like, are you emotionally available for this? I'm sorry, maybe the humor's not made for you because you don't know what that's like.
Wait, pause. Pause real quick. Pause real quick.
Yes, Pisco, let the autism take over. Whoa. We don't agree that somebody's automatically anti-Semitic if they deny the Holocaust, actually. No, we don't. And if you think I won't say that just because you're going to try to paint me as anti-Semitic, fuck you.
Okay. We agree that most people who would deny the Holocaust are anti-Semitic. It's not in the definition, right? Look at the definition. Does the definition say deny the Holocaust?
Yeah, okay, so what I would contest...
Wait, read the definition. Does it say deny the Holocaust?
Hostility towards or discrimination against Jews as a religious, ethnic, or racial group. So can I...
Zug talked to Destiny about this at one point when she was hanging out with Darius, and she was losing her goddamn mind about Pisco being anti-Semitic. She's 100% lying, and she doesn't know this situation. She was directly involved. Oh, well, cool.
No, she got the context that she got at that time, and she thought Pisco was being anti-Semitic based off of the context that she had. She didn't have the full thing where Pisco went into the nitty-gritty about it. And still, I think her argument here is like, you don't call somebody who doesn't know about the Holocaust a Holocaust denier. What is the definition of Holocaust denial? It's not somebody who doesn't know. It's not somebody who's in a coma who doesn't know. A Holocaust denier is somebody who has been presented with the facts of one of the most studied events in history, and continues to deny what has happened. That is what a Holocaust denier is. A Holocaust denier is not somebody who is just purely unaware. We wouldn't call that person a Holocaust denier. We would call them ignorant. They don't know, right? Yeah, I think she makes a really good argument here. And I'm just like, Pisco wants to, the one thing I'll say about this conversation is if Pisco wants to define anti-Semitism and base everything off of that, we should take the definition of what a Holocaust denier is and go by that definition, right? I don't see why we wouldn't.
Like, just totally disingenuous, lying scum, these people. DGGers.
I don't think so. I mean, I think J-Stock should pull up the definition of what a Holocaust denier is too. We don't call people who don't know Holocaust deniers. We just don't. We have a very specific definition of what a Holocaust denier is. We look at David Irving. David Irving is like the source of all modern day Holocaust denialism. And he is not a man who doesn't know. He is a man who knows history and has, there's a plethora of evidence, right? Collected by people who were not particularly favorable to the Jews. There's a plethora of evidence. It is one of the most studied events in human history, and he still continues to deny and to spread falsehoods about the Holocaust.
Can I take you through my line of reasoning here a little bit?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. So basically, I'm going to go like a little bit slow because I'm nervous, and like this is important to me. So
What is, even if we
we
look at what the definition of denial means, right? What is the definition of denial? If we're just looking at when we talk about like something that happened, right? A refusal to accept reality, truth, or a request. Oh, that's like Wikipedia, right? Merriam-Webster. refusal to admit the truth or reality of something. An assertion that an allegation is false. It's not the lack of knowledge. It is a denial in the face of truth.
Basically,
that's true. Clip it and show Pisco. I want that. Listen, maybe she forgot, guys. Maybe the angels told her to not tell the truth about this. I believe that. Now that you say that, I feel like I'm generating that in my mind, but that could be a phantom memory. My memory can't be trusted on this. I feel like I remember it. So if you can find a clip, Acreal, okay. Or if you could tell me when it happened, where was it that it happened?
Oh,
I think
man,
you can find a clip pretty easily. You just got to tell me when it was.
That Acreal person is so bad faith.
Which one was this? Was this when they were doing the... When would have... Oh, it would have been... Is she in that picture from Austin? For him being there at the BakeCon or whatever?
The reason that I personally got very upset hearing the Holocaust denial stuff was because I studied this, and I studied, the stages of genocide, and the final stage of a genocide is actually denial, right? It's denial of it, trying to make sure people don't remember, so that, in essence, it can happen again. And in the context of the world we live in today, where people are exercising extreme violence against Jewish people on a global scale, I think, even engaging kind of, theoretical conversations about this, I think it's extremely harmful in the sense that it does perpetuate this conversation of denial, right? And whether the intent is there to do that or not, right? Whether you're maliciously aligned in doing that, I think there's a really negative effect to the Jewish community at large as a result. And that's because when you have these...
Yeah,
he's just going to try to, openly gaslight Pisco into agreeing with the exact definition he's been so autistic about from the start. He's going to, try to gaslight him into anti-Semitism in effect being anti-Semitism or something, right? Functional anti-Semitism. She's, trying to say, well, but if it has a really negative outcome, did you not watch all the other debates at all?
These conversations, these thought experiments, when you go through that stuff,
No, we're not terminally online. We're not watching every single debate that comes out. Yeah, we're not that terminally online. We don't live in our basements, okay? Oh, J-Stock.
people who really are anti-Semitic, actual real anti-Semites, Reuters and Fuentes, whatever, they watch, and it kind of helps them figure out how to...
Dude, what the fuck is she talking about? Reuters are watching you for how to argue that, how to argue anti-Semitic points without sounding anti-Semitic, Pisco. No, they're not.
You are literally a Groiper, J-Stock. You are literally you are an ex-Groiper.
They're trying to correct you. When you say that it's Israel doing bad things, they're trying to correct you and say, no, Jews are doing bad things. That's their rhetoric. That's how that shit works. Jesus Christ, man.
Not really. Not really. I think you'll find that you'll find them agreeing on Israel is doing bad things. In fact, Nick Fuentes has employed Jewish people before, so I know that for a fact.
Gives them a more permissible blueprint for.
Oh, it's on the stream. Okay, interesting.
I know that you're not anti-Semitic.
Here, I could maybe find it.
I know that that's not your intention whatsoever. You're clearly a person who thinks about things very deeply, who likes to break things down. You're clearly very analytical. I know that that's not where you're at. And I would never accuse you of that.
Well, you did.
I wanted to. Well, I mean, I said wait, when did I?
Yeah, you did.
What did I say? I said you're anti-Semitism. Yeah, and then you were you said you didn't want to talk about lies about you, but you would talk about anti-Semitism in general, and then I DM'd you. So and then I apologize at the beginning of this for it being a little bit more combative. So I want to say actually I am sorry for that. I do take that claim back because as in talking to you now, I don't believe that you're an anti-Semite.
I appreciate that.
I don't. So thank you for calling that out. I don't think you're an anti-Semite, but I do think that engaging in that kind of dialogue in that way is insensitive to the larger Jewish community, and I think it is harmful. And I think that when we continue to push these thought experiments, I think it's really hard because it doesn't. It's I don't know if there's a consideration for the people on the other end who are being hurt by the ripple effect of it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's kind of where my big issue was.
So this is what I'm taking away with, regardless of whether you are anti-Semitic or whether there's prejudice or whatever, having
anything. She stated her basic, basically she stated her broader point here, and he's just completely not going to say anything about it, I guess.
Kinds of conversations will have the effect of increasing anti-Semitism, and therefore we need to be extremely wary because this kind of maybe the desensitizing this kind of shit will have maybe even genocidal ramifications. So here's why I will grant, right? I grant big picture.
You get me.
Wait, give me a second. I'm hearing you, right? I'm trying to respond to what you're saying. You gotta be with me, right? So I grant that there's some kinds of use of terminology, some kinds of dehumanizing rhetoric that I think my intuition is strongly that has harmful effects. Okay, here's what I won't grant, right? I don't think that.
I just think it's so funny that you laid out your broader point here. And your broader goal for this conversation, J-Stock has nothing to say about that. Pisco deep down is a good egg. He's such a hard-headed, headstrong man who loves to be right and hates to be wrong. That is true. But yeah, it's just insane.
Anything that I have said will have that effect. If anything, right? I think it will have the opposite effect. Here's why,
eating some food?
I was these kinds of conversations I think are making the anti-Semitism discussions and making the accusations more calibrated and better, right? And here's an example of it, right? I sought out the Avi conversation specifically, right? So that he could present the best case, the strongest case regarding Hassan's statements, okay? And
unfortunately, you have to build up a shell. I don't blame Pisco for building up a shell, right? Especially when, you fight with larger creators, you're going to get a large wave of people coming at you, He was hurt. Yeah, he was hurt. And I hope him and Steven can work things out.
the people who watch that conversation, right? Those are people that could come from many different backgrounds. Ideologically, they could be more liberal, they could be left wing, but they know, right, that when it's presented to me, I'm going to scrutinize that claim, and I'll be provided a convincing case. I think that in that action, you have a champion, someone who's very sort of like aware of potential anti-Semitic tropes, aware of the way in which anti-Semitism can be used as an intensifier, as a modifier, and having someone who is able to disentangle anti-Zionism from.
Do you guys remember I'm Alex? I feel like
anti-Semitism. That's better, right? Because these accusations, when you start to say anti-Semitism for any even people who are good faith, not who are anti-Zionist, without having calibration, I think that can have the term can start to lose its impact on people.
I will mommy every motherfucking man in the space, I swear to God. They can't resist it. They really can't resist it. Steven got to apologize for lying though. No? When I think I messaged Steven. I think Steven genuinely did not know that Pisco corrected himself. And I'm not surprised at it. I've seen Steven blank out while watching things before, or like to kind of like tune things out while he's been watching things before. I'm not surprised. So, but I hope one day, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not even a few months from now or a year from now, but I hope one day that Pisco and Destiny can work this out. So.
And you're already seeing a lot of it, like that can be harmful, right? The fact that when we apply anti-Semitism, we're applying it in too broad a way, or the evidence of it is more equivocal, which I mean it's less clear, it's more muddy. I think that can have an effect of desensitizing in another direction. And so all that said is, given my size as a creator, given the conversations I have, and given the fact that I am opening my platform for conversations that are highly critical people for potential.
Bro, people in chat talk shit. That's just gonna be how it goes. You guys, if you're getting upset at people in chat talking shit, they're just gonna talk shit. It means nothing. If you don't like that, it's okay, but you're trying to go after people in chat. It's people in chat talk shit. Have you not seen how these people talk about me? They're fucking crazy. It's just a vibe.
Anti-Semitic rhetoric. I think that there's nothing about what I have done here that has like lowered our guard against this kind of shit. I think that what I've done in these conversations is actually responsible.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and your logic is sound, but I still disagree because I believe that when we
I think I found the clip. Okay. Let's see here. 3 days ago, what is
from
this?
bigotry at all. And especially for anti-Semitism, it's more confusing because it's also mixed up with a religion and it's mixed up with a country. And it's only one religion and it's only one country. So sometimes people...
And an ethnicity.
Well, yeah, well, that's a given I was giving.
Okay,
but like,
do we even need anything beyond this? That she's here on the stream talking to Destiny while watching Pisco debate with North and Avi? Like kind of ball game.
She's new to she's new to the space. She's new to the space. Like, what do you think? Like, because she's part of one conversation with Destiny, that she's going to know every intricacy of this conversation with Pisco? She was also multitasking while she was in this conversation. Like, I'm pretty sure she was doing laundry while she was doing this. And in fact, I remember that she was doing laundry, dude. I remember that. She was doing laundry and then she happened to be in the call. So.
And a ball game right there.
She probably was not listening to the entirety of this. And neither was Steven, if we're going to be real, right? So, yeah. No, I was ranting and Darius was like going to the call. Yeah.
All right. Then keep going. Thanks for clip for rain. Veron, well, however we say it, we should keep going.
have these I think that there's a level of care that is not taken here when it comes to opening these doors. And it goes back to the point that I had before about you are like in being the person, right, that opens the door to these conversations, that has this, that
Wait, pause real quick. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I did not.
It's not even the full clip of my rant.
Conduit,
yeah.
right? I was having call-ins about DSA stuff, and he called in, and I just responded to him in real time. This was not like a plan, but from that conversation, right? Other people wanted to jump in, and there were lies and smears told, and that's why this grew into like a longer-based discussion. Was because of that. I had no interest in like starting a conversation with discourse on anti-Semitism. My bread and
You did pop off.
butter is like law stuff, Trump corruption, and like debates. It's not anti-Semitism.
He does it to himself, Doobie. He does it to himself. He knows what's going on. He's not stupid, but he tries to like show that you can argue your way through it. And unfortunately, for like a lot of people who come in to his stream, you can't argue your way through you can't argue your way through someone being intentionally bad faith unless you're willing to like call it out and push them, right? And point out what's happening. You have to be willing to do like a meta conversation on top of what's happening, and he hates meta conversations. He's going to try never to have one. But if you're not willing to commit to any meta conversation, then yes, you have no way to call somebody out on being bad faith. That you're totally eschewing that critical part of keeping people honest in any conversation, right? Infinite stamina actually cracked. I don't think it's man. It gets so fucking boring after a while, right? Like, I'm sitting here, it's like, this is a 2-hour conversation. There's no reason this needed to be 2 hours. And I see exactly now how it's progressing into a 2-hour conversation. But yeah, you do have to have some sort of meta conversation. You have to be willing to call out the form of the conversation. I say this, it's also, like I said, I've tried to explain this to people. Having the conversation on a stream is about 10 to 100 times harder in real time than being able to watch it and just think about how you would respond. Because
This entire conversation was a meta conversation. I do feel kind of guilty for how this ended up. I know I'm not responsible for other people's actions here, but it's like, damn, dude. And no, I don't think you should feel guilty, Conduit. You're fine.
You're talking and listening at the same time, right?
I love that
Trying
I
to do it in
bore
real time.
J-Stock, yeah.
So it is quite difficult to do it, and I have a problem doing it in real time, like having the meta conversation and saying, this isn't going right, something's really fucked. So that is a skill very few are capable of.
But it's not Israel, right?
Right, and I'm sensitive.
That's just a conversation? No, it's a conversation about the conversation. You say the way you're answering, I believe you're lying. That is a conversation about the conversation. Sorry. It's obviously a conversation about the conversation. The conversation is about anti-Semitism. You say, I think you're being bad faith right now. That's commentary on how they're having the conversation. Different conversation.
So that I really am. And I think it can be really frustrating to be a creator who gets like all tangled up in this, and then now you have to sit here and like have a series of conversations about it. I think it's extremely frustrating, right, to have people like kind of saying why about you and accusing you of things. But the reason that I wanted to talk to you in particular isn't because of like your stuff under a microscope, right? It's because you're the focal point of this larger trend, right? A larger trend of people being more permissive of these conversations, right? Being more open to having conversations where they're questioning things like whether Holocaust denial is always anti-Semitic or not, you know? And that does fall.
Does he get it? Are you starting to get, hey, dummy! Hey, dummy! Do you see what's going on here, dummy? Hey, Pisco, why are you being a fucking dummy right now? I hope you understand that you've been a dummy. I hope you get it.
Back into that final stage. So I think it's less about you specifically for me, and it's more about this compounding factor, right? It's like this kind of like adding to an aggregating immorality, you know? And I think it also unintentionally signals to people like Fuentes and his people like Reupers, and it unintentionally signals to like neo-Nazis and stuff, in the sense that like, if they hear you out of context, right? As I did.
Dude, I'm pretty sure that I'm willing to bet that a more common belief in the Groyper movement is that the Holocaust happened exactly the way they tell the numbers, but you say it didn't to fuck with Jewish people. Like, I think that's probably the most predominant belief on the Holocaust that exists in the...
Well, I mean, you would know that, wouldn't you, J-Stock? I mean, yeah, typically anti-Semites, they're like in a weird space where they simultaneously believe and don't believe the thing, right? That's their cover. You would know, you're an ex-Groyper. But that doesn't mean that they don't look at things like this and find ways to hide their power level, right? It is something that they do.
Movement. I'm not even joking. I'm not joking that, like, realistically, the idea that Piso's saying, is it even anti-Semitic to question the Holocaust? If it wasn't anti-Semitic to question the Holocaust, Groypers wouldn't even care about it. Like, I'm just saying, all right? I'm just saying. It's like,
and most people
the things she's saying are so disconnected from reality.
They think it is dangerous.
What are you
because they may
talking
unintentionally
about?
Feel that there is a kind of agreement or proximity where they may hear the way that you argue for something and for the sake of argument, and it may give them ideas. And where I'm coming from in the main thesis, right, of like, where does our responsibility lie in the sense of awareness and harm? I think that being aware of that is incredibly important, because I think the ripple effect does cause great harm as it compounds, right? You're a single drop in an ocean here. And I really just wanted to get that point across.
Okay, so I understand it. I'm going to try to respond to it with an example, okay?
Wait, but like, you hear me, right? Like,
I hear what you said.
I
heard what you said. So here, and it might not be entirely clear how I'm responsive to it, but trust me, I heard and responded to what you said. So here's an example.
Okay.
Say there's a person who dedicates their life to helping Jews. He's like a superhero. He wears an Israeli flag as a cape. He gives all of his money to Jewish charities. He reads bedtime stories to Jewish orphans. He is Jewish himself. He basically looks like Superman, but he's just the most pro-Jewish person you've ever sort of heard. One day, he
Once again, just fully exposing his neck as he like tries to pretend, okay, I'm going to give you a hypothetical where this guy, to save somebody, has to say the Holocaust didn't happen. And within that context, would him saying that make him anti-Semitic? That's like literally the hypothetical he's going to
Sorry.
And then he's expecting good faith engagement with that. You're going to say, that's not a hypothetical that can happen. That hypothetical could never happen. That's like not a real thing. Superpowers aren't real.
Has a stroke, and he forgets about the Holocaust. All his preferences and behaviors.
The craziest part is he's sweeping for you, Zugami, and he doesn't even know he's sweeping for you.
We all know this, right? We all know for sure that this is about to be... Wait, the Pickles band? I don't even know he was banned. Unbanned. Wilburn's banned? What did he say? I don't care. Okay. All right. I lost what I was saying. Oh, she's gonna... Are you ready for iteration 9,000?
So is Lab streaming again or something? I heard Lab mentioned. Oh, I only mentioned her because she was like replying to me on Twitter, and she was like going in on my looks or whatever, which it's just like, okay. I mean, yeah, if sex work was your main thing that made you money, and that's how you like made the majority of your money, then yeah, maybe I'd be that obsessed with my looks too. I don't know that, but yeah, I mean, I don't think she's a nice person. She says, oh, I don't like hurting, I don't like, being cruel to women about their looks. Yes, you do. You always have. You've always been cruel to me. And so has J-Stock, and so has Queenman, and so has everybody else. And I don't know why you're pretending otherwise, you know? So, yeah. I yelled at her in Discord, don't worry. Yeah. I mean, I think she, like, thinks that she's on something.
999.
Calling me... I don't know what else she was calling me. W in kick chat if you in the other chat. True.
But I didn't have breakfast this morning. But I did have breakfast this morning. Either way, okay?
Beliefs remain exactly the same, but now he has an erroneous belief that the Holocaust happened to Norwegians as opposed to Jews. Would you call this person anti-Semitic?
No, because he doesn't know what's going on. Now,
okay, wait. Here's the way in which he responds to what you just said. Here's the way in which he responds to what you said.
However, wait. There's a however. There's a however. It's a no, but however. If he were to seek out the information or somebody noticed, right,
Hi,
and then educated him
Testy.
on it, right? If he were to see the numbers, if he were to see the images, they have him read Night, they have him watch Schindler's List, they take him to Auschwitz, they take him to, Yad Vashem, they take him to the Holocaust Museum in DC, right?
I was really scared because it seemed like she was going to like answer the hypothetical good faith for a second, right? And I mean, maybe this is answering the hypothetical in good faith.
It's Slav, she's obsessed with critiquing her female opposition and then pretending like she never does it or doesn't mean it. Like, she did the same thing with Erudite. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
But then to go and add a new example, it's like that's a different hypothetical, and nobody disagrees.
Say he received that education. If he then...
What if Super Jew saw Schindler's List? What then, Pisco? What then, Pisco?
If he then, yes, I agree. If he then,
and was
yes.
like, nah, that shit didn't happen, bro. Then that motherfucker would absolutely...
Oh, yeah,
right?
I agree.
Then
Wait,
anti-Semitic, whatever.
How would you feel this morning if you didn't have breakfast? I'd be hungry, except what if I baked like a 9-course breakfast where all this stuff happened? Then you definitely say I wouldn't be hungry right now, right? It's like,
This is not...
Why did you just say that second part?
This is not analogous whatsoever. What are you talking about? This is not this is not the breakfast question.
Wait, who is that helpful to? How do you not know that that's not helpful to anybody?
I agree.
It's about like...
So I agree. I'll tell you how.
Okay, go for it. Take me there.
You just did something irresponsible.
Me?
Yeah, because Royper could have just taken that out of context and normalized Holocaust analysis. You just said it's not necessarily anti-Semitic to deny the Holocaust. So you were just irresponsible.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, dude, you're right. I was.
Wait, would you ever accept that from someone? That your answer to that question was contributing to Royperism?
Yes.
Okay, why?
My God, dude, I can't, man. Listen. The debate suicide bomber over here, I guess.
Yeah,
He should have just said, okay, Zug's an anti-Semite. I don't talk to anti-Semites anymore. Hang up the phone.
No one.
Yeah,
No. Are you trolling me? I have to know.
No, I can say like
He could save everybody in Israel.
you were not denying the Holocaust.
Okay, now you're just when I say the term
Like if
equivocating.
you're 12 years old, right, and you drew a bunch of swastikas all over the place because they were in your favorite.
Like, I have no doubt that these people have a lot of emotion and feel like gung-ho about doing this.
Yeah.
But you're not doing a good job. I know you feel emotional about it. You feel like you're doing a good job.
Anime,
But
and
you're
you don't
not.
know. And then your middle school teacher takes you and says, hey, are you aware of
Yeah, she is doing a good job. What are you talking about? You've never had a conversation like a normal human being in your life.
this? Like before, you were told you didn't know, right? You don't know what you don't know. But if you then do know and you still deny, then you are anti-Semitic.
Okay, now you're.
Me saying,
Can you pause real quick?
me going and saying no, but right, it was irresponsible because the way I phrased that, like, definitely could have been taken out of context.
So you're saying denying the existence of the Holocaust isn't Holocaust denialism because Holocaust denialism implies that there's some awareness of the facts, right?
Yeah, please go. Like Holocaust denialism. Like,
Wait, can you
people
answer that
who don't
first?
know about the Holocaust.
Yes. Okay. So the person who in the example I provided denies the existence of the Holocaust because they think that there was genocide of Norwegians. They don't think it was to the Jews. That was hypothetical in the example I provided, right? And you said.
But we don't typically define Holocaust deniers that way. We really don't. Holocaust deniers. There's a very specific definition of what a Holocaust denier is. What are you talking about? Like,
that's not Holocaust denialism. That was your response, right?
Yeah, because they don't know.
Okay, but it is denying the existence of the Holocaust, right?
People who genuinely don't know about the Holocaust.
what is denial? What is denial? What is the definition of denial? The refusal to admit the truth or reality of something, right? Or an assertion that an allegation is false. A refusal to acknowledge a person or a thing. It's not about not knowing, right? Yeah, I think Zug does get there. Zug gets there pretty quickly, actually.
Holocaust are not seen or categorized as Holocaust deniers. People who are Holocaust deniers are bad faith actors who know, have seen, and have been educated.
Relevant clips from more_Amalek. Are we really going to pretend this is really? We're really going to do this? More Amalek. This is certainly not going to tip from.
Know about the
I provided, right?
Let me rewind so she gets to say her thing.
So the person who in the example I provided denies the existence of the Holocaust because they think that there was genocide of Norwegians. They don't think it was to the Jews. That was a hypothetical in the example I provided, right? And you said that's not Holocaust denialism. That was your response, right?
Yeah, because they don't know.
Okay, but it is denying the existence of the Holocaust, right?
People who genuinely don't know about the Holocaust are not seen or categorized as Holocaust deniers. People who are Holocaust deniers are bad faith actors who know, have seen, and have been educated.
Relevant clip from more_Amalek.
And of course,
Are we really going to pretend that this is?
Of course, J-Stock is not going to acknowledge that. Give me 1 second.
Was irresponsible because the way I phrased that, like, definitely could have been taken out of context.
So you're saying denying the existence of the Holocaust isn't Holocaust denialism because Holocaust denialism implies that there's some awareness of the facts, right?
Yeah, please go. Like Holocaust denialism. Like,
wait, can you
people
answer
who
that
don't
first?
know about the Holocaust.
Yes. Okay. So the person who in the example I provided denies the existence of the Holocaust because they think that there was genocide of Norwegians. They don't think it was to the Jews. That was a hypothetical in the example I provided, right? And you said that's not Holocaust denialism. That was your response, right?
Yeah, because they don't know.
Okay, but it is denying the existence of the Holocaust, right?
People who genuinely don't know about the Holocaust are not seen or categorized as Holocaust deniers. People who are Holocaust deniers are bad faith actors who know, have seen, and have been educated.
Relevant clip from more_Amalek. Are we really going to pretend that this is really? We're really going to do this? More Amalek. This is certainly not going to venture into something like anti-Semitism at all. More Amalek. I'm just throwing it up. I'm just throwing it up right now. Wow, he sold out. More Amalek. And we're back. Rabbi Yosef Mizrachi on why he claims fewer than 1 million actual Jews were killed in the Holocaust and says Zionists used the 6 million figure for political purposes.
The Kohen in America, 85% of the
okay, not every rabbi and every religious movement within Judaism is super chill, okay? Yeah, there are some people who are like Holocaust deniers. I'm pretty sure... Whatever, okay.
people that their last name is Cohen married to non-Jewish women. 85%.
Thank you for becoming a member, by the way. Thank you for becoming a member, Keldosh.
Marry Christina, and he has now 4 kids. John, Mark, Luke, and Matthew. All of them are Cohen. John Cohen, Matthew Cohen, Luke Cohen.
Okay, I'm starting to reek of a little anti-Christian bias here, but okay.
Cohen. 4 cute goyim with the last name Cohen, which, by the way, if the Nazis would be today, they'll put them in the gas chambers, even though they're not Jewish, and they will be counted in a statistic as 4 Jews that were murdered, just like in the Holocaust. Many of the people they killed were not Jewish, but the Zionists like to add them to the list.
Why are we doing this? Why are we watching this, J-Stock? What is going on? AI mod deleted your thing, Zugami.
The Jews have, the more they can come to the world for mercy. Yeah,
okay, why are we watching this?
They do. This Fuentes.
Oh, we're only watching this because J-Stock is a fan of Nick Fuentes and was a Groiper at some point and now identifies as some sort of leftist.
When Rabbi Mizrachi.
Okay, all right. Like it's a miracle. Like you can't possibly.
Power, or Jews are controlling the world, or they're lying about it for X and conspiracy theories that go back to deep anti-Semitism, right? It goes back to Jews have too much power, or Jews are controlling the world, or they're lying about it for XYZ reason. You know, it always goes back to an insidious undercurrent. It always goes back to that claim. A good faith person.
Or one that we don't hear about too often is like, oh, or it happened, but they're using it and it's not that special. They're using it to get sympathy and it's not that special, right? Like that's one thing I've heard as well, where they're like, oh, yeah, it happened, but that happens to a lot of people. By the way, no, it does not. The atrocities committed in the Holocaust are like next level, like really disgusting shit, okay? What the fuck, Star? No, I'm just saying, like, one of the arguments that we hear from, like, people, like, for example, who aren't right, like, completely in the Holocaust denial part, they're in the part of, like, oh, it's not that special. Oh, you know, like, this happens. You know, they're using it to gain sympathy. Oh, you keep getting automated? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not me. It's the AI thing, okay? I should make you a mod, actually.
Ignorant and doesn't know is not categorized as a Holocaust denier. That's why that word
you're
denial
not getting
is
it, right?
there.
Like, so we can play around with now the definition of Holocaust denialism, but whatever you want to say,
So
right?
they're trying to disprove history, but they're not like some retard, you know?
We're not talking about most people, because we agree on most people, right? We agree most of these people are bad-faith / anti-Semitic. We agree on that, right? This conversation, this is a point to demonstrate to you, I think, that you would not accept that in the context of an example, and a good faith response to an example, which you initially gave, and you're now backing away from, that would, you know, contribute to Groiperism. You would think that that's absurd and ridiculous. And so if you want to call it not Holocaust denialism to not believe
She actually fully bit the bullet on that it would be like it would enable Groipers or something, what she was doing in this conversation. Pisco just knows that she couldn't have possibly meant that and she was just lying, but she did bite that bullet, that she was like increasing the anti-Semitism in the world by talking about this and saying that somebody could deny the Holocaust.
The Holocaust happened. I can just change it. Is it anti-Semitic to believe the Holocaust did not happen?
Yes.
Intrinsically.
Thanks for covering this, Star. You're the best, EGL. Hey, thank you. I gotta cover my bestie, okay? Automod too sensitive. I'll fix it after stream is done.
After.
No, not after. Just the denial, believing the Holocaust didn't happen without any of that stuff. Is that intrinsically anti-Semitic?
You wouldn't know whether it happened. You wouldn't even know
That's
about
the
it. It
whole
would be a
point.
thought in your head. The believing that it didn't happen comes from knowing about it.
Please listen to me, okay? So
The most frustrating thing is the way that Pisco needs to present a theoretical circumstance that has no chance of really happening. I mean, I don't think it's frustrating. I think this is like debate pervertry. We've all engaged in it to some extent, but I think you know there is you know sometimes we can get a little bit Also, by the way, I forgot to read Keldosh's message with the with his resubscribe. Denial is a river in Egypt, a Tish. Very nice. Oh, I didn't know that Automod was censoring you guys. I'm sorry. The most frustrating thing is, we all engage in some debate pervertry, but definitely this is like next level, I feel. Because why are we are so anchored on one definition, but not the other?
Acknowledge there could be some people are not born with the knowledge of the
Holocaust. We know what a Holocaust denier is. There is a specific definition for what that means.
Holocaust occurred, correct? They have to be taught it.
Yes.
Okay. And someone who has the
But I
wrong.
don't think that that's what this. I don't think that's what this conversation is about, and I think we're getting really lost here in that. I think that we can both.
This is even worse. At least the other people try to make an argument. This is gaslighting Pisco that it's like really weird and bad and like, how dare you ever have a conversation where this could be open-ended? That's all this is. We just keep seeing the same thing again and again and again. But you're going to see this from the DGGers who get propped up now, because anybody who can ponder conditional hypotheticals, ponder the conditional hypothetical of how they look, being on a stream with a guy who's accused of as many,
Yeah, conflating ignorance and denial, yeah.
sexual consent violations as destiny. And they're like, well, in the case where that did happen and it is true, I'd look really bad, so I'm going to appeal out. Right? Anybody who could actually ponder a conditional hypothetical effectively is out. They're out.
Contend that some idiot who's never heard anything and lives under a rock isn't an
It's
anti-Semite,
not. Okay,
but
so
somebody who
pause
has,
right there.
but
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. True!
somebody who has heard about it and
I
does
agree,
know and
yeah.
actively tries to undermine history books absolutely is. I think
so
the
pause-
definition
so-
of Holocaust
so did
denial,
you-
the definition of Holocaust denial is not the situation that you were describing.
So define denying the Holocaust then. It means being bad faith about it and knowing stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I just thought denying the Holocaust meant denying the
Look, Holocaust denial and distortion. Holocaust denial is any attempt to negate the established facts of Nazi genocide of European Jews.
Yes.
Holocaust denial and distortion are forms of anti-Semitism, prejudice, or
Wait,
hatred of Jews.
Zugami,
Holocaust, this is
please pause. Please pause. So under that definition, the example I provided, that superhero guy, he is denying the established facts of the Holocaust because he's applying it to Norwegians. That would fit the definition you just provided of Holocaust denialism.
No,
You
he's
know
not
what?
been
That was
educated.
anti-Semite.
But no,
But
that's absurd. You know that's absurd.
I mean, yeah, if he has been educated on it and then he continues to say, no, it happened to Norwegians, then yeah, maybe he is an anti-Semite. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because the example I gave,
Yeah,
it's an honest.
and yet here we are. And yet here we are because you want to play these games with me.
It's not.
Ooh.
The mask is slipping. The mask is slipping slowly, isn't it?
I want to have a really honest
What
conversation.
Do you understand
mask?
Things that I
Why? The reason I raised this, we can move past that. The reason I raised this is to show you that when you answered that initially, no.
The
honestly, when you said
only-
that, people don't.
The only mask I've seen slip here has been Jay Stock's mask, okay? He is straight up an anti-Semite.
Know about it or ignorant or anti-Semitic, which I think is an honest answer. I don't think you would accept that those honest answers are contributing to gripperism. You wouldn't accept that.
So yeah, but here's the thing: is you do know this stuff. Like you do know about this, and so when you have these conversations, as
Dude, you're having one of these conversations right now, you stupid bitch.
somebody who knows, you are contributing because you're not a retard.
One
You're
second.
smart. You're a lawyer.
Yeah, and people who watch
You know,
me,
like,
people who watch me, and who
you're
watch
not-
that statement,
like, you're not
people who watch that statement, right? Are you? You don't say that you are, right?
retarded,
Yeah.
no.
So you don't. But notwithstanding that, you don't contribute to gripperism by your answers there, right? Did you contribute to gripperism just then?
When I was doing the thought experiment.
Yes. When you said no, not necessarily if they're ignorant, if they're not bad faith, and if it's no fault of their own, they're not anti-Semitic.
But then I clarified that that's not what we mean when we talk about Holocaust denialism. And when we have
that's-
these conversations and we go through this logic, it is actively enabling, right? Actively enabling these kinds of gripperism signals.
Yeah, but the thing is, no, but you're not saying that because you're not accusing me of denying the Holocaust. Of course, you wouldn't do that. You're saying basically that this conversation where I lay out the definition, where I state emphatically that I would presume anyone who denies the Holocaust is anti-Semitic. That you're saying that could empower gripperism. I'm just like, how? How could it empower
Look, what
grippers? For me to
mask
say,
I am who
presume
I am.
anyone-
You are-
Okay, I don't maybe
You are
understand
who you are. You are exactly who you are.
you fully and you laying that out, like having this kind of conversation. How would it motivate a gripper? Anyone who listens to me understands that I think that Holocaust denialists are almost invariably anti-Semitic.
Then I think why do you say almost? Okay. Then I think we're gonna have to just contest this point.
Wow.
Wow.
Maybe Pisco goes through.
Maybe Pisco like what? What, Jay Stock? Do you have anything original to add to this? Or do you just sit here and add like nothing to these conversations? Is this transformative content? Chat, is this transformative content? Is what Jay Stock does transformative content?
Maybe you should do like a propositional logic or predicate logic class for people so you can understand what he means. Right? Like just a short video.
He's
on
too
predicate, or-
busy.
I don't know what he even says he uses.
Stop. I'm getting in trouble.
But like
on
maybe just
Twitter for
explaining it with
that.
the symbols and stuff could be
We'll
helpful.
go back to it later because I'd like to move on.
Okay.
Let's see. So that is one lie that was said about you. Are there others?
Yeah, with respect to another lie. Lie number 2. Yeah, that's one lie. Lie number 2. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna want to move forward. I want to have our full
Okay.
conversation.
You agree that would be a lie for anyone who knows the context
Cam
and
up,
omits the context. That's a lie.
Porky.
The same way your friend,
John
they go up to you and
Ford.
say, hey, she said the N-word, but it was in an appropriate context and it was with caveats and historical disclaimers and shit like that. You would say that's a lie, right? You granted that, so we agree that's one lie, right?
It's like you're pushing it so much that I don't want to agree with you.
Why?
Because you're coming in from it like so heavily that it makes me feel like I'm being set up for something.
What? What's wrong with that?
You asked for this conversation, and I'm happy to go
I did.
and let you advise just in terms of mental. And I said something that was wrong.
History.
No, there's
I
no
don't
rewriting
know
of history
the
whatsoever.
context of this.
There's no rewriting of history
Another
whatsoever.
one?
Why did you
He
have to do
just-
it? Why did you?
Dude, I just fast forwarded a minute and he did it again where he does like, that's his only transformation is snorting. Another one. He's not beating the John Pork allegations. He's not beating the John Pork allegations. He is literally John Pork. I can't believe I fast forwarded a minute and we got to hear him. His one reaction was another snort. He is literally John Pork. Do not pick up. Do not pick up the call, dude. Do not pick up the call.
Have to recorrect twice.
So I corrected myself initially, right after the question was asked, and then afterwards, the person I was talking to Conduit, he made a mistake, or he was lingering on a definition they didn't want to accept. And I said, listen, that's okay. You made a mistake there. I made a mistake earlier when I said this. I spoke too quickly, and I corrected myself. It's okay for us to make mistakes. So in the context of comforting Conduit, in the context of saying, hey, it's okay, I'll take time, whatever. Look at the mistake I just made in this conversation. That's why the correction was made twice. Everything I say is backed up. If you go to the exact timestamp, it's 100% in good faith, and yet I got crucified for that. Continue to be crucified for it. And no one speaks. And no one speaks up and says, actually, that's not right. He admitted he made a mistake there.
Okay, wait. Okay. So thing number one, are you able to find a clip of that so I can see it firsthand? Thank you so much.
Hey, dude, just to activate JN, I want to pause there and just say, oh, so we agree that anybody who would crucify someone is awful then, right? We can agree on that? Wait, Tanner's on the same page.
Number two.
I don't even mean anything by it. I truly don't, like, I don't know what the historical case is there, but I'm like, I just want to activate JN, like, super hard, okay?
Yeah, I demand it.
Who?
Oh my god, it was promised to me 3,000 years ago, you know. But the other thing I will say is when you say crucified, like, in reality, like, what do you mean? Like, what did people do? Like, what did they say?
They falsely ascribed a belief to me, namely the belief that that I continue to maintain that example wouldn't be racist. That's false. It's a knowing intentional falsehood for all who saw the full context.
So you definitely.
Yeah,
so
this is what I
definitely
think, Sean Maloney, most likely.
It is racist, like whether or not you have the malicious intent,
Yes,
right?
because
Because the action itself.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
And I said, but here's the problem, right? I said that in the conversation. You get me? And that was said.
Literally said it
right after there. Yeah. Hang on a second. I'll find this. I will find this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, take your time. We can just take a little breather. I'm gonna do a stretch while you find this.
Go stretch.
I'm gonna just go off screen for a second. Stretch because I've been sitting for a while. I'm gonna read some comments from my chat. Maybe chat. You guys have anything you want me to say? People have had a lot of opinions this whole time. We've been trying to like.
I don't really give a shit.
You know?
Yeah, I would focus.
Mackenzie Carter Cameron, don't say that. That's rude. Okay, this is a person. This is a DGG member. Okay, it's a proud rapist.
Well, I like that about you.
Yeah.
Well, I like that about
What are you talking
If
about?
actions independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic, no. And then he gives a good example. So if I put up a sign on my sword that says whites only, but I'm doing that because I care more about the ability to sword, whatever. Am I doing something racist? I said your action itself will be interpreted as racist. I don't think you are racist. He says I'm going to be 100%. I did not expect you to cop to that so fast, but don't you think that's distinction without a difference at that point? I mean, in effect, you could say this person is. And then I respond. I mean, in effect, you could say this person is discriminating on the basis of race through their actions. So the action, I guess the action is by definition discriminatory against black people. Maybe again, but you actually do have. Sorry, let me fix that. 7. So in less than a minute, I correct myself and say that would be racist. Do you accept that that's true?
Can you show me the video?
Sure.
I want to see the video.
All right, here we go.
Amazing. All right, let's see. Let's take a look. See.
I think that actions.
If I say Israel bad.
Yeah, this is not.
Automod just censored me calling it out on its anti-set. How do I change Automod's settings?
Wait, why are we watching this?
Towards those groups of people without legitimate cause. I don't hate Jews. I will say that anti-Semitism is bad.
How do I make Automod less weird? I'll show you later. Okay.
So do I need to do that knowingly, or do I need to only, or can I be an anti-Semite if I cause that through my actions, unaware of the connection?
Yeah. So if you call it anti-Semitism, you are not necessarily anti-Semitic. Agree?
Yes
Yes or no?
or no?
It depends on if we define anti-Semitism by action or by virtue of belief.
I understand anti-Semitism to be a belief.
Oh, this is where you were wrong, right? This is where you were wrong.
Yeah, this is where I'm wrong.
Actions. Okay.
Independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic. No. I'm working on my head. I'm thinking about it.
On my store that says whites only.
Yeah, I can see it.
Because I care more about the ability of my store to
Is the
profit,
example?
the fact that whites are willing to pay higher prices, and I'm doing something racist.
So your action itself will be interpreted as racist, but I don't think that you are racist.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I did not expect you to copy that so fast. But don't you think that's a distinction without a difference at that point?
I mean, in effect, you could say this person is discriminated on the basis of race of their action. So that action, I guess, the action is by definition discriminatory against black people, maybe. But again, you actually do have. Sorry, let me fix that. So you are intentionally discriminated on the basis of race. So that is racist, even though your overall intent for it is economic. So I would say the action is an intentional discrimination on the basis of race. Pause.
Okay, so in that case, can we apply that to anti-Semitism?
Can you pause real quick?
That's one person.
Yeah, if you discriminate on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity.
So she didn't believe what he said, what he read. I got it. Sorry, I was open Twitter for a second. Okay, that's all.
Pause. So that's me.
I'm locked in. That's me. Jesus
so that's me correcting myself, correct?
Yeah, but then you said on the then your action would be anti-Semitic on the basis of Jewish faith. Jewish
yes,
ethnicity.
no, that's consistent. Just pause real quick. So the question was,
paused.
Can an action by itself be racist or anti-Semitic? My initial thought was, I think it's just a belief, and then when I sat with the hypothetical for like 10 seconds, I clarified, no, it would be a racist action, and yes, I would apply that similarly to anti-Semitism. Okay, so you agree that's a correction, right? Correct. So it would be false.
A correction, but then I
just be with me, all right? Just chill. Don't get distracted yet. We'll get to the thing I said after. So it would be a wrong statement. It would be a false statement to say he still believes putting that sign up would be racist. That would be false, wouldn't it? That would be false.
What kind of? Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for becoming a subscriber,
So,
Wormslayer.
I'm sorry. Let me fix that. That was an indication that I made a mistake. Correct.
Also, hi, Bishop.
Sure, but then you said something at the end.
What's objectionable? Wait, what's the objection there? It's not relevant to the line, though. Yeah, it's not relevant to the line.
I wish Pisco. I feel like I did this exact thing, where I'd argue with DGGers about like Destiny's court case, and they have no facts on their side at all. They have like literally nothing. They're basically just doing the same thing, where they know they want to say he's innocent, and so everything is suspect, everything is wrong.
What are you
and
talking
it does nothing.
about?
Even
She
if you
doesn't
humiliate
even
them,
know. Shit. So at this point, she doesn't even know that he's talking about Destiny here. By none of the facts, he means all the facts? What does this have to do with Destiny's court case? I don't know.
After watching that, insist that I continue to maintain that belief would be lying. I don't think this should require a second viewing.
Pisco, I'm getting so confused. Let me watch this one
more time. Dude. I'm so lucky I don't have anything like. I feel like I'm gonna I could actually put something through a monitor listening to this, man.
So the action, I guess, the action is by definition discriminatory against black people, maybe. But again, you actually do have. Sorry, let me fix that. So you are intentionally discriminated on the basis of race. So that is racist, even though your overall intent for it is economic. So I would say.
Yeah, because most of the time, right, in the real world, when we try to draw distinctions where none exist, it's like we don't usually try to like parse this out in real life, right? Usually people.
Regardless of that, though, you asked me to lie. Let's stay focused on the lie. Let's stay focused on the lie.
Let's pause for a second on this since we're here, right?
Yeah.
Listen.
This is just going to be the most gaslighting statement you've ever heard in your entire fucking life right here. This is going to be the most ridiculous statement. Whatever she says right here, honestly, get ready to strap yourself down because you're gonna want to punch a wall. You're gonna want to like hit a monitor. Okay, get ready to strap yourself down. This is gonna be enraging.
I do believe you're being good faith, at the very least. But I think there is a disconnect between what people understand, right? But you would need to look over the surrounding context.
Okay, so let's just pause with it, right? Someone who's not listening.
I love
right?
that he says I'm a gaslighter. Does that mean I'm powerful? Yes, it does.
But someone who
You're very powerful, Zugami.
listens, someone who knows the disclaimer and continues to persist to say that that's my belief still, that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
So you're okay. So you're
Would it be a lie?
contending.
I mean, we could apply the same standard to a Holocaust denier, right? Like, generally what the Holocaust denier does is they know what the truth is and they continue to insist on the lie.
It depends, because I need to get to that statement.
Oh, wait, on what does it depend? Yeah, okay, so now go to the statement that I said.
I didn't clearly hear right at the end of it where you said about like Judaism and their faith and whatever. I just want to hear that one more time, okay?
The action is an intentional discrimination against race.
Okay, so in that case, can we apply that to anti-Semitism? Can an action be anti-Semitic without some person?
Yeah, if you discriminate on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity.
So can an action be anti-Semitic without it
And I
being
say yes.
anti-Semitism?
Yeah. Dude, it always makes me laugh whenever I remember I talk to J-Stock, like how I talk to my birds. I started talking to him in that debate, how I talk to my birds. I was like, are you a baby? Are you a baby bird? So basically, by J-Stock's logic, I'm completely dominating this. Yeah, you're being a mommy dommy, apparently.
So.
And I say that's right.
Yes, if you discriminate on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity, but no, because people are defined by some of their actions. So for me, it would be
like he was so startled by me doing like the talk the way that I talk to my birds. He was so startled by it. He had to stop what he was doing. In the debate, he had to stop. He like stopped talking. You gonna say something?
People are, but anti-Semitism is not. You literally have the definition sitting right there. It's not high enough resolution or something. The definition's right there. The definition's right there. It's right there.
For me, it would be more of like, if somebody was like, hey man, that's fucking anti-Semitic, and you were like, oh shit, let me not do that again, and you didn't, then yeah, you wouldn't be an anti-Semite.
Listen,
but if you
it's
like
really
continue to do that again,
it's really
right,
important
and
for you to
your
can you chill a
actions
bit?
become like a
Zugami.
pattern.
If I tell you something's anti-Semitic and you keep doing it, then you're an anti-Semite. Yeah, I wonder if there could be any problems with that definition.
Then that makes you.
It really
right?
is important to listen, okay? We're not talking here about
Okay.
evidence, all right? I agree with what you're saying.
We're
Is
not
like,
talking about evidence.
we're not talking. I know that might seem counterintuitive. I want to try to explain it to you, right? We're not talking about
Look,
like
I'm stuck in
evidence.
the weeds.
All right. I'm gonna try to explain it to you, right? First of all, it has nothing to do with the lie, okay? But because you're bringing this up, I want to explain to you and understand. I think you agree with this. That we're trying to define anti-Semitism in this conversation. I would agree with you, right? Like someone has a pattern of inconsistent application, and even when they're corrected, they don't say whatever. That's all good evidence that they're maybe anti-Semitic, right? I'm just saying in this
Right,
conversation,
it has nothing to do with like malice in their heart or whatever.
Right.
So okay, that's the one thing that I was like, wait, what's happening with this? Okay, so you're not a crazy person, and you know that
But
like,
let's
you
stick
don't
with the
have to
lie, right?
intentionally fucking hate people to like act. Okay, so then people are saying to you because of the fact that you had to correct yourself, right? That's what they're saying.
No.
Dude, what?
So either like not listening to that correction, they're attributing your first claim.
Right, yeah, that's a lie, right?
They're attributing your first
And you
claim
would agree
as
that's a
the main
lie, right?
claim.
You would agree it's a lie to
I would
post-correction.
actually say it is a. I would say that it is a false attribution because they're
It's a
neglecting
lie.
to understand that
But
you didn't correct yourself.
hang on, so if you said something like,
Why would I say lie so bad?
So knowing misrepresentation is the definition of lie? What do you think the definition of lie is? Dude, you have no idea. Is Takeant here? If Takeant's here, please write something in the chat. Because you have no idea how hard it is for me to not get, like, openly saying certain words that would piss you off. So if you're here, I just want to know if that investment was worth it. Because my task is Herculean right now, okay? Holy
You're
fuck.
asking me what the lies are. So I want to make sure that whether it's a lie or not. Someone who says something knowingly false, right? They know it's false. They know Peace doesn't hold this view, and yet that is the view as expressed.
Isn't the point of the VTuber to not tell people he's a fat piece of shit? Yeah, basically.
It's a lie.
Okay.
No, I sent you a second timestamp.
I'll say that's a lie.
Yeah,
I'll say that's a lie.
I sent you a second timestamp. Yeah, I sent you a second timestamp. I would like you to go that and show that.
You got it, buddy. Can we be friends after this? You argue?
Sure, as long as you don't lie, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I like this conversation.
I like this conversation. It's very challenging.
Yeah, and listen, I made a mistake too when I answered quickly that the person wouldn't be doing a racist action, the owner. That was a mistake. I just said it is racist by definition action because by definition it's race. I made a mistake and I cleared it up. And so it's okay to make mistakes, fine.
Oh, then you're good. What the fuck?
So how would you feel?
Go back for full. Wait, chat's telling me go back a few seconds for full context.
Okay, no, go back a few seconds for full context. It's not going to change anything, just like I didn't change anything before. But before you do that, I want to ask you, how would you feel if after you made these clarifications, after you said I made a mistake, after you apologized, and after you're comforting someone, it's okay to make mistakes, that they persist, and someone saw that? How would that make you feel?
I mean, I would definitely say that's like very bad faith, but let's take a look.
Okay. Something and decide whether or not it's anti-Semitism based on the individual action compared to the whole and the intent gives it more leeway to exist and permeate within society compared to other forms of bigotry that have a much more direct and immediate impact.
Okay, so we have the concept. The concept is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. So you would say
Wait.
He said that. That was his definition. I said, what do you mean by anti-Semitism? And he said, hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. I didn't say that. He said that.
Yes,
I didn't say that. Wait.
Necessary amount. There's a necessary amount.
Zugami. I did not say that. I'm repeating back his definition. He said, let's use this definition of anti-Semitism.
You're allowed to, like, have...
fast
What's the necessary amount?
How the interaction went.
Wait,
but that's his claim.
But then why would you? Okay, if you're
I'm not claiming he's anti-Semitic. I just want to be clear. Is amount of hatred of Jews that isn't anti-Semitic by definition.
No, I'm saying that there's some level of sort of.
Okay, so what is the kind of hatred of Jews that wouldn't be anti-Semitic?
The main argument that we're currently having is about whether or not consciousness is necessary for something to be labeled as hate against the group or as like an action that can be hateful towards the group.
So can you give me an example of hatred of Jews? Can you give me an example of hatred of Jews that wouldn't be anti-Semitic?
Nice.
Okay, I just want to say one thing to one person in chat. I'm not downplaying anti-black racism. I'm very specifically saying that it is a different type.
Don't worry about the chat, man. Just talk to me. The person wouldn't be doing a racist action.
So what the fuck is happening with that?
Yeah, no. So a bunch of people, including Destiny, lied to me about me, and yeah, so that's the reason why I will never interact with him again.
Really?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
wait, so Destiny lied about you?
Yeah, but listen, I'm not going to linger on it. You brought it up, but that's the answer.
Okay, I think it's I think maybe I don't know enough from the clips that I'm seeing. I see that you apologized and you moved forward. I think maybe you should have a conversation with him.
No,
I don't
no,
think
it's malice. It's malice. It's a purposeful, knowing lie, and he will never accept it as such. And I would never accept anything less than an acknowledgement that it was a purposeful, malicious lie. And I have no interest really in interacting with such people. And so, just to make everything clear, I will never
really
interact with him
hard.
again.
Were you like did you used to like be close to him? Did you just like know?
Yeah, I'm
him?
not really gonna get into that like our previous relationship.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna pull it back here. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull it back.
Wait, what's wrong?
Okay, I think it's
Restarting real quick.
I think maybe I don't know enough from the clips that I'm seeing. I see that you apologized and you moved forward. I think maybe you should have a conversation with him.
No,
I don't think
it's malice.
Hold on.
Because-
And do you understand how one person would feel angry and actually commit themselves to not interacting with such liars?
So who was doing that to you? Like
Yeah.
somebody, because you.
Yeah, this is just like total insane gaslighting.
Imagine there was like one
Wait,
country
what are you
of black
talking
people, and it was
about?
just the United States of America. Well, a lot of people, instead of being racist against black people, could just say, "I hate all Americans. I hate everybody from the U.S." or whatever. And now it's a slightly more sophisticated conversation. What?
It's just this like, oh, it's this like weird, like underhanded projection, and it's just sleazy because we all know what he's fucking talking about. This is like why anti-Semitism is what it is. That's why it's so pervasive.
So like, who is spreading the lie about you being anti-Semitic, Pisco?
Again, she was doing laundry while she was doing this. I'm pretty sure Destiny didn't watch the entire thing. But she's saying this based off of what she has heard, right?
Like, Pisco? Who is saying that you were anti-Semitic, Pisco? I don't even know who might have been doing that. I have no idea. Oh my god. Why don't you go talk to this weird sexual pervert? Maybe if it was like hypothetically a sexual pervert who did this, maybe you should go talk to this weird sexual pervert. Maybe?
Who did apologize for that? So what the fuck is happening with that?
Yeah, no. So a bunch of people, including Destiny, lied to me about me, and yeah, so that's the reason why I will never interact with him again.
Really?
Yes, that's correct.
Wait, so Destiny lied about you?
Yeah, but listen, I'm not going to linger on it. You brought it up, but that's the answer.
Okay, I think it's I think maybe I don't know enough from the clips that I'm seeing. I see that you apologized and you moved forward. I think maybe you should have a conversation with him.
No,
I don't think
it's malice. It's malice. It's a purposeful.
Did he not see the part where she didn't see him changing his opinion or changing what he said or correcting himself? Like that is kind of integral to this J-Stock, right? Because she saw one part, she had the context that she had, and she came to the conclusion that she had, right? I feel like part of being honest with this J-Stock is that you also acknowledge that she only saw part of this, right? And now she's acknowledging it. So like, yeah, I think you're being a dishonest fuck here.
Apologize and you move forward.
J-Stock is desperate to make this convo look hostile. It's crazy. It's crazy.
The conduit, he apologized for like getting something wrong in the second. It's like, dude, bro. This is the most like, oh man.
Like what is the point here? She heard the context she heard without the part of him correcting himself. To her in that moment, didn't seem like a lie, right? And then she asked for a conversation with Pisco, and they had one, and they cleared things up. So I don't see what the thing is here. What is J-Stock getting at here? What is J-Stock getting at here? Like she said, I don't think he's an anti-Semite. Yeah, she's saying it in chat right now. Then I asked him to have a conversation. He cleared things up. And now I do not think Pisco is an anti-Semite at all. I like him even. You guys got on really well. He's trying to weave a web, but he's a shitty weaver. Yeah, he is. He's really bad at this.
I'm trying to think of a way that doesn't sound... I can't be confused, okay? You know how you might get anti-Zionist and sound a little anti-Semitic sometimes? Sometimes I'm going to get like misogynist and sound anti-Semitic. That's what's about to happen, okay? Like I'm going to get so misogynist that's going to sound like I'm on the basis of some immutable trait, implying that people can't tell the truth.
Knowing lie, and he will never accept it as such, and I would never accept anything less than an acknowledgement that it was a purposeful, malicious lie. And I have no interest really in interacting with such people. And so
get on my level, J-Stock. Learn from a real gaslighter. LMFAO. True. Canadians aren't really sending our best. Sorry about that. No problem.
Just to make everything clear, I will never
really
interact with him again.
Were you like did you used to like be close to him? Did you just like know?
Yeah, I'm not really gonna get into that. Like,
dude, I asked if you were here earlier. This is such bullshit. I literally asked if you were here. You didn't respond. This is fucked up. This is like entrapment. I literally asked if you were here before I started talking that way, and you didn't even. Such bullshit, man.
You would think someone making Drama Slop would be better at manufacturing drama. True. Yeah, he's really bad at this. He's really bad at this. Like, and then he's like laughing at her, like asking him more questions about the situation.
I don't want to do it. It's not interesting to me, and I think
no,
it's
just
better for all.
Were you associated? Were you
Yeah,
like, were you associated? Were you?
Yeah,
like, that's what
we're just gonna move.
This time you would agree with me, okay? This time you would actually agree.
Yeah. That's when we have great debates and stuff. And I don't know what happened. That like, we can't be civilized about shit. But it's a bridge too far. Accusing me of being, and just so you know, aware of the accusation. I'm more publicly anti-Semitic or openly anti-Semitic, or I'm able to be more anti-Semitic than a neo-Nazi or Nick Fuentes. I would be a Nazi in World War II.
You would be a Nazi in World War II. That's so stupid. No, I don't think so.
So
I don't think you would be. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So if there's anything else you want to address, but I don't want to I don't want to linger.
I
Here.
do. I have a couple more things that I think we should like go through briefly, and then I want us to kind of like have a little bit of a closing conversation.
Sure.
Yeah. Because I think you've been actually very open to. That I wanted to make. I don't think we've like agreed on everything, but I think we've certainly come to a little bit of like, okay, I hear what you're saying, you hear what I'm saying, right? And that's definitely like where I wanted us to be, because I knew we would have like some contending points. I knew we wouldn't be able to resolve it in one night, but I was like, I definitely want us to hear each other, because it was crazy to me to like hear all this stuff out of context and then have all these people being like, oh yeah, Pisco said this, Pisco said that, Pisco said this. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, what the shit? Like, who is this?
Yeah, no. Is there?
Right?
So what do you want to ask?
Okay, so there's just like a really little point that I want to make here that's kind of been on my mind, and I'm curious as to like what your opinions or like what your takes on this are. It's not me accusing you of anything specifically. It's just like as an Israeli Jewish person, this has like really big been on my mind lately. But basically, like I have had this like lingering frustration, and I've seen this in a lot of debate circuits with a lot of people, right? A lot, not you specifically, like a lot of people. But basically, like people have been continuously kind of using, like the war in Gaza, Israel, Palestine, Jewishness, anti-Semitism, all of this stuff because it's like a hot topic and to kind of further their clout or to get more engagement in clip farm.
Yep.
And to me, as a person who is directly affected by this hatred in almost every aspect of my life, it's felt really, really frustrating and painful, because I feel that it's like very self-serving behavior on the part of people who are continuously like playing into it for no reason other than to kind of further their careers. And I feel like by doing that, people are basically directly undermining the experience of a marginalized group and harming them, right? Like harming that community that's actually experiencing like insane amounts of violence in real time and continuously like devaluing their global suffering. So I kind of wanted to like hear your thoughts on this, and like if you have maybe a different perspective or a different framing, or if you agree or whatever, because it's just something that like has very much been on the back of my mind, you know?
How is she affected directly? I think she's an Israeli citizen first. Like, I think she said she was born in Israel, no? I thought I'd heard her say that.
So if you're
and again, it's not directed at you. It's just like I have been thinking about this in space, and I want to hear what you have to say.
So if your claim or your argument is something like there are like a great many people who are debating hatred against Jews, who are using Israel-Gaza conflict as a way to just up their brand, and so doing kind of like
I relate to that a lot. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I know you do. Hi, Mew. Yeah, there's tons of people cynically exploiting the suffering of Jews, Palestinians, and Israelis. Yeah, it's really sad.
They're being irresponsible with their rhetoric or leaning into aspects of the rhetoric which are toxic.
You know somebody who is doing that? Probably J-Stock.
Absolutely, 100%. And you know that is, there's no doubt about that. And I think one of the best examples of this is like the whole Charlie Kirk Candace Owens thing, where this is a woman who, she is clearly grifting. These anti-Israel sort of memes and conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk are disgraceful.
She's such a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, and so what's very frustrating is I think there are bad faith actors who do that in the anti-Israel camp, and that's true. That said, there's also by a lot of
dude, I hate to say it. Piece of getting this one from somebody else.
I would say individuals who want to head off even what you might say like criticism that you have, right, of Israel, and who want to.
This was Fuentes' biggest anger or biggest criticism of like Candace Owens in the past year or so, was that she is basically, it's like since the Frankist thing, Fuentes always gets really mad because Candace Owens comes in and she does like Jewish conspiracy theories that are way past what you can prove, and she like sort of weakens this anti-Israel lobby movement that he's got going, right? He is like an anti-Semite too, but he wants the influence cut off, he wants the relationship cut off, and she goes and like does all these like crazy conspiracy theories that either takes away the dumb people that he's controlling or chases away the intelligent people who might be a part of his movement otherwise. It's like harmful on both ends, right? So he just hates Candace Owens because he thinks he's striking the right tone that can be defended, and he thinks she goes to a level where it just can't be defended at all, and it's crazy. So that's why, and I mean, I guess that part is just unambiguously true, right? Candace is like kind of just too crazy to be defended on a lot of the stuff she blames Israel for.
Head off.
Right, which is like valid. Right, to have
those people are also there are people like that, and you can't deny it. They have a vested interest
right.
in doing that in a kind of like another fashion to try to conflate all of this criticism as a version of anti-Semitism or as this kind of like baiting hatred thing. And so it's important, I think, for me to disentangle that, and it makes it very,
right,
makes the conversation very toxic.
Right, how do we make that distinction, right, between like a real conversation and a clout-based like attention grab conversation?
Yeah, it's tough.
Do it responsibly.
Yeah, I think it's really tough, and I think people build reputations.
It's a good question.
Holy mirror posting? Jesus Christ, man. What are we doing? That was wild to say out loud.
What are
how
you
do we know
talking
between the good faith conversations and the clout grabs? Well, I mean, this conversation could be a good yardstick.
Right, build reputations for engaging honestly, engaging in good faith. That's by the way, the reputation I want to build. That's why, by the way, it was my idea to have a conversation with Avi. I accepted the invitation from Letterboxd.
I helped. It was a great conversation, by the way. Fantastic.
Because
yeah.
I'm the one raising this in the first place because I'm interested in this and sort of getting to the bottom of this stuff. And there are people who are not. There are people who, like you saw with Candace versus Andrew Wilson, just want to be able to throw rocks and never sort of be held to account. And that I think is something that should be considered whenever you're consuming their content. But about the nature of the
I just want to see if this is going to take a while for a mod to step in. I saw it. I was just like laughing.
conversation, I want to treat everyone as an individual. And for example, I don't hold it against you that if you're a member of VGG or if you're someone who interacts a lot with us, I don't. I want to treat you as an individual. And likewise, if there's
I know he's telling these people are feeling really like emotionally dysregulated. When you get a lot of people jumping in the chat to try to like argue in Destiny's behalf, something's going badly for them, and they're getting really emotionally dysregulated because they feel like they can't help, and they have like little ways to help, like going and spamming somebody else's chat, I guess.
It couldn't be possibly be that they have a personal disagreement with Pisco on something, right? It couldn't possibly be that. Don't get me wrong. There are chatters who will absolutely jump in and like defend Steven's honor like there's no tomorrow, and like, you know, that's all they're there for, because yeah. But I think with somebody like Zug, yeah, she was like personally bothered by something she heard, and she had this conversation. It has nothing to do with Destiny.
Maybe you could encourage the guy to get therapy. It'd help all of us. I don't know. It would just
The fact that she's like doesn't even know who he's talking about for most of this conversation. She's like, who lied about you?
be a much better investment of your time.
If there's someone out there,
I'm new to that. I'm new to that circuit. I don't know.
and if there's someone out there who is anti-Zionist, right? I'm not going to describe all the kind of bad faith that I see in Candace or Mike from PA or shit like that. Like, I'm not going to describe or TYT.
It's the worst.
Yeah, or TYT, which I think is another good
Dude,
example.
I had to stop being friends with someone because she wouldn't freaking stop hanging out with Mike from PA.
Yeah, so like,
Pisco needs to stop having conversations with people from the side of the internet. It's only holding him back. I don't know why he talks to these deeply unserious people.
What are you talking
I
about?
think he wants to be a streamer. I think he wants to be like a full-time streamer who streams a lot and does these kinds of conversations. I think he... I don't know if you could do the other stuff full-time in a way that you earn money. Like, it's difficult. Like, I do... I feel like I know what the answer is, and I can't say, so...
so all that stuff I think is important for me personally. I don't want to draw too broad with too broad a brush. With too broad a brush. So that's my response. I don't know if there's something more specific that you want to ask.
I think it's a good response. I think we can lead it in pretty easily to I guess talking about Hassan, right?
Oh sure, if you want to.
Right, I think let's close out with like having a little conversation about your hobby conversation about Hassan, and, like how you feel about that going forward. There's some stuff I want to clear up, and then you and me together we can talk about go back to our like little overarching question. And
Why is
figure
he
out, like,
snarking on my boy Pisco? I don't know.
And to be more ethical about the way that we engage in these topics and how we can distinguish between like cloud chasing and having like a legitimate conversation, right? So, I mean, I would say like this between you and me like is interestingly actually a very legitimate conversation, and I really like that. And I want us to set a more positive example of being able to disagree, being able to challenge one another, and being able to be a little frustrated, but like still operate with respect and good faith, right?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. You got a big old smile.
No, just you need to do all the work there. It's like we can just we got to have a conversation.
You did, and you admitted that Hassan was anti-Semitic. Is that what was the takeaway from the conversation?
I've always had the position, quote unquote, until the audio conversation, that I'm not convinced. By which we mean that like it's not that I think he's not right. It's just I haven't been shown the
I fuck with him for doing this with me. It wasn't an easy conversation. Yeah.
proof. One of the reasons is I was like, I don't watch all this fucking shit. And some of the evidence
Pisco's
has
a
been
good
presented
guy.
to me
Pisco's a very good guy.
so far with Avi and knowledge, and the arguments have been dog shit, right? The way that people were doing the pig dog thing was trash, and so I'm just like totally open. That's why I brought Avi on to see what the evidence is, and so I didn't take a position against it. And to be honest, I was incredibly accepting. Like once I saw where Avi was going, once I knew where he was going, I was convinced in like 5-6 minutes.
I should go watch that conversation because I'm pretty sure I would disagree with the Avi stuff, but I didn't really want to go watch the whole thing, man.
People are acting, it took 8 hours to convince them. No,
well, the stream wasn't 8 hours.
No, but like,
hold on, Sean. Here's how I can answer this. What is Pisco doing for content when he's not just hopping on a call with somebody and arguing endlessly about nothing? What percentage of his content is hopping on a call and arguing with somebody endlessly about?
Are you a Pisco fan or not, J Stock? What the fuck?
Nothing. And how easy is it to hop on a call and argue with somebody about nothing versus presenting like well-reasoned arguments on court cases that he's read into and stuff?
Stop snarking Pisco. Why is J Stock snarking Pisco? Leave him alone. He's good at what he does, okay?
Yeah. What was his content like before?
Let's fast forward.
Hold on.
Oh,
free content brings the viewers while keeping Destiny annoyed. I don't think Destiny's annoyed by this. I think Destiny loves that he does this. I argue with like 85 of these total again and again.
Is because it's not interesting to me. What's interesting to me is the legal stuff, the corruption stuff.
Yeah, that was gonna be my Are
you saying you're not interested in preventing hate crimes against Jews?
Be like my follow-up is, I mean, listen, Hassan has been kind of like terrorizing the Jewish community a little bit like for a while. I used to be a Hassan watcher back in the day because I was like a big time like Bernie bro, socialist, whatever, right? I was very progressive, very on the left, all this, and I used to watch him all the time. And I noticed his rhetoric slowly started to become more and more bigoted and more like anti-Semitic. To the point where he was saying, you know, like anybody who harbors any Zionist tendencies should be treated like neo-Nazi. They shouldn't even be good enough to be like a local dog walker in the street. You know that. And I found
like right there. And I will highlight this because there's a conversation that could be had here which doesn't fucking suck about how when you are hyperbolic consistently in the same way that could indicate some underlying bias, right? Like if somebody watched my coverage of Destiny and I called it
she is having that conversation. You're just pausing before she gets
this guy
there.
a disgusting F slur like 100 times. They might go, hey, it seems like you're a little biased against Destiny. And I would go, yeah, I am. But then if I was going, no, I'm not. I'm just like accurately describing it, right? Then you could.
You are obsessed with that with who? J Stock coming from the guy named G Stock? I'm not really. I don't think so. I think I have like I've spent years making content that has nothing to do with J Stock. Meanwhile, J Stock has spent the past 2 years making content that only revolves around Destiny. So I don't know. I think I'm allowed to snark a little bit back. Also, I'm obsessed with Zug. I'm not obsessed with J Stock.
Maybe assume I'm hiding that belief or hiding that bias. It's not dog walker though. That's the problem. This is what I'm trying to hint at. This is like a little lie that you can try to sneak by. It's dog catcher because dog catcher is an elected office. It's saying if you have Zionist tendencies, you shouldn't be allowed to have elected office. That's what it's saying.
What is a dog
catcher? Was like the lowest tier of elected office in a lot of.
Most people, no. Dog catcher, no. What are you talking about? You are pretty obsessed with your friend. Yeah, I am pretty obsessed with my friend.
Cities, that is the argument. You are like trash. You shouldn't be able to run for elected office. So, but do you see how that would be an example where she's being hyperbolic, she doesn't care to be accurate, and you could possibly infer some bias there? I do think that's true about Israel. Right?
I don't think so. I think you should be allowed to have... It's still a bad statement to say. Even if it's about elected office, it's still a bad statement to say. I'm sorry. Cherry talks shit on everybody. Anybody and everybody. She backstabbed me multiple times. She has been a horrible person to me. And so I don't have any sympathy. You don't get to be like, oh, I'm not in this space anymore. Don't talk about me when you've inflicted that much damage. Sorry, I don't care.
I think that's true that some people might, once you stop caring about being accurate at all, and you'll just take anything that like fits your emotions, then I do think you, like, there is a bias that could be getting masked there, for sure.
We didn't bring up Cherry. This guy
These people would never accept it the other way, like this little lie right here. This little falsehood.
I've never seen City Dog Catcher on my ballot before. I agree with that. And even if it were, let's say the hypothetical is true, that J Stock is saying, oh, his statement was about elected office. It's still a bad statement to say that anybody who's ever had any Zionist tendencies should never hold any elected office ever. That's crazy. I'm talking about somebody who's done things wrong a year ago, okay? Like,
do the same kind of thing. So it's just weird for me when these people come in and argue and they won't apply it to themselves in any way.
These things like so alienating and so painful and so horrible. So I guess for me, and I think for a lot of other people, I think it's hard to accept a description of like, I didn't seek out the information because it's just not interesting to me or I don't care. And I think like from an ethical standpoint, I think that is where a lot of that contention is coming from.
Let's talk about that. So
does Peace go wrong in his admittance about Hassan? I don't know. That's like we talked about before where I think he desperately wanted out of this discourse
sympathy
entirely,
for Israel.
And he was looking for like an off-ramp. And he was going to take whatever came up next. And that was an off-ramp where he could go, okay, that seems anti-Semitic, bye. Never talk to me about this again, bye. Right?
Or Israel. Yeah, see, this is just like a crazy thing to say, even if it's only about elected officials, which it's not. J-Stock doesn't even know how to navigate this conversation, and it shows he's just sweeping for Hassan.
Because he doesn't care about Hassan. You notice, once it switched to Hassan, he didn't give a fuck, right? I guarantee you, if that was about Kyle Kalinske, if Avi had gone after Kyle Kalinske, Pisco would have had a problem. Then that's like an actual connection he wants, and he likes Kyle, I think, at least a little bit, probably likes Kyle and Crystal, right? Then it would have been
so above his intellect level.
Then
yeah, it
would have been an issue, and he might have fought on it. But with Hassan, it's like, nah, fuck Hassan. Hassan goes under the bus. Fuck you. Get out of here, Hassan.
I'd love to talk about that.
Yeah.
And I would love to talk about that because I would love to be wrong. You know, I'd love to be wrong.
I think you are. So this is why I think you're wrong. I think that different people have different comparative advantages.
I didn't hear her call him anti-Semitic. She implied that, like, she implied it. I don't know if she... We could listen to the whole thing at some point, but I don't know if she actually called it
different kind of skills when it comes to, like, online influencing and politics, or even just, like, broader YouTubing in general, right? So say, for example, I don't know if you've heard of this person, now I don't remember her name. Let's say Strict Scrutiny, right? Strict Scrutiny is a legal podcast, and they do YouTube videos and stuff. Their focus is on law, right? Their focus is on law. They talk about democracy, that kind of shit, all right? You have another example, Mark Elias, he does the same thing. Another example, let's say Smosh. Smosh is not even doing politics. They're doing, like, comedy and stuff, right? Not everyone is doing racial investigations, is doing kind of investigations into the trends of anti-Semitism, and I have a more general policy that people have disagreements with me, and I'm kind of more, close to this space. Some of these influencers have been mentioned by Hassan before, and so I agree that there's a closer, like, connection to me and Hassan than, like, Smosh and Hassan, but I still maintain, like, I don't really, and I don't do this for other people, go through their tweets, go through their messages, go through their content to find out if they're racist or anti-Semitic. Now, I'm generally open to most kinds of conversations, and so that, again, is a little bit different, but I'm not going to go out of my way to build that case. If someone wants to present it, I'm open for it, but I don't want to sift through Hassan content, even just, by the way, in a casual manner, to go out and scope out and look at and build a case myself, because other people, who have an interest in it, can just present it, right? And so if I see something, so for example, one time I reviewed a TYT video, or it was a Piers Morgan show where Anna Kasparian, I forget the exact quote, was saying, you're just mad because of your Jewish identity. And the moment I was like, that's anti-Semitic as fuck, all right? I have no problem saying that, but I'm not going out of my way, and you're not going to motivate me to do that, like, because it's just not my interest. Now, having the conversation is of interest, defining shit is of interest, being pushed on it and debating is of interest, but the act of seeking it out is not my interest and won't be my interest. And so you shouldn't expect me to, in the future, go looking for or running these kinds of analyses on my own, because my interests are in law, yes, and why should it be, right? Why should it be something that I act proactively do?
What are you eating? You're so cute.
I mean, okay, so I think, because I really do want to understand the situation, I really do want to fear you. A lot of people are very much damning me with like saying, oh, there was radio silence for 2 years, like why didn't he say anything, whatever. And I think that this point of contention, that's very much like not super between me and you, but between the things I have heard about you, right?
Yeah, many of which are lies and distortions, yes.
Right, but I think it goes back to like our main question and the main kind of themes of awareness and harm, right? So I guess the main question would be, right, is like, where does our responsibility lie as creators? So you're saying it's not your responsibility to build this case, it's not your responsibility to go in, and it's not your responsibility to be curious. And I would accept that if you weren't associated with him in any way. So my question is what is your relationship to him?
Yeah, no,
do you defend him? Are you like,
so what I do is I tell you my opinion. And if someone presents me some bullshit thing on Hassan that I don't agree with, I say it honestly. I don't go out of my way to be negative or disparaging to him in any, with a specific intent to fuck with him. Just like I don't with respect to anyone else really but MAGA, right? But like I do, if I disagree with something with Hassan, I'll say so. And if I don't, I will also say so. There's one case that people
are you like in regular dialogue with him?
No,
like,
no, does it look like it? Yeah, no.
I mean, like, listen, here's the thing. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Again, I'm new. So
yeah, and just to be clear, some people like Hutch, right? Hutch, he does that, right? We can disagree on the extent to which Hutch is time spent there, is good time spent or whatever. But there are people who can make that case, and I'm going to concentrate on my interests. And do you have a problem with that? Like, my interests are not searching through and A-logging Hassan. It's just not. Now, if someone wants to make that case, then that's fine. They can do that.
Fair boundary.
Yeah. And someone said to you, you should look into this Destiny guy. You should see what he's like doing and saying all that stuff. And let's say that you really all you did was do debates with him. Would you ever accept that if it really wasn't your interest? If you really did and now maybe you might think twice about.
This is what I keep saying. I'm glad Peaceful pointed this out because I'm shocked they bring this up so often when this is the very thing that allowed any of them to talk to Destiny in the first place, right? Like, if all of these guys did a lot of investigating into Destiny and the shit he was accused of, none of them would.
He is eating. You can hear his mouth is full. That's terrible, dude. Why is he eating? Why is he eating?
Be talking to him. None of them would have gone back to talk
Be
to him.
a real
None of them would have been on panels
streamer,
with him. It would have just been over, right?
Be a real
if someone wants to present you a case, but would you go out of your way to, if you really didn't want, if you had to defend contributors?
Are people really telling you that you have a responsibility to A-log Hassan like that?
No, it's a hyperbole. It's an example. All I'm trying to say is,
sorry, I hear you. You have a strong boundary. There are things that you're interested in.
Yes.
And
also, I'm not going to be bullied into changing my content to be Hassan focused, or even Hassan curious, right? Like, I don't want to watch a lot of Hassan content, and that's okay. It's okay for me to do that. It's okay for us to watch a lot of it.
You don't want to hear him ranting and doing his little laugh and shocking Kaya and whatever, right?
Dude.
Listen, so that was brought up in the context of live and learn. I wouldn't have.
Dude, hold on. Where's the Austinox post? Hold on. This is funny. You guys know, I think August and Austinox used to be friends. I heard a lot about Austinox from August before I ever really
fast forward here.
If you guys ask me what he's doing, I have no fucking idea.
I'm going to go out of my way to build a case that he shocked Kaya. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way. I don't give a fuck enough to do it. I'm just being honest with you. And why should I? Right? Motivate me to do that. No, I want to spend the time on things that I like to do.
Right. Listen, I hear you. I got strong boundaries too. I really do. But I think it goes back to harboring those conversations, right? So if you're not going to be bullied into changing your content, right? If you don't want to be all up in this conversation, right? That's where that distinction, that's where that big question for you and me to noodle with, right? And figure out is well, what is our responsibility then, right? If it's I have strong boundaries, I don't want to be going through all this guy's stuff, whatever. What is my responsibility as a creator then? If I'm hearing this person is this person is that, they said this, they said that, what's my responsibility as a creator that even has a loose association?
Yeah. So I think that we have certain responsibilities to our community. I think that you have a responsibility to speak truthfully
how do we protect
about stuff.
Right? How do we protect our communities?
Dude, maybe I do need to start talking to some of these people again. Because I swear to God, they try to have these conversations. We should just start talking about the actual original leaks again. It seems like all these people forgot that regardless of how this court case goes, yes.
Let's remember the last time you had a conversation with somebody, J-Stock? Didn't go too well for you, did it?
He shared that shit non-consensually. There are multiple other women accusing him of sharing shit non-consensually or recording sexual encounters non-consensually. What are you talking about? You want everybody to look into Hassan? You really want everybody who's a loose connection looking significantly into somebody's background?
She literally said no. She said no. I don't know what your connection is to Hassan, so I don't know what... she said if that's not your thing, then that's not your thing, and I'm not going to push you to be there. She literally said that. So what's the problem, J-Stock?
I don't think so. I think that's quite literally the bar.
You're just finding a reason to find an issue. She literally said the opposite of that. So
this bar is what allows Desi to get collabs at all as a content creator.
And we do.
I think you do have a responsibility to be accurate and stuff. And for example, let's say Dave Portnoy, you would agree, he probably mostly talks about sports. He mostly talks about culture, what's going on in the world, celebrities, that kind of stuff. But when he talks about politicians or Trump, I'm going to call him out on that because I think he has a responsibility when he speaks about this that he do this. But I don't go out of my way to be Miss Rachel, you should be calling this out. Or if let's say there's some. Let's say that Miley Cyrus hasn't spoken out against Trump. I wouldn't be Miley Cyrus, you need to go speak out about Trump. But even by the way, someone like Josiah, I wouldn't say to Josiah. I was about to go there, right? Yeah, those are kind of more off topic. So there was two examples. Someone who's not at all connected. Yeah, someone who's not at all connected to politics, Miley Cyrus. Someone, I'm sure she said some things. Someone like Dave Portnoy who kind of occasionally chimes in. And now let's say someone like Josiah, right? Am I gonna fucking say, Josiah, you should be spending X amount of your time? No, I wouldn't impose it on him. And I wouldn't say it. Now maybe there's some edge cases or hypotheticals where I'll bite the bullet and shit. But in general, that's not my attitude. I just find it fucking boring and cringe for people to be policing that. I don't even do it, Hutch. If push up, listen, Hutch, I wouldn't spend this much time. But have you ever heard me be Hutch, stop criticizing left-wing people? It's just not anything I say.
I haven't heard you. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't heard you be much. That's why we're having this conversation, right?
Yeah.
And I'm I gotta hear you more, right? I gotta know more. Somebody said to me that
he's not arguing with me. J-Stock is using this conversation to argue with Steven by proxy. Yeah, probably live in J-Stock's nightmares. I think I do.
They think nobody has a duty to cover something, but you do have a duty to cover it ethically. So I guess I would agree, right? If you're gonna cover something, you have a duty to cover it ethically, but you don't have to cover it if you don't want to. And I think that's a great spot.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I have some more questions, I guess, regarding what you said after the conversation you had with Avi. There was a clip of you that basically you said, and I know this is
it doesn't change how I approach my things.
Yeah, what does that mean when you said it doesn't change your prescription? What does that mean? I didn't really understand what that meant.
So for example, it doesn't change my prescription on the DSA, right? And on that kind of shit. It doesn't change my prescription on potential interactions if it's in the best interest of the candidate to interact with Hassan and they've determined that for themselves. Doesn't change my prescription on that. Doesn't change my prescription in terms of covering him more. Yeah.
Okay, so when you say it doesn't change your prescription, it's your basic your ideology, how you're thinking about something. Yeah.
It changes how I view him, but it doesn't change the basic. So a lot of these conversations are about who's in the.
So PCO has a general belief that your vote and the way you talk about politics is all tactical. You should not think of it in terms of picking the best person. You should think of it in terms of a long-term game between two opponents that's zero sum, and all of your decisions are tactical. And so you don't make the decision about going after Hassan on the basis of his anti-Semitism and how that affects your emotion, yourself emotionally. You make it on the basis of how does that affect basically how Democrats will vote. That's where you make that calculation. And he still doesn't believe that that makes sense, right?
The tent. Should we be interacting with influencers? And I'm just trying to say, like,
what does it mean when you say like, okay, what does it mean when you say like in the tent? Also, I understand.
That's my issue.
I'm not.
I agree. I don't
I'm
know.
not huge in like political discourse, so I don't really understand a lot of these things. And also, that's part of why I'm talking to you, right?
Yeah.
Like, because I don't really understand.
So that's precisely the issue with that discourse. And I think that has been ill-defined, and so I don't have a good answer for you. The in the tent thing means different things to different people. So whatever those things are, it isn't affected really by the discourse.
Right? Like, I don't really.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Ricochet. I agree. I think there should be way more meta discussion here. If you're
I hate his AI looking ass VTuber. Yeah, it's terrible. It's so terrible. Well, what happened is he just, I think, took his existing VTube or not PNG tuber and made a beak or whatever and a hat. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what happened here. Actually, I'm going to be real.
having these conversations, I think it should be a lot of meta discussion on exactly why these people are bad, and then pointing out when they can't do things like admit that the person who makes up a lie knowingly and totally disingenuously, totally cynically, when they invent a lie about somebody, that should be called a lie and that person shouldn't be like talked to. And she goes, "Oh, I don't know if it's a lie. I don't know. Just because he knew that it was wrong and like said it anyway, I don't know if that makes it a lie." It's like, okay.
I understand what that means. I have some questions written down for you about this, if that's okay.
The one before was
so,
worse, though. Yeah, that's true.
Let me find it here in my over-prepared note.
You're not nervous anymore, are you?
I'm a little.
Yeah, he's
No, I
struggling.
wouldn't say I'm nervous. I would say I'm a little bit tired. It's very hot in here in my room, and like we've been doing
Yeah.
like a very rigorous mental exercise for me that I don't normally get to do. So I would say I'm a little tired.
Good on you.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this with me.
Of course.
Let's definitely do it again. Let's definitely do it again.
I'm open to it. I'm doing a 3-week.
You're a great person to argue with. Like you're very fun to have a disagreement with.
I've heard this, and this is why I listen. I love.
You keep me like very on my toes, and I like that.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, so you're saying that it doesn't really change your prescription of like the what do we say?
Yes, I'll tell you. So
the-
it doesn't change my prescription on the conversations regarding the DSA. Okay, it doesn't change my prescriptions regarding this again very ill-defined conversation about the tent. It doesn't change my prescriptions regarding who, if politicians determine rationally that it's in their interest to talk to Hassan or something, it doesn't change my prescription on that. That's what I was referencing there. It doesn't really change.
I love how bad faith people pretend to act normal. It's adorably manipulative. It is like inhuman. It is very bizarre. Okay, got a little not so erudite mannerism going on too. Very, just fits right into the whole skin suit, doesn't it?
Okay. So like, do you think that are you like pro DSA? Is that what I need to
No,
mention?
like I think it's a little bit too strong.
Are you like pro DSA?
I'm not a DSA member. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a democratic socialist. I sometimes prefer the DSA preferred candidate. I prefer El Sayed in the primary. I preferred Mamdani
So, like,
in the
normal.
primary. When you say normal, what do you mean? Like most Democrats?
Like you're not. Yeah, like you're not like psycho. Like you're not like a radical.
I don't think everyone that's DSA is psycho. I don't think that like AOC is psycho. I don't think that Mamdani is psycho. I don't think that the DSA preferred candidates are always psychos.
okay.
Sometimes they are
Okay,
psychos.
cool.
Sometimes they're fucking psychos. Not always.
Actually, what happened is he used to have a friend he fell out with that used to draw avatars for him that he fell out with. Now he just uses AI to alter those avatars. That's so funny.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, so you're like chill. You're chill. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that it is a good look for DSA candidates to campaign with Hassan now that you've been shown good evidence that he's anti-Semitic?
Yeah, so that depends, right? I don't know the empirics of it, but my suspicion is that for the primary, it might be in their interest to campaign with Hassan.
I mean, the last two that campaigned with him lost though.
For the primary? No, but that's not what whether they lost or not isn't the question. It's whether they would be better off, all else equal in the primary.
Do you think?
I'm
Do
gonna
you think that
fast
they're better?
forward
I
a
mean,
little
like,
bit.
is there room for give his words legitimate?
That conversation. Huh? Or what?
Sure. So how would we be able to define or like know that they would be better off than on the other end of it?
You know, some data, some kind of polls, some kind of like questionnaires, some kind of like, you know, but if I was,
Oh,
I would go
you would.
Yes,
Why?
I would.
So,
Because I would talk to fucking Joe Rogan. Yeah, I would. Yes, I would talk to.
Okay,
Andy.
okay.
Yes.
So that's like your ideology is that you would talk to these kind of like populists
Of course.
anyway to just kind of be.
Wouldn't you?
Okay. And why is that?
Wait,
okay,
wouldn't
so
you?
why is that? Why would you do that?
Because I believe in harm.
I wish Pisco would start talking about how every centrist think tank said that this was obviously what Democrats needed to change, was to be willing to not purity test and go on any podcast, go basically anywhere where there's an audience to try to reach viewers. That this purity testing, this remind me, dude, this person inspires anti-Semitism like nobody I've ever met in my entire life.
Wow.
This person
what the
inspires me to
fuck?
like think of things that I.
So, dude, why are they so obsessed?
Dude, I can't, man. This person inspires me to like think of things that I from
What
the
did she
past that like
say?
remind me.
Oh, but Joe Rogan said
Right?
something.
Like what the?
Yeah,
Did she get offended?
he said something like that. Like, someone and I think is also non-trivially, meaningfully at times racist, right? At least with, for example, how he describes some people. In fact, he said something about like you can't tell me Jews don't like money, right? He said something like that. Like, someone looked
You
that shit
can't
up.
tell me people don't like
No,
money.
but he didn't say
You
that,
can't tell me
right?
human beings don't like money, dude.
No, but Joe Rogan said
Right?
something.
Like what the?
Yeah.
Did she get offended and think Pisco was saying that, or did she listen?
What makes Jews like
Chill,
special?
yo,
Dude? Why are they so obsessed?
Dude, I can't, man. This person inspires me to like think of things that from the past that like remind me. Dude, this person inspires anti-Semitism like nobody I've ever met in my entire life. This is like Shabbos Kestenbaum on steroids right now. This is fucking insane, man.
Yes,
I didn't say it. I didn't say that shit. Joe Rogan said something
Not my
like that.
words. Joe Rogan's words. Not my words.
Joe Rogan said something like that, right? And so if I go on Joe
Take me
Rogan,
out of this blackberry bush.
yeah, if I go to Joe Rogan's, you know, there's a meaningful way in which that statement I think shows a prejudice, right? This belief that Jews like love money, right?
Dude, he said it's like the same. Sorry, Zoog. It's like the same thing. I really hate that performative laugh. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. He does. It's the same thing. Like if you are some part of some minority class, they'll find a way to take advantage of it and use it against you.
That could be seen by many as a racial stereotype, right? And
It's such a racial stereotype.
yeah, so, but like,
I'm sorry that we're successful.
Snarkers are definitely gonna find. Fuck! I can't. People are gonna take it seriously. I can't say it. We're gonna take your gold, Zug. We're gonna find your gold. We're gonna take your gold. Okay. You can't fool us. You can't fool us. Okay.
Dude.
You know you got it. We're gonna find it.
Like this just sounds creepy. Are you hitting on her, J-Stock? Are you hitting on her? Are you hitting on her? You're gonna find her gold? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? You're gonna find her gold? What does that mean? Where are you gonna find it? That's gross.
We're gonna take it.
That's full.
You
We'll
sound
be taking
creepy
it.
as
but the fact that
fuck.
like you would say that wouldn't stop me
You sound creepy as fuck.
from if I thought it was in the interest of my campaign to go on there, or my recommendation to another Democrat. I think people need to be like. So this was the whole like cancel culture shit, right? This was the whole conversation about identity politics. There are people just are.
Don't fall for the fake decoy bag of gold. We all know about the fake decoy.
He'll never get my Jew gold. It was promised me 3,000 years ago. He'll never find where I hid mine. Wait until the council hears about this one.
Decoy bag of gold. What you don't necessarily know about is the second fake decoy bag of gold. They've updated the tactics, okay? We now have 2 fake decoy bags of fool's gold, and then the 3rd real bag of gold, okay?
Like trivially non-trivially prejudiced, non-trivially racist.
No,
Mike,
I
you're
know.
conflating.
What's the conflation?
Chat, what's the conflation? Because I'm getting lost. In the meantime, I have another question. What the legitimization of
That's a good idea to just
being,
look at your
like,
chat for
null
arguments
means
without
that
understanding yourself.
Do you think that
What? I do wonder, sometimes you can look at your chat for like a question or something. But in terms of the genuine conversation, the topic you're interested in, isn't that like a real indication you shouldn't even be having the convo? Like you're just watching your chat for arguments to make? You're watching your chat for like what's going wrong? Like that
Like, do you
when
think
you say
that
legitimizing him, do you mean
contribute
like agreeing with him on that, or increasing his prominence?
I mean like giving him the platforms to like rise out of
the Democratic Party. Does that not sound like something you have to take serious?
So you're saying they wouldn't ask about him if he wasn't with politicians?
Right, like nobody would even care.
Yeah,
right?
but that's not how you. That's not how you.
Should.
What do you think's going on here? Whose side do you think you're on? Where do you think you are right now?
I'm fast forwarding a little bit.
How lost could you possibly be?
So you agree with me then?
It absolutely gives him power.
So you and I agree on that, yeah. Wait, what did you say?
But I also think so. You're great. You think you're really pretty. You know, you're like mean girls a little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, Regina George.
Yeah.
But I do think that the people who are elevating him in terms of like posing with him, having him on, inviting him to campaign with them, I think that's an issue too. And I think it's, I mean, I think it's like really messed up, and I think it's like very mind gamey to try to distract from that point. Because I think that it really does lend itself to kind of this aggregate.
I'm just gonna point it out. Only one.
So true, Zig.
Kind of platforms, quite genuinely. And I think the thing to me that makes it particularly egregious, why are you baiting so hard today? Because I know that this would upset this person, and I'm an asshole. If I know something's gonna upset you, I'm probably gonna lean into it because I'm a prick.
It's not upsetting her.
Right now, okay. You're maxing out? Yeah, I'm leaning into it because of how neurotic this person is, okay? I'm leaning into it intentionally. They are obviously jokes. But I think the reason that this seems so clear to me is the think tank that first tried to cancel Hassan didn't try to cancel him over... They didn't try to cancel him over his political beliefs like the socialism. They didn't try to really cancel him over the political policies he advocated for. They didn't try to cancel him over almost anything. They tried to cancel him over anti-Semitism. It was from that place. That was the root of it. Not unlike a couple years ago, Dan tried to do the Twitch anti-Semitism campaign. That failed, and so they started talking about Hassan's like a threat to democracy, he rises to power level, blah, 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 and then come to...
It actually didn't fail, so I don't know. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That Twitch anti-Semitism campaign was very, very successful. He got like all of those. He like decreased Twitch's ad revenue insanely. It's like Dan is powerful. I would not fuck with him.
Find out this group that tried to cancel Hassan for being anti-Semitic. They suddenly start making that exact line of arguments. Oh, he's actually like he's going to overthrow democracy. He's so extreme. He doesn't want private property. It's like, okay.
He's
I hate to be a schizophrenic, but that seems related. That seems like a thing. Oh, now Destiny's giving quotes to Fox News? Oh, well, that seems interesting. Huh. That's interesting. Now, I get that's a little schizophrenia, okay? It's a little schizophrenia. And I'm not saying you could, like, know it for sure. But it does seem like there's a connection there. And it does seem like a lot of people who are trying to lean into basically pointing out the AIPAC money that's having an effect on elections, that AIPAC had spent in the primary in a way that was historic for El-Sayed, and that probably they were going to spend to get, like, one of Trump's biggest cronies into the Senate. Right? Like a massive Trump crony into the Senate when El-Sayed versus Rogers. That's like a bad thing. And they call that anti-Semitic. Like I think all of these things, they feel connected to me. It's this push that even They make that point, but then they stop making that point, and they just continue to focus on Hassan and focus on how anybody who campaigns with Hassan is untrustworthy. Leans into their worldism, the Judeo-Bolshevism stuff. All of these things are leaned into together, right? The
J-Stock is such a fan. It's so cute.
Islamic commie stuff. It's all getting like mixed together into this whole thing where I think the goal is to say this whole Bernie Sanders movement was actually like a Islamic commie plot from the beginning.
Okay, yeah, that is schizophrenic. I'm sorry, J-Stock.
That's broadly what I think it is. Undermining Hassan will move into undermining AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zara Mamdani. And the sad thing is I don't even care if these people are
You
undermined
tweeted at him?
on the
That's so
arguments,
funny.
like on the merits. You want to argue that this is why some policies they're advocating for can't work? Do that. But they're not. That's not what's happening, right? They're getting rat fucked, and I don't like it. I hate it. I hate it personally.
Get morality by making things like anti-Semitism more socially acceptable, right? If somebody is campaigning with a known anti-Semite, you know.
Also, I should not be making these arguments right now because I'm pretty EP. So, been 8 hours on the stream, getting a little tired.
For quote unquote the good of the party,
Should be trying to
like
make-
it absolutely lends
Sorry, should be trying to explain my theory on this while I'm so tired.
known anti-Semite, you know. For quote unquote the good of the party, like it absolutely lends.
Oh, sorry. I do actually. Destin Suggs actually brings this up. Well, wait, Destiny's talking to Fox News. Destiny just got quoted for a Fox News piece quite recently. Yes, covered a couple days ago. Now, I do think we need the substance clip right here. Like, this is where the sort of derangement is going. Is this Morning Joe? No, it's CBS. I don't think I got the Hassan part of this, but hold on. Check out this clip right here. Check out this clip, okay?
You've campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, Mr. Piker. Do you want?
So, Angie Nixon here, she is DSA. I think she joined the DSA like shortly before her election, all right? So she's technically DSA. And this person just assumes that they campaigned with
You
Hassan.
campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, Mr. Piker. Do you want to see them on the campaign trail with you as well?
So I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker. Not sure where the information came from. I have campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, and so she is someone who wants the same things that I want to make sure that.
Bro, am I the only person who just like this accent is fucking crazy? I feel like this accent alone is just political napalm. I'm like excited for this person to run because I think this accent, there's something to it where I'm like, dude, you not just want to be on this person's side the way they talk. Just like the accent, like it's like so, it just hits my brain in this way. It's awesome.
Working for people and not against it, and so I'll continue to do the same thing. But I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker at all. Not sure where that came from.
All right, my apologies. I thought that you had. My apologies about that. Would you want him to campaign with you?
I don't really know who Mr. Piker is. I've heard about him, and so
You don't know who he is?
I said I don't really know who he is personally or anything like that. I am actually.
Okay.
Dude, it's so fun. Do you have this on?
Are we moving
I'm not so
past-
sure that given these disentangling effects, that it's swaying me. I mean, I just told you, if I were in a campaign, I wouldn't do it because I think that there are downstream potential harmful effects for general election campaigns. But again, I'm
Then
going to
great,
leave.
then great, then you answered the question then,
No,
right?
because the question is like, would you, so people want to make that broader and be like, would you condemn someone for doing it, or would you condemn a candidate who like comes out of that cauldron and in the general election? And so I only mean what I say, and what I mean is like I personally wouldn't do it. But beyond that, if candidates want to make appeal to the audience, but also make clear their positions and how they differ, I'm not so sure that they're doing something
But
that's
what about
inherently
like?
wrong.
Ask him if he.
Yeah, just have a conversation with me.
Yeah, no shit. It's such a fucking waste. I would.
Don't worry about the chat.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about Meteor Pod Save. I just know about Hassan.
Yeah, I'm also. So by the way, you should not expect me to go through and like do this deep dives into every critic because what they're trying to do, what they're trying to do in the gaze of open discourse is to use me as like an instrument against their enemies. That is your chat, and I'm just not inclined to do that.
I don't like
I mean, so much of these people suck and they're liars. And
there's just so much that I don't know, and so in the political part of this, it's like very hard for me because I literally just do not know, right?
You just do not know. I'm.
Do not know. That's not my that's not my element of expertise, and you've seen.
I would literally just say, like after this, I would just say no, I'm not interested in the conversation. You don't have to say it on stream. You give them that little bit of mercy. Like I'm not gonna say that on stream, but afterwards, I'll let you know. We don't have to talk again. That was weird.
Seen there are other things that I know much more about, right? So I guess I
like what?
have another question that's more like really just for me. So if one of the core tenets of the Democratic Party is to protect persecuted minorities, and Piker, right, we've agreed is kind of like super anti-Semitic and he sucks. And
well, hang on, I did not say super anti-Semitic. I said non-trivially meaningfully anti-Semitic. A virtue of a statement.
Sure,
A virtue of a
okay,
statement.
so I'll change it. So if he is non-trivially and meaningfully anti-Semitic, isn't platforming Piker directly antithetical to that goal?
Not necessarily, no.
How?
Because if you're able to disentangle and if you don't, contribute to whatever it is the inherent bias, just the same way that going on to Fox News, going on to Joe Rogan wouldn't inherently be at odds with that either. That implies to Hassan, right? And wait, you agree with me, right? Yes?
But what if you're retarded?
Wait, no, just pause real quick. Before we get into that, just pause. And I would prefer you.
What is this?
And I would prefer you not use that
this
able
fake
slurs, okay?
laugh, dude? It's crazy.
Okay, so you actually agree with me that going on Fox News.
I do think that J-Stock did rip that laugh off of Destiny. I'm gonna be real. I think that, excuse me, that is absolutely a laugh that he ripped from Destiny. Absolutely, 100%.
Going on Joe Rogan, if you had an interaction, for example, with Candace Owens, that is not inherently.
We love the yes or no thing here. The yes or no thing is just extracting concessions. If more people did this at the appropriate time, it would be very effective. I do this as well. You just get a solid answer, like a solid binary. Could you say yes or no to this instead of doing like your weird circling the wagons? Like you just don't do anything. That's not what that phrase means. But you're weird like dancing around instead of answering my question. Just give me a yes or no in this, and then I'll let you elaborate.
There's nothing inherently problematic with it, right? It's not inherently at odds with democratic protection of minorities. Agreed?
I think that if I were a candidate running for office in the Democratic Party and I appeared on an episode of the Candace Owens podcast.
Wait, hold on. Has Zug seen the clip? Hold on.
What clip?
I was sort of indifferent. I was impartial, but I'll have to make it happen. So I can have a kid. What's up?
Destiny laughed. Do you think that increased anti-Semitism in the world, or what do you think? Do you think that? And Nip Fuentes asked a random guy on the street in Miami Beach if he was Jewish, and Destiny laughed. Do you think that increased anti-Semitism in the world, or what do you think? Do you think the amount of anti-Semitism went up or down? What do we think, guys?
Yeah, these are cool glasses, all right?
They're not gonna take it serious.
I mean, I think he's more laughing like he's like can't believe that he's actually like this, but whatever.
Would be a horrible look, and I do think it would be antithetical to that goal as a result of what they are doing. I do think that because when you are campaigning and when you are running, you're trying to set an example.
So it's too specific. So you're saying this only applies to candidates, not to influencers? So you have no problem with me going on the shows?
Gotta go. But thanks for the stream. Have a good one. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
I mean, it's not the best look for you, but it doesn't really influence the Democratic Party specifically because you're not, like.
I'm a Democratic influencer, right?
I guess you're like influencing people how to vote and stuff?
Maybe. I mean, I'm endorsing people.
Is that what you're?
That was a crazy thing to say.
Thing about compatible with Democrats or not, is that limited to politicians? I am going to ask you, yes or no?
I think that's a really good, yes or no.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good, I really do think that's a fantastic question because, and I haven't really thought about it. Does it apply to just candidates or does it also apply to influencers? I think that's a great question.
Do you have an intuition about that?
No, I need to think a lot more about that and like the macro effect of basically influencers and how they relate to politics.
So would you have a problem with the Democratic, would you have a problem, but it definitely applies to politicians in your mind, or at least you think it does?
Yeah, absolutely it applies to politicians for sure.
So people went on Theo Vaughn. This was one of the influencers cited that Kamala Harris didn't go talk to. Could have gone and talked to him. And he skipped out on that, or she didn't try to do that, okay? I believe that's the case. I think both Vance and Trump talked to Theo Vaughn. Kamala didn't. Theo Vaughn was called Benjamin Netanyahu, Yarmulke Hitler. Talks at great length about not only Jewish war crimes, but Jewish conspiracies. Should Kamala Harris have not gone on his podcast? I guess technically he started doing the latter like way later, like a year later. But like Kamala Harris probably should have gone on his podcast just to reach out to people and say, this is like...
I mean, they're having this conversation. Like, this is the question they're trying to figure out, J-Stock. I feel like you're not getting that.
Our platform, this is who we are, right? You just don't want to give up the fight. That's all.
Would you have a problem with, let's say, a Democratic politician writing an op-ed in Fox News writing in an article or being quoted in Fox News about a given proposition if you agree with the underlying proposition?
Why are they doing it for Fox News?
Yo, Gelatinous Rubes, thank you for the 500 kicks. Oh no, she just agreed to something bad. Her ancestors are Jewish Jacinto. What? Well, thank you for the 500 kicks. I appreciate it.
Well, let's pretend I'm the politician you asked me that, okay? So you're asking me, right? I'm the politician who just wrote the op-ed or was quoted in Fox News, right? So you asked me, what do you ask me? Why'd you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that in Fox News?
Oh, I didn't even notice that Portobello threw me 1,000 kicks a little bit ago. Thank you very much for the 1,000 kicks. They gave me that shit for free. Let's go.
Well, listen, Zugami, I really appreciate that question from my constituents, and I think it's great that you're asking questions. And it's great that we live in a society where we can ask questions. Yeah, but I need to talk to people even who I disagree with vehemently. And Fox News is the biggest platform in traditional.
J-Stock, have you not seen the clip about the Jewish vampire? The Jewish vampire. Where's that going to go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, I've not seen it. Oh, boy. Oh, Jesus. That's going to be a circumcision joke, isn't it? Fuck me.
That there is. And so even though I don't agree.
I'm not sure I'm going to like that. That's going to be another mark against me.
Soy Jacinto el Grande. Toma.
Oh.
Si serás imbécil, Jacinto. Todos mis antepasados son judíos. ¿Ah, sí? Pues mira lo que tengo. ¡Ay, Hitler! Yo.
Inappropriate, man. Gelatinous Rubes. Inappropriate. I didn't get the joke. I've seen that clip, obviously. I knew the clip. I just didn't know he was doing it.
Okay, all right.
Or would you be like making nice? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it depends on the context.
Inherently, to write that op-ed for Fox, you would have to be a little bit favorable with them, right? For them to kind of
not necessarily, but let's say that you have an amicable relationship with someone who you vehemently disagree with, and even someone that you might think is biased. These things exist, right? Ben Shapiro, you agree?
Questions.
You agree? Like Ben Shapiro is absolutely racist against Palestinian Arabs, right?
I haven't heard enough of Ben Shapiro, so honestly, I couldn't tell you because I literally have not heard him enough. No, really, I have no freaking idea. So if you want to send me some stuff.
Okay, Pisco. Let's see the Avi tweets, Pisco. Pisco. Let's see those Avi tweets.
Later, I'm happy. You know what I mean? I'm happy to give you that answer later, but I just haven't I find his voice extremely grating, and so it's very hard for me to listen to anything he has to say.
Okay, I mean, I'll send you some stuff.
Yeah, so I really can't contend to that point.
No, you don't want to send her stuff, Pisco. You literally don't care to send her stuff. Don't lie to her and say you're going to send her stuff. You don't give a fuck about proving Ben Shapiro is anti-Semitic.
I really have no idea.
Or sorry, not anti-Semitic, anti-Arab, Islamophobic.
But I
What
do
about
think
Piers
there is
Morgan?
a
Piers
bit of
Morgan
difference.
did some shit sometimes, right? He's had some shit.
Oh my God, but Piers Morgan like harbors a, he pushes back and people push back against him and he encourages that, right? And he loves it. And he's not like, he wouldn't directly say he's like associated with like he wouldn't say that he's more associated with Cenk Uygur or Goldie Gamari, right? Either one, he wouldn't say like, oh, I'm associated with them, or like, oh, he wouldn't be like supporting them in their
Cenk Uygur.
their whatever it is that they're doing. He has them. He wouldn't be like Cenk Uygur or Goldie Gamari, right? Either one, he wouldn't say like, oh, I'm associated with them, or like, oh, he wouldn't be like supporting them in their whatever it is that they're doing. He has them on for these panels to debate. And it's in that context
understand.
that it's acceptable.
That's what I mean.
I guess
the context matters.
the part of this question, right? The part of this question is like when I ask about
To be fair, Buttigieg goes on Fox and does a good job. Yeah.
does it, is it directly antithetical having Hassan Piker like as this proponent of the
Like I don't know where I stand on this. Like I do believe that we should be able to go out and like argue with people and talk to people who have different thoughts than us. I don't know where I stand. I've always been somebody who's like anti-deplatforming, right? So, but I definitely see the philosophy of of like being more cautious about this, right? So, is watching John Pork worth it? Not really.
Democratic Party, like, is that antithetical to the Democratic Party's goal? I mean it within the context of platforming him within the party,
Yeah,
right?
it depends.
Of candidates running
The
with
answer
him
is it depends.
specifically. That's okay. Then that's I'm okay
Yeah,
with that.
I would agree with that. Zood.
What if
I would agree
everybody
with
in the
that.
party basically agreed that like Israel needed to be reined in, the American relationship with Israel needed to either change dramatically or end, right? Would Hassan be like a bad, like, and basically, nobody's anti-Semitic, but they basically think Hassan's had the correct position on how America should deal with Israel from the beginning. Is it a problem to platform him?
I think you agree with it. Let me give you an
Yeah,
example.
I mean, I didn't. This wasn't like leading for. You know what I mean? This wasn't leading for me. Like this was really. I wanted to know what you thought about it. This is not me like leading you in a direction.
And I think that we would agree that like there are some things, there are some conversations, there are some concessions that are incompatible with what we would consider either are or should be democratic like lines and values, right? I have no problem saying that, and I would say that like anti-Semitic statements and beliefs, the Democratic Party has a rich history, I think, especially more recent history, of trying to stand up for the protection of minorities, and that includes, by the way, the protections for Jews who have been discriminated.
I wish that they would do it louder and more.
No, they have been.
I feel very unprotected out here.
That's why Jews still, by and large, support. I don't know that that's why, but I suspect that's one of the reasons
tell you
why
something?
Jews continue to
Can
support
I
Democrats
tell
in
you
large numbers.
These like right-wing pipelines, like these right-wing social media pipelines have been netting up Jews, like just getting them in these, you know what I mean? It's bad. Like it's really, really bad. Like the pipeline of like you're a Jew, like algorithmic pipeline of like you're Jewish, you feel persecuted, like the DSA is against you, like Hassan Piker's against you, all the, like these narratives, like as a Jewish person, I can tell you like, algorithmically, the way that like
Kilo Tonics in the chat, he is losing his fucking mind. I don't know if you see that. Kilo Tonics is losing his fucking mind in the chat. You've triggered him, Zugami. You've triggered him. That's so funny. You triggered the fuck out of Kilo Tonics in JStock's chat. I can see it.
computer programs work. That pipeline is so strong and so frightening right now. Like you have no idea how alienated Jewish people are feeling in this space right now. And that's why
See?
these conversations about Hassan happen. It's scary.
I don't doubt it.
Really
And
scary.
anti-Semitism is a
Like, people
huge
are being
issue.
fed these narratives,
Yeah.
that like constantly, and then they're seeing these candidates running with Hassan, right? And we have to think about like, what does Hassan symbolize, right, to the layman, to a random person who maybe is
This is the biggest gaslighting argument I've heard the entire time. This is actually a crazy argument. Pisco, don't you think that like almost even
WU, yeah.
or why Hassan is anti-Semitic, or even if he is anti-Semitic, don't you think we have to consider what the perception of him is, and possibly just like get him out of here because of that alone?
he has only kind of heard of him,
The funny thing is, this is probably the most effective argument. Pisco would just say, but I don't think that's the perception. I don't think that perception is widespread enough yet.
right? Who is he to them? What kind of symbol is he? What does it say about a candidate that they are running with somebody who said that anyone who has had anti-Zionist tendencies should be like hung out in the
What are
streets,
you
not even
talking
good enough to be
about,
like a local
Firestone?
dog walker, should be treated like a neo-Nazi? Like,
Again, getting the quote wrong.
what does that mean for them? It's incredibly frightening. And I mean, in my opinion, as somebody living this, right, who only recently came in contact with people on the left who weren't anti-Semitic, by the way, like it's
Really?
very recently I refound. Yes, I was
Wait.
so alien.
Hold on. Is he getting? Sorry, is she getting quote wrong, or did Hassan get the quote wrong? Because I think did Hassan steal it from Felix Bitterman? That it's a quote from Felix Bitterman, and he said, did he say dog walker instead of dog catcher? The quote is about dog catcher, though. That's what it's supposed to be about.
Alienated. I was so deeply alienated. It was so frightening.
You don't think the majority
So,
of
like,
left-wing creators, like here we're talking Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman who is Jewish, David Pakman
I'm
who...
telling you like from my personal experience. I don't know from a larger perspective. I'm telling you from like what I've been through and the path I've
Says dog
traveled,
catcher? Okay.
like where I've been with this and what my experience has been. Right, so I can't really speak to it, but I'm telling you like from somebody who is Israeli and Jewish who grew up progressive.
Dog catcher, dog walker is not meaningfully different to most people, okay? And I have, again, like somebody else said in the chat, dog catcher, I have never seen that on my fucking ballot, okay? I have never seen that on my local ballot.
Like here we're talking Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman who is Jewish, David Pakman
I'm
who...
telling you like from my personal experience. I don't know from a larger perspective. I'm telling you from like what I've been through and the path I've
Says dog
traveled,
catcher? Okay.
like where where I've been with this and what my experience has been, right? So I can't really speak to it, but I'm telling you, like, from somebody who is Israeli and Jewish, who grew up progressive, like, I went to.
I wish Pisco cared about this issue. That's the problem is they're gonna like batter Pisco over the head with this issue. And I think they get fucking
impressive. Been through in the past.
Here we're talking Ryan Tyler Cohen, David Pakman, who is Jewish, David Pakman.
Kaiser says, you're not fat, but you need to drop 5 to 10. Bro, is that necessary? You don't think I look in the mirror every day? I've lost like 25 pounds over the past year. So, like, it's really not necessary for you to comment on my body. But thank you.
I'm telling you, like, from my personal experience. I don't know from a larger perspective. I'm telling you from like what I've been through in the path I've traveled, like where I've been with this and what my experience has been, right? So I can't really speak to it, but I'm telling you, like, from somebody who is Israeli and Jewish, who grew up progressive, like, I went to.
I wish Pisco cared about this issue. That's the problem is they're gonna like batter Pisco over the head with this issue. And I think they get fucking embarrassed by somebody who does know the issue. At least in terms of, like, I won't say necessarily in terms of Israel-Palestine. Maybe she knows Israel-Palestine decently well. But in terms of like the American political view, like, dude, it's just like very frustrating to listen to this. Yeah, I don't know. The misquotes, all of it.
One of the most progressive colleges in America for grad and undergrad. Like, you know,
like you complain about all this stuff. What do you think of the fact that one extremely like pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, biggest private donor to the IDF, owns 2 of the major news networks and applied the same Zionist editor to both of them? Made the same Zionist editor-in-chief of both of these news organizations. Isn't that a problem? Wouldn't you think it's a problem? Like, you understand this is going to lead to massive bias, right?
I've gotten so many fights with my family about like so much political stuff. I voted for Bernie, like all this shit, right? I identified even at one point as like a global Trotskyist way back.
Okay. Wait, just a second. Apes. All right, time for trivia on pinball night. Y'all have a good night. Star, respectfully, you should feel good about yourself. You're very good looking. Thank you. Very kind of you.
The day when I was a kid. So it's, yeah, like I was like big into it. Like I literally have the Marx Engels reader in my house, like all this stuff. I felt so deeply abandoned.
By Hassan?
By everybody, but by that space that he cultivated, you know, by that rhetoric that he normalized, that I had to.
It's so funny that she's like giving away how unprincipled her engagement was.
What do you mean?
It was basically like, I believe in all these principles until there's some downside for me, and then it's like actually bad. It's like actually evil rhetoric.
Well, yeah.
I'm not even joking.
Revise my
being racist is, yeah, a deal breaker for most people. J-Stock, what are you talking about? Yeah, being a racist is a deal breaker. Absolutely, it would be. If you feel unsafe in a community, why would you stick around for it? You can believe in like progressive things. You can believe in like social justice. You can believe in like, you know, leftist beliefs even, and still not want to be anti-Semitic. I'm personally not like super left. I'm a liberal. I'm center left, but like even then, there is no world where racism is ever going to be acceptable to me. Ever. Any type of bigotry no type of bigotry will ever be acceptable in any space that I'm in. It doesn't matter what the other values they have are that might align with mine. Okay? There are certain values that are just, I'm sorry, these are the red lines, okay? I am not going to compromise on that. If you were a bigot, we're not good. I'm not going to be in your community. I'm going to hope your community doesn't exist. Like, yeah, wow. That's really, that's so crazy. Unprincipled, really? How unprincipled are you that you believe in social justice, except when it comes to Jews, you can be racist? Really? If anything, that's unprincipled to me. You can't honestly believe in social justice. You can't honestly believe in the rights of marginalized people and think that you're like morally superior and then go ahead and be racist alongside it. That shows me you're the unprincipled one. You're the unprincipled one. Yeah, and conservatives use being anti-terrorist to disguise Islamophobic. Yeah, there's a difference between being anti-terrorist and being Islamophobic, right? I do think that there's like a line there, and it can be kind of hard to tell. But like, even then, like, you know, or it's like when conservatives are just being blatantly racist about immigrants, right? Yeah, we should have law and order in this country, but I am not going to stick around if you're going to be racist. You know? If people around me who believe what I believe are racist against me, I'm not going to continue to be there. It's unsafe. Why would you? You know, you cannot compromise on these. You could not compromise. I'm sorry. We don't hold the same values after all. It's not unprincipled. If I'm finding out that you're racist, you don't believe in social justice. You don't believe in rights for marginalized people. You don't believe in equality or treating people equally. You don't believe in you know, humans being the same. No, we don't share the same values. Yeah, you don't have principles, not me. So,
worldview. You
Wait,
know,
so can
like
you say a little bit more about that?
things.
Because you know, you asked questions about me, and I'm curious about your kind of
Yeah, like
your journey here. So you
dude,
said
I
that
have
you
to think like if I was like, look, if people who believe what I believe are also believing that me and mine like don't have a right to exist and yada yada yada, right? Like it's like what kind of message does that communicate to me? If I'm being constantly put in amygdala hijack when I'm in
They amygdala hijack. Okay, I don't believe that. King of Town, did you go to sleep in the middle?
You just don't understand Jay's thought. You just don't understand the words.
Build
I
the stream
guess.
and get up now, and like, did you do this at the beginning and the end of the stream? Is that what happened here? You did this like during the intro, which is awesome. I appreciate it. And then you're doing it here at the end of the stream. That's crazy. Welcome back. Sorry, she's fuck. What is she saying?
They are also believing that.
Oh yeah, nobody said you can't exist. They said Israel doesn't have the right to exist. Not that Jews don't have the right to exist.
She's Israeli, bro. What do you think that means? That Israel doesn't have a right to exist? What do you think that means? When leftists say Israel doesn't have a right to exist and they advocate for a one-state solution, what do you think they're advocating for? When they're advocating against the Israeli identity, what do you think they're advocating? Like, what do you think that means? It's the same thing as advocates saying that Palestinians as an identity shouldn't exist. What does that mean? We would think that that's crazy. That, like, what an insane thing to say. That the Israeli identity, Israel shouldn't exist as a state. Yeah, should or shouldn't, Israel does exist, and you can't do anything about it. And if you think that Israel shouldn't exist while it does exist, what does that say? How do you let's take this down? It's like logical line, right? How are you going to make Israel not exist anymore? Let's say you're like, oh, Israel shouldn't exist, and like the Israeli people should give up the land back to the Palestinians. How do you think we should do that? Ethnic cleansing, genocide. Like, let's say, oh, well, it doesn't have to be that way. You know, we can offer them money to go back to these other countries, or go here, or go there. Go back where? Okay. First off, you know, a lot of people don't know the history because there's no place for most of those people to go. Secondly, let's say hypothetically, we've allotted a new piece of land for them to go to. There are going to be people who don't want to move. This is the same argument I make against white supremacists. You want a white ethno-state? Or you want to move a bunch of like people of color out? You want to move a bunch of Israelis out? You know? How are you going to do that? Okay, you give them monetary incentives to move somewhere else. You're still ethnically cleansing them. You're gonna, you know, oh, some of you can stay, but some of you gotta go. Like, well, you know, I don't know. Like, when you take that down its logical line, and you've got people who are not going to want to leave, and you're saying you're going to force them out, and you're going to force Israel to not exist anymore, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? There's no, like, take it down its logical line. You can try all the fucking hedging you want, all the fucking, oh, it doesn't necessarily mean these. No, at the end of the day, it does, because you will have people who want to stay in their home that they've known. You will have people who don't have a place to go, and they're not going to be willing to go. And you will have to use force, and you will have to kill people, and you will have to ethnically cleanse people. That is the end of it, right? One state solutioners really don't know how much the Palestinians and Israelis hate each other. Yeah. They can't take it down a logical line because the idea was thought terminating at inception. Yeah. No, yes, it necessarily means that if you don't think Israel should exist, like, what does that mean for Israeli people? Social, no. Talk to Sev. Political, mostly. Better than everyone else in the region, certainly. Sev is based. Sev is based. Sev is Palestinian, right? And he lives in Israel. He's like, I think he's got very interesting perspectives. But, I don't know if that's correct. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Oh, you're responding to Gilded? Oh, okay. Hi, chatter here. So, yeah, I mean, it means these things, right? I just can't believe he's actually making this argument that, oh, it doesn't mean that you can't exist. Yeah, it does. It does. When you say Israel shouldn't exist, you're talking about her people, where she was born, and a huge half of the world's Jews only exist because they live in Israel. They all half.
Like during the intro, which is awesome. I appreciate it. And then you're doing it here at the end of the stream. That's crazy. Welcome back. Sorry, she's fuck, what is she saying?
They are also believing that.
Oh, yeah, nobody said you can't exist. They said Israel doesn't have the right to exist. Not that Jews don't have the right to exist or the right to self-determination.
Yeah, but what about Israelis? And again, half of the world's Jews only exist because they live in Israel. The lucky population of the Jews are the ones who got into America prior to all of the countries shutting down Jewish immigration, shutting down immigration from all these different places. Right? They were the lucky ones. Because again, you've got, the rise of, oh my God, Star, we need to contact Kick Support. Why? What happened? The rest are mostly in New York, DMV, and Cali. Yeah. No, it's half of the world's Jews live in Israel. The ones that were lucky got into America before immigration was shut down from, and it wasn't just America, it was like all of these different European countries shut down Jewish immigration. You've got like the Evian Conference, you've got like, the rise of fascism, the rise of nationalism, the rise of anti-Semitism in Europe. And they saw what was happening and they still shut their doors to Jews. And then, yeah, anybody, the unluckiest Jews were victims of persecution, either at the hands of the Nazis or the hands of, persecutory governments around the world, and didn't make it, right? The slightly luckier ones made it, either sat in refugee camps or were, humiliated and tortured in other countries and finally made it to Israel, right? But that's half the world's Jews. And then the lucky ones, they got to America before all that, before having to go through that. So, yeah. It's just insane for him to say, like, oh, nobody's saying you shouldn't exist. They're just saying Israel shouldn't exist. No, that's half the Jewish population. Like, that's half the Jewish population. That's a huge portion.
Ain't nobody saying that, man.
Me and mine, like, don't have a right to exist and yada, 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 right? Like, it's like, what kind of message does that communicate to me? If I'm being constantly put in amygdala hijack when I'm in these spaces, if I'm being constantly met with a certain...
I am Israeli. That is saying I shouldn't exist. I would not be alive without Israel. Yeah. And again, I'm not saying the conception of Israel was entirely good, like there were growing pains. That was everything that Israel did right? No, but they were put in an impossible situation. They really were. They were put in an impossible situation. And so were the Palestinians in the region. And what else were they supposed to have done? This is the history of the world, I feel like I remember a lot of suicide bombings in Israel growing up, terror attack. Yeah, no, and again, it's not, people paint this picture that, Palestinians were opening, they had their arms open, they were welcoming the Jews with open arms. That's not necessarily true. There was violence, and there continues to be violence, and there continues to be anti-Semitism. So, yes, he does watch Nick Fuentes, and he used to be a Groyper, so yeah. And it's just, you know, I'm not saying that I'm the most knowledgeable on this topic, but I feel like I have the bare minimum knowledge on the topic to speak at least a little bit about it, right? I have the bare minimum. And I feel like J-Stock doesn't even have that. Sorry, guys. My auto mod on Kick is crazy right now. So, it's not a simple situation. The Jews in Israel were put in really like it's such an impossible situation where else were they going to go? And again, it's not like there weren't Jews in that region. They were there since the 1800s. So, they are indigenous, at the very least. They are indigenous to the land. There were Jews there since the 1800s under the Ottoman Empire. The Jews that continue to move there, they were moving there to flee persecution, not just in fascist Europe, but in the Arab states as well, where there was growing anti-Semitism. There was growing, there already was anti-Semitism, but the European version of anti-Semitism was certainly growing there. And then, you had the rise of Arab, nationalism, and nationalism itself can, nationalism itself is pretty rough for the Jews historically, they're indigenous since like 2000. I know that they're indigenous since 2,000 years ago, but like people want to be super literal with like, when were Jews there, when they weren't there, like, when they were literally expelled from the land. Okay, if we want to go super literal since the moment that the Jews were expelled, okay, yeah, there were some Jews there since the 1800s. So, yeah, like, and they were expelled. You can look at the fucking DNA makeup, okay, of the people. Of Israelis, okay? Most of them, vast majority of them, like, yeah. Anyways. There were always Jews there. The movement from diaspora Jews started in the 1800s, but there was always a presence. Okay, maybe I'm wrong on the certain details there. My apologies if I'm wrong. But, again, like, yeah, you are talking about half the world's Jews. I'm not down with disassembling the state that has half the world's Jews when the entire world already turned their backs on the Jews during the rise of nationalism and fascism. And yeah, I'm not down with that. So, are they going to vote Bibi out though? I mean, I think there is Bibi is least popular than he's ever been, right? So. He really made his bed with Trump, unfortunately. But, yeah, Jews are indigenous to the land. And, they're obviously the Zionist movement really started to tick upwards in the 1800s. But, like, yeah, no, it means what it means. It means what it means. Like, yes, it does mean that they don't want her to exist. And I understand that. So, okay, anyways, let's play again. I'm sorry, I got really, really distracted talking about stuff. And again, take everything I say with a grain of salt because I have like a very bare minimum amount of education on this, okay?
don't have a right to exist and yada, 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 right? Like, it's like, what kind of message does that communicate to me? If I'm being constantly put in amygdala hijack when I'm in these spaces, if I'm being constantly met with certain levels of aggression, if I'm trying to make friends with people, for example, and then I tell them where I'm from and all of a sudden they don't want to be friends with me anymore, which has happened to me multiple times, by the way, it's like, what kind of message do you think that might communicate to somebody?
Yeah, I'm sure it's very like isolating and yeah, I think that anti-Semitism is a big problem, and it's a problem not just on the right but on the left. But I'm actually curious, like, who are the content creators that you gravitated towards? You mentioned Hassan. Were there other left-wing content creators?
Look at the chats because you're an Israel apologist. What's an Israel apologist? What does that mean? What does that mean? What? I think it should exist, that it already exists, that Israel is a state that exists in that territory. What does that mean? An Israel apologist?
Is it you felt like abandoned you that you can identify, or is it mostly?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Can you go through that a little bit
They
more?
don't really stream anymore, but there was a small community that very much wanted to be close to Hassan that I was a part of, and at this point I'm not going to name them just due to like the heat on our conversation, just to kind of protect their identities now. But a large portion of them were my friends for a long time, and after October 7th, they were all of a sudden not.
Not at all friends with you?
Yeah.
What did they say? What are the kinds of things they said?
Actively pushed. They didn't say anything. That was the thing. Actively pushed out of the space. Actively lied to. Like actively like just, you know, because they knew who I was.
And of course he's snorting again. Like again, he talks about other people doing transformative content. He literally has no transformative. All he does is like every few minutes he does a snort, and then he says, you know, something that completely does not add to the conversation. If you want to talk about somebody who doesn't transform content, it is J-Stock. He is really bad at it. Progressives cop out by saying Israelis are just Polish who famously hate communism. I love the just go back to Brooklyn sentence that they love to say. Like, everybody's just from Brooklyn and they're hanging out in Israel temporarily. Yeah, that one's a good one. You know? You know, and this is something I never understand. The leftists have virtue signaled themselves into supporting terrorism. If you're from a Muslim background, okay, you would know that these terrorist groups and terrorist leaders have led to more Muslim deaths than anybody else. Okay? They kill more Muslims than anybody else. They cause more Muslim suffering than anybody else. Like, why? In what world would I ever support a fucking terrorist group? They're not freedom fighters. They're oppressors. They oppress Muslims more than anybody else. Like, who is ruling Gaza with a fucking iron fist? It's Hamas. Who crushes like citizens' legs when they disagree with them? Hamas. Like, why would I ever support that? Why would I ever support that? We don't really talk about the IP issue, to be honest, but like one thing we always agree on is since 9/11, really, if you were a Muslim growing up post 9/11, like, obviously, Osama bin Laden fucking made your life so fucking hard, that alone, on top of just looking at the fucking data of what these terrorist groups do to, you know, not just Muslims, but to women, right? The way that they treat women. Why would you ever, you know, like anybody who grew up and knew pre 9/11 America and post 9/11 America, anybody who grew up would be anti-terrorism. It's not, you didn't just make my life hard, you attacked my country, you know? You attacked my country. These were my people, and you made me a source of suspicion in my own country, you know? And meanwhile, you're oppressing the people around you and the women and the children around you. Like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I would never support them. I don't know what is up with leftists. They've lost the plot completely. But yeah, we don't. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I only recently looked at Muslim on Muslim international violence. The stats are horrifying. I mean, yeah, and like we're not even talking about the Shia versus Sunni thing, right? But most importantly, they make flights more difficult. Now I have to deal with being groped by TSA agent. Yeah, that's true. That's the biggest gripe we have with terrorists. Yeah, that's totally it. Thank you, Gilded.
Okay.
But they never had a problem with me before that. They never expressed a problem with me before that. We had had several conversations about politics. Like, everything was super good faith. Like, you know, we had even had disagreements. But all of a sudden, due to the rise of this rhetoric, I was completely like abandoned and pushed out of spaces with people that I really.
This is how it just feels? Maybe. I think I banned more than one person, or offered to ban more than one person to make like if I felt somebody was being genuinely anti-Semitic, I think I messaged him at least one or two times, being like, "Hey, I'm gonna ban this person unless you tell me not to."
Not if they're racist.
And he was like, "No,
not if they're racist, J-Stock, right? Not if they're racist. Like, your chat can say all the anti-Indian slurs in the world, and it's totally fine with you, right? Like, anti-Indian slurs are totally cool. Damn.
Try to keep the anti-Semitism out. I also think his country's going fucking insane. And I also think he's like quite a bit more likely to defend them than most. So
really cared about, and he really cared about me.
You mentioned the poll of the right-wing pipeline. Did you feel that poll, or
yeah,
were you okay? Talk about
I definitely did, and it was really hard to contend with. Like, it made me very deeply upset. You know, that's not a place I wanted to go. it like gave me a
Hold on.
Starks again.
Like
yeah.
this is the shitty thing is she might think so. This is possibly genuine, possibly not. It just
It is
depends on
genuine.
was she willing to extend the same empathy to some of her friend group that she expected extended to her. I got to imagine you're able to go through this if you can extend that.
I'm sorry, post October 7th, whose people were attacked? She's been like a lifelong progressive and leftist. What are you talking about? Did she extend the same empathy to her friend group that that she wanted them to extend to her? She was a lifelong progressive. She was a two-stater her entire life, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe not her entire, I don't know her her entire life, but she's been a progressive basically as long as I've known. And I'm pretty sure like in her youth, she talked about like being a progressive. And, I remember her telling me when she was reading up the history like of Israel and like the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. And she was reading up like, what's his name? The historian, not Avi Schleim, the other one, the one who's a little bit more centrist. What's his name? Of the new historians. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that, but I'm pretty sure she told me she was reading the history and like she called up her mom crying about the history, there, right? And so, yeah, I mean, this is somebody I know, yeah, of course, like, what do you talk? She should extend sympathy towards the other direction. When her people just got attacked, she just saw, we saw what happened. Like on Twitter, it was all over Twitter, the bloodshed. It was, I've seen horrible gore that day, like in the days following, it was terrible. And these are human beings being treated this way. They took a dead body, like a woman's dead body, and paraded her around and undressed her.
Empathy. A lot of people run short of that empathy eventually, and maybe friend groups blow up because of that. I don't think it's because they're Israeli. I think it's because, like, you have irreconcilable differences, right? To one group, it's like
what irreconcilable differences? She was like pro-Palestinian statehood. The only thing that made it different was that she was Israeli and October 7th just happened.
Obvious that, so both groups, it's obvious that essentially like wanton slaughter is happening to them, and the other side doesn't give a fuck. I think that's just an irreconcilable difference.
How would he even know? He wouldn't. That's the thing. He's making assumptions about somebody he doesn't know. He's making assumptions about somebody he doesn't know.
You see, there's only one group is responsible, not the other. It's just irreconcilable. There's just not anything you can do.
Massive identity crisis. And I mean, I resisted it very hard, but like, it was tough. It was tough. Honestly, it was when I met Stardust and I started getting close that I started feeling a lot better, honestly, because she was like, hey, there are actually people who are not like that. Just by the way,
Stardust, the streamer.
She definitely pulled me. Yeah, she definitely pulled me out of that a little bit.
Heads up, Zook. He is going to hate you for being friends with me. He is going to hate you for being friends with me. Okay.
How'd you meet her?
I watched this video she made about Frogan and I loved it. And I tweeted about it. And then one day I tweeted, does anyone want to hang out in DC? And she was like, oh my God, you're in DC. And then we met up and we became best friends.
Was this at LibCon?
No, I met her a few years ago, like 1 or 2 years ago. And we just like really hit it off. And we started talking and she's a really good friend. And I wouldn't be back in the space and I wouldn't even be having this conversation with you without her. Like I wouldn't even have the, yeah, it's been 2 years.
Just in terms of like the exhaustion with the online rhetoric, or do you think that you might have been pulled in like a different direction, perhaps?
I mean, I have no idea, right? I have no idea what would happen without her. I don't know. But I really did need somebody to kind of show me that like, it's not like that. Not everybody's like that. People aren't going to do that to you every single time. I didn't know. And even like I expressed this actually on Twitter and the organizer of LibCon saw it. And like, she apparently was like very moved because she was like, I had no idea that Jewish people were feeling this alienated, but it resonated with a lot of people. Like the things that
Oh my God. I'm not, dude, I
was expressing resonated with a lot of Jewish people. And so I knew that I wasn't alone in feeling this,
Did you,
I'm so sorry, Zoog. His chat fucking hates me, and he hates me, and his entire friend group hates me, and yeah, he's gonna hate you for that, 100%. So
you talked to other
never in a million years, never let this person in aristocracy meet. Okay, can't happen. It can't happen. That's a J in singularity. That will end the planet. Okay, this is a bigger threat than CERN ever was. Do not let them meet. It would be the end for all of us. Okay.
People who are Jewish who had a similar experience.
I would love to.
Or have you?
I haven't met that many Jews in the space, if I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, that's
some would say there used to be more, but I'm.
So have you changed some of your like underlying political economic beliefs after the?
Because of racism, you no longer believe in like dialectical materialism because of racism. That seems like pretty stupid. That seems like
hello,
totally,
I
like,
am
maybe
Jewish.
Really believe it in the
I
first
can't
place.
do it.
I'm
more of a believer.
I said, did I use that right? I don't even know. I don't know.
I think it's so funny. There's like I don't know how many weeks ago it was, but I remember one time I was with Zoog and we were like live and I was like trying to figure out how many people in my chat were Jewish, and it was like an overwhelming amount of people. I have such a huge population of Jewish people in my chat. It's just so funny to me.
I don't know if I use that correctly.
I mean, I think it was just more of the fact that I realized that I was I was very abandoned because I was in a more radical space, right? And so it caused me to kind of reevaluate, like, I'm still progressive for sure, but I don't know that I'm a radical, and maybe my views don't have to be so radical. So, like, what do I think realistically would work in this world, you know? And I think it's also just part of growing up.
No, why did you think this before?
You know, it's like you come out of college, you come out of grad school, you go into the real world, you start learning things, and
Hey, chat, can you please? Sorry, I've seen people saying
what is this
liar,
chat
all this
saying?
shit. Can you just chill and just
Bro, it's a chat. Dude, it's so gross that you have to like pay attention. Who cares? None of these people believe this. I promise you, I can find some chat in DGG chat right now that says rape Pisco. Okay? Who cares? Who gives a fuck? People get a little out of order. Whatever. Who gives a fuck?
Liar. She must be lying.
You can like criticize her. That's fine, but just like, can we just keep it?
I mean, she's an obvious liar, so
just chill for that.
That chatter's just accurate.
Okay.
Why? Thanks.
And tell me about.
Oh, thanks for getting like vulnerable. Thanks for being vulnerable with me at the.
Oh my god. There are not many places on the left where Jewish people are still welcome. Why is AI mod doing it? How do I edit this? It's getting too much. The Zugami said, why is JStock such a retard? That was also it's also deleted by the AI chat. How do I do it? I need to do it now. It's actually bothering me now. By the way, if you guys like the content, please consider becoming a subscriber either on Kick or becoming a member on YouTube. I am revamping memberships on YouTube. So, OMG, obvious lie. Yeah, no, he doesn't believe anything is genuine. These people are, oh, is this it? AI chat moderation. Okay. Moderate, minimal. I'll do minimal, unfiltered, unfiltered, unfiltered. Okay, there we go. Banned word. Okay. There. Okay. I've saved it. You guys should be able to type much more freely now. Oh, let's do unfiltered. Okay. There we go. It would be funny if there's an option to make the auto mod rephrase messages into acceptable words. That would be actually really funny. Somebody should make a bot that does that. Maybe I can make a bot that does that. That would be funny.
End of this.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it sounds like this is coming from a place of both like political analysis and like you're seeing a real trend or whatever, but there's also something that like your journey informs how you approach these issues, and that's why I was asking about it.
100%. And yeah, and I love that you are curious about that too. And I think everybody is informed by their journey and their
He's not. He's just also cynical about this stuff.
experiences. Everybody is, right? So
I prefer you don't say slurs, Gilded.
I think I've told this story how like a guy I worked with a long time ago, probably the smartest guy I ever worked with, very high up at a company I worked at for a while. He was easily the smartest person I ever met, hardest working guy I ever met, like next level in so many ways. But I think he grew up like very, very autistic, and he was the kind of person who's really intelligent and really industrious, could work on anything, and he basically like built himself a personality, and that's the vibe I get from Pisco sometimes. That when he engages like in this, like, oh, you know, I'm glad you're telling me about this, and I'm glad to hear this, and it's good perspective. I always get...
JStock is a big time projector, so basically what this means is he is a compulsive liar and truth tellers trigger him. Yeah. No, that entire like group is like allergic to vulnerability. They think vulnerability is cringe. Being authentic is cringe.
Get the same feeling I used to get from that other guy of like, that's sort of cobbled on. It's not that he's insensitive or doesn't care. It's like, I think he's tremendously bored by this, and it's like a thing he has to pantomime to not make people hate him. Is like the feeling I get, but I don't know. I don't mean that in a negative way. Because to be honest, the Skyrim thing, right? The evil dragon at the end. Is it better to be born not evil or to overcome it through great effort, kind of thing? But obviously, it's just overcoming being autistic through great effort. Jesus, I'm so tired I can barely talk. We keep going.
I think that's
for me,
right.
it was a very big process of realizing that we have to account for human nature when we think about the way we want our society to be. We can't be idealists, unfortunately. And like being pushed out of these spaces was like a huge wake up call for me in terms of realizing that you can't be an idealist and actually.
Okay, so I can finally say that my...
I don't know what this is. It's not quite the same thing. Like people
Wormslayer says, okay, so I can finally... I can say that my Muslim friends hate Islamic terrorism more than anyone else I know. Yeah. What is this?
Pisco rape sesh. Getting raped by Pisco live. Anyways, I don't know what this is. Not quite what
You
I was
guys talk
looking for.
about
Not quite
rape
it.
all the time,
Have, like, a
okay?
real
It's
path
like a
forward. You
very
have to account for human nature, like,
misogynistic.
even the ugly parts of it.
I'll just say.
Yeah, and the personal
Yes.
aspect of
And
it
you
too.
have
And I hope that you don't begrudge me that when I say, I'm not going to talk to this person, I'm not going to do this, that sometimes it's not necessarily about like overlap. It's about, it's for personal reasons. And I like just the same way in which
I'm not begrudging you
okay,
at all.
cool. No, I think that we're on the same page.
It's your Pisco, it's your boundary. It's your boundary. And if that thing that happened with you was like so impactful and so painful for you, I would never. You know what I mean? I would never.
Like,
I
I
would
don't,
never.
I don't want to
You know what I mean?
so can you imagine though,
Like,
like
if it affected you at all?
accusations of anti-Semitism?
Do you see what she? Oh, this is actually diabolical. And I feel like you guys, it's actually diabolical right there.
What's
I'm so
diabolical?
sorry.
Wow.
If Destiny hurts you that badly, like that hurt. If you're that hurt by Destiny, then I guess I shouldn't even question it. Is that what she's doing? Maybe I misunderstood or misread.
No, I think that we're on the same page.
It's your Pisco, it's your boundary. It's your boundary. I'm realizing that you can't be an
Respecting someone's boundaries is diabolical. Yeah, that's basically what they believe, right? That is basically what they believe.
idealist and actually want to have like a real path forward. You have to account for human nature, like even the ugly parts of it.
Yeah, and the personal aspects of it
and
too.
you have
And I hope you don't begrudge me that when I say, I'm not going to talk to this person, I'm not going to do this, that sometimes it's not necessarily about like overlap. It's about, it's for personal reasons.
It is.
And I like just the same way in which
I'm not begrudging you at
okay,
all.
cool. No, I think that we're on the same page.
It's your Pisco, it's your boundary.
No, there's even people in his chat that are saying, wait, what did she do? She seems like she's being genuine.
It's your boundary. And if that thing that happened with you was like so impactful and so painful for you, I would never. You know what I mean? I would never.
Like, I don't,
Dude. I don't know what this guy's doing anymore. I can't even comment on this. Fuck. I know a couple people who are friends with Pisco, okay? I don't know how much they talk to him or whatever anymore. But I have a feeling if they're sitting in a room with this person, this person would not be having a good time, man. Ooh, if it worked, it won't work for very long, trust me. This won't work for very long.
I have disarmed him. You have.
Jeez.
You have.
Okay, we keep going.
I don't want to so can you imagine though, like
if it affected you,
accusations of anti-Semitism towards me,
serious.
calling me like a neo-Nazi or similar in some way kind. That stuff to me, especially when I think it's so baseless and so like obviously not something I'm doing in my view.
Yeah,
I think that people would understand. And for me, it's kind of like, and I hope that you're aware, the kind of relentless bad faith critique that you see online of me. I'm public enemy #1 right now, and I think that for most people now, I have some resiliency. But like most people under this kind of, and again, I'm not saying other.
Oh, dude. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Wait, what's going on?
Where's this? No.
How's he going to spin this one, chat?
Right POV. Pisco telling me how he's public enemy #1 right now. Most people could never deal with it. Me. Pisco telling me he's public enemy #1 right now. This is me. Spare me, bro. Spare me, motherfucker. Absolutely ludicrous, dude.
Influencers, other streamers don't also get even worse scrutiny. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like for most.
You said you son of a bitch. Well, that was a bit of a pause, Andy, right there. He kind of saved it, didn't he?
I have some resiliency, but like most people under this kind of, and again, I'm not saying other influencers, other streamers don't also get even worse scrutiny. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that like for most people, right?
It's
a lot, and I'm not going to sit here and be like that. I don't get
lost.
resentful of some of the bad faith implications of my conduct and this micromanaging shit. But it doesn't change who I am and my beliefs, but it will affect who I think is good faith and who I want to engage with.
I think I definitely respect that. I think like many people in these spaces don't really understand what it's like to be relentlessly bullied and taken out of context and taken in bad faith. I think they do. I think they don't really think about that, right? Because day to day, if you were just a normal person, your stuff wouldn't be just like put on blast and completely like micro picked apart and clipped out of context. And I think it's hard to navigate. And I think as a human being, it is really, really hard. And part of
he did win.
Part of what I really wanted, right, was for us to
he
get
did
to
say
this
that
place that we're at now. So I'm really happy we're at, right, where we can kind of. That's why I wanted to talk about the things that people were saying about you and the things that I like saw about you. And give you a chance to have that conversation with me and to clarify the things and be like, okay, well, we don't agree on this, we don't agree on that, but this is messed up, that this happened, and this, and you know what I mean?
So after this interaction, do you think that I'm coming at it in bad faith, the conversation? Is it your impression that these are my beliefs based on money, or it's because I hate Jews or dislike Jews or have a prejudice to Jews? Okay.
No, I think we have genuine differences of opinion as a result of our paths in life and the things that have informed us. But I think that you overall are a really genuine, challenging, and smart person. And I think that you deserve to be respected in the space. And I think you deserve to not have people make shit up about you or take you in bad faith. And I think that if people want to legitimately push back against you in your arguments, I think they should do that with appropriate merit, with the appropriate merit.
And that's why, by the way, I don't try to, I try to keep myself always open for that and people who think differently. And
yeah, and I will say, you showed that with the Avi thing. That was impressive.
By the way, I don't want to correct it didn't, once the case was presented,
should be on Destiny's stream tomorrow saying he's anti-Semitic. I mean, I genuinely think they're pulling back from that because they can see how stupid it looked, how bad it made them look to a lot of people. And like, not just, like, there really isn't a lib content creator ecosystem that exists kind of independent of Pisco, Medi, the Josiah crew he's in with, like Mockler, Brian Tyler Cohen, Luke Beasley, they're really, like, they are a huge chunk of this whole space. I think if you're going to intentionally malign one of them, you're going to find a lot of them will not have a favorable opinion of you. I think Destiny's realizing that and starting to pull it back a lot. Like, I think, you notice how he's kind of retreated from this entire line of argumentation? Like, entirely. Because he's a pussy, but also because he was just wrong. But he never admitted he's wrong, so he's a bitch.
What argumentation?
But he knows he can't make this work. He knows he's lost.
I am not Destiny.
He's gonna have to accept his losses and move on.
He's just doing, it's again, like, it's all about Destiny now. It's all about Destiny.
In a clear way, in a way where there was clarity on what was being used. It didn't take me long.
Yeah.
I saw where he was going.
Really good, and I watched. I saw.
Yeah, so I'm not applying some insane standard, and I have conversations the way I've always had them, and especially when it relates to issues of prejudice and bias, that's something I'm just not going to assume. You guys might have access to more evidence than I do, but that's just like, I think a reality. If you want to make the case, you got to make a case.
But you also have a boundary.
Yeah, that's
right.
true.
You have a boundary of like what you are and are not willing to dive.
Well, no, I don't know about boundary.
I'm going to disagree with the public, right? I'm going to disagree with the public a little bit, and I'm going to say I have boundaries about shit like that too, right? So I think I want us to go to our ending question.
Yeah. What's your ending question?
Which I think has actually like kind of. I think we've touched a lot on the direction of online discourse shifting towards contributing to growing.
It's gonna be some snarker shit. What's the final question? This can't be some snarker shit, can it?
Anti-Semitism, right? We touched on that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Somebody told me, did Dan go after Peace Code tonight too? Did Dan go after like Peace Code or snarkers or some shit too? Was there like a Dan VOD we should be looking at? Fuck. Okay, I'll look at it maybe.
I want to say, I think the thing we should really end on is like, what structures can we put in place to make things better going forward as creators, so that we can navigate these kinds of situations in a more ethical way.
What does
I think having a little bit of charity
don't
goes a long
know.
way, and I know people disagree that I do that, and and they think I have no charity. That's to me, in my opinion, not at all true, and I think it's belied by the evidence. So for
Dan and Loaderbox had like 4 hours on stream together, right?
For example, people have critiqued the way I've approached the Vanguard. I had a conversation, and I raised disagreements, but I didn't treat the Vanguard conversation the way I might treat a disagreement with Prime Kai, or the way I might treat a disagreement with Wick TV, or the way I would have a disagreement with Hutch. I hope people don't take from that, right? That my whole goal here is that I have to change my opinion or something, and that I don't have reasons for the way that like I approach certain conversations over others. Likewise, I think that like we should have some grace over people, like for Josiah, for example. He focuses on MAGA. He focuses on that. I think people should give him grace and not assume bad faith. There's one thing I want to clear up too, which is like this whole he's best friends with Keith Edwards. It's not true. He's not best friends with Keith Edwards. I wouldn't even say I've seen he was so frustrated, and by the way, he's given me permission to share this. He showed me the messages, and it's just categorically not the case that is what's motivating Josiah or any of the statements he's making. And so that to me is so unfair to him. I think he's
these guys, what they needed to do from the very beginning is what Josiah did a little bit. No, I don't even know if it works. It's crazy to me, and I'll keep coming back to it, that they basically applied this lens to Destiny in terms of having interactions with him, being willing to talk to him if they disagree, being willing to go on panels that he was on, right? And without this lens, if they didn't sincerely apply this lens, if they were like leftists or if they were...
I don't know all of the drama either. I don't pay attention to every single interaction between Destiny and Josiah and, Pisco and Soy Pill and IRI and everybody. I don't pay attention to all that,
like useful idiots or trying to help like collaborators in some way, ops in some way. They would never have done that, ever.
He's a good guy, and people just have genuine disagreements and approaches and philosophies and how they want to do shit. And yes, it's true. Me, Soy Pill, Josiah are probably more in like the side of this DSA thing is overblown or whatever. But don't take from that we're trying to cultivate a fucking audience. To cultivate a specific audience independent of our beliefs or in bad faith, right? Obviously, there are things that you can do to try to like to maintain communications for the purpose of making sure these conversations are even happening, which I think is totally legitimate. And anyone who would deny that is just denying.
Maybe you can fill us in, Wormslayer. Maybe you can fill us in.
I mean, like, yes, people are motivated to have interactions with people who matter, and that I think is still important. And so I don't deny that, but you should be yourself. And crucially, I think Josiah, Soy Pill, myself, we are not like changing our positions to fit an audience. Our approaches might be different in different contexts, but if you take a step back, I think all of that makes sense. And so that's all I would say on that.
Thank you. I mean, I think that's right. I very much agree that I think we have to treat each other like humans. I think we have to give each other grace. And I think when we push back on things, we should have merit and fact and evidence right behind what we push back. And I think that we absolutely should be distinguishing the lenses through which we look at things and what's informing our opinions as well. And part of that big grace is
you are saying nothing.
Really understanding the other person and where they're coming from and finding that common ground. I think you and I actually did something really amazing tonight. I think that we set a really good precedent.
It's not her fault that you can't comprehend words, J-Stock. I'm so sorry.
A really good example going forward for creators who disagree or might hear things to really clear stuff up and actually listen to one another. And if you ever do want to have like a big debate, disagreement, whatever, I would love to do that. I'll have to prepare a little bit longer.
No.
And we'll have to like set some specifics, right? I'll have to prepare some stuff. But I enjoyed this.
Sorry, there's a bit of language. I don't think I'm generally like wanting to seek out like debates on Israel or Zionism and shit. When people raise that to me, like I will talk about it.
We can talk about anything. I'll talk to you about anything.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate the conversation too. Yeah, and that's all good. I followed you on.
You guys think she took the H out of her name to make that easier? The Sakami. If there's the H there, adding the O is difficult. Without the H, adding the O, take away the U. It's just a lot easier.
On Twitter, and I appreciated you coming in this week.
Yeah, I followed you on Twitter. Okay. Thank you. Pisco, thank you.
You're very welcome.
This was great. Amazing conversation. All right, everybody, give it up for Peace Go.
Thank you, Zuko.
This is not amazing.
All right,
take
see you
care.
later. Bye-bye.
It was.
Is there anything funny at the end?
That was fun.
I'm gonna listen for 2 seconds.
How you guys doing? Okay, new rules for 3 weeks. The 3-week rule. I think. Yeah, that'll work for 3 weeks.
Please don't be that we don't have any of these conversations again or something.
The anti-Semitism arc conversation is done for me. You guys can talk about it. I don't care. But I'm going not to seek out these additional conversations because we've done it to death. The comprehensive conversation is the Avi Loner Box conversation. I encourage you, if you haven't seen it already.
So boring. So boring, man. Was at least the Hassan struggle session better? I feel like it sucked that the conversation was so dry.
Hey, Hassan shit.
What to jump to right away? Get a Hutch combo. Oh boy. I like doing. I shouldn't look at it that way though. Like somebody just messaged me directly to say, for what it's worth, Jesus Pena has consistently cited Kiwi Farms as a pertinent resource for the Pixie case. Yeah, my response was just, has he cited something?
I don't care about this. I was watching Zug's stream, so I didn't hear his thoughts after the call. Yeah, I was watching Zug's stream too. I didn't hear his thoughts either.
Factually incorrect.
What? Not as a strict, I would say, probably boundary as the anti-Semitism one for the next 3 weeks. I'm just, in addition to the more strict one on anti-Semitism for the next 3 weeks, the less inclined to do the DSA combos, just for a little bit, because I'm just like worn out by them. Do you think the Avi Loner yes, 100%. And you know why? Because I had that conversation with...
Dude, I
do want to watch the Avi Loner Box conversation as well, but...
I just have to play, man.
J-Stock also hates Loner
Box, right?
So.
And in that conversation, before the accusations that beyond functional anti-Semitism and all that stuff, he said he wanted Avi to moderate it, and that's when we decided to do that. So the answer is yes. I wanted to have that conversation with Avi, and it wasn't because of the relentless pressure that conversation happened. That's empirically false. That's just false. It is totally false. And I'm the one who, it wasn't for pressure reasons that I brought Avi to have a conversation. I enjoy talking shit out with Avi, and I've had conversations with him before.
You see how they take like the totally degenerate, like psycho behavior, and they try to make it like a positive? When Destiny lied about you and tried to smear you, don't you realize that was really good? Like, when Destiny doxes people, don't you see how, like, that's actually good and it promotes more healthy discourse in the space? No, to both.
From the chat, yeah. And
quick, cited Kiwi Farms multiple times. One of the places it was leaked.
I really wish Loner and Destiny were still talking. You know, I think Loner Box has good reason for, you know, maybe he's not going to talk to Destiny, you know? I understand why. So, and that's his decision, you know? And I do like, you know, I do appreciate that Lonerbox also doesn't hold it against other people for who they decide to associate with or who they decide to be friends with and stuff like that. So, Lonerbox is a, I will always hold Lonerbox in extremely high regard. I think he is like such an underrated streamer, incredibly intelligent. Just incredibly intelligent, probably the most educated person on the Israel-Palestine conflict online. Like, I think, I'm sorry, Destiny, but I think Lonerbox takes the cake. So, I think Lonerbox is probably like the when it comes to the historical knowledge that he has of that conflict, it is just incredible. And I will always hold Lonerbox in extremely high regard for like the you know rigor that he, you know, not to say that Destiny doesn't do rigor, you know, isn't rigorous as well. He is, but like Lonerbox, his you just can't beat his autism. I'm sorry, you just can't. I think Destiny is more of like an all around really great debater. I think Lonerbox just absolutely destroys on the Israel-Palestine issue. You know, just yeah. An incredible researcher, you know? So, yeah. When it comes to all-around debating, like, yeah, Destiny, obviously. You know, yeah, Destiny takes the cake when it comes to all-around debating, right? So, yeah. I said I hold LB in high regard at the same moment my streamer said it. I'm basically based, you know? Yeah, true, chatter here. You're so based. Okay. I think we're done with this. Basically, all you need to know is that Zook fucking killed it in that conversation. J-Stock is a fucking loser who doesn't understand socializing with people, I guess. Are you a Daisy queen too? Oh my god, you know the term Daisy. I'm always so surprised when like chatters know the term Daisy. That's so funny. I have another Daisy friend, that's why. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, anyways, any questions, chat, for me? I know back to Stardust, normal orbiters are nice, LOL. Hi, local admin, how's it going? What do you mean normal orbiters? Well, I know it, but for entirely inappropriate reasons. Oh, was it like a porn search term or something for you? I feel like I've noticed that a lot. A lot of people who come into my chat have either like Daisy friends or have had Daisy girlfriends, or yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I didn't search it, Copium. You didn't search it? Okay. All right. Very funny. Is that how it's pronounced? Daisy? Yeah, it's pronounced Daisy. Yeah. Any questions, chat? If you know any eligible bachelors, let me know. I'm trying to get my life. I'm trying to settle down, you know? So. Oh no, what conduit? Have you been saying it wrong the whole time? That's okay. I don't hold it against you. My baby bird is ready to go to bed, so I think I should end soon. But if you guys have anything else, AMA time, okay? AMA time. I was pronouncing it like I heard it in the Hindi dub of RRR. Okay. Maybe you are pronouncing it fine. Oh, I got some chats on Twitter, on the Twitter live chat. That's very cool. I have to set that up so it shows up in my aggregate thing. I watched RRR but couldn't finish it in one setting. I started cringing too much. Yeah. I have to watch it. I still haven't watched it. All right, I do have a question. Okay, what's your question? No idea how much it's worth to your audience, but would you want to set up a dono goal for watching the second half of my Hassan vid on stream? Ooh, that's a good idea. I'm not very good at extracting money from chat. Chat, you should consider subscribing to me on Kick, or becoming a member on YouTube. This is the first stream I've caught live. I'm just hanging out. Well, welcome. Do you speak Hindi? No, I don't. Do you think 1 million tigers could beat the sun if they attack at night? No, I don't think so. We could do that. That's certainly an option. I'm terrible at extracting money from my chatters, though. Like, it's something I'm horribly bad at. I feel like everybody else is much better at this than I am. I can make good content. I just am terrible at monetizing it, basically. So, yeah. Not looking for anything in return, just want people to see how awful Hassan is while also making money. Yeah, we can certainly do that. Maybe like 10 subs next time, or 15 subs, and we watch Conduit's video, the second half. Sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna go, because I have to take care of this bird, all right? Let's see who we can raid into. Darius is live. We'll raid into Darius. Bye, guys. You gotta gamify the monetization. Please join my Discord and teach me how, because I'm terrible at it. Oh, by the way, wait. Oh, never mind. Okay. I'm gonna be, okay, for those of you who are still here in the YouTube chat, I am going to be, I'm gonna be live streaming all day tomorrow, okay? So I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be IRL streaming all day tomorrow. Bye! We're going to IRI on YouTube, okay?